After 5 years and an engagement, my fiancé's hurtful comment and doubts about marriage ended our relationship. This morning, his mother called me in tears. Dominic and I have been dating for little over 5 years, and we have been engaged for the past 8 months. We met at a housewarming party through mutual acquaintances, just two folks who got along because they disliked IPAs and liked 90s cartoons. After dating for a year, moving in after 2, adopting Beans at 3, and getting engaged last summer, our relationship progressed. Simple proposal, Saturday morning hike to our favorite vista, where he eagerly removed the ring box from his pocket. Yes, I said. We quickly chose October and have been preparing everything, mostly me while he nods. Dominic started making odd statements while arranging our wedding 3 months ago. Uncertain, not negative. When I showed him various places, he'd say, "That's a lot of money for just one day," or, "Do we really need to invite all those people?" I ignored it as male behavior or economic concerns. Later, my wedding texts were answered late. When I sent him caterer options, he'd reply hours later with "looks fine," or "whatever you want." When I asked if everything was well, he'd say he was busy at work, his construction company had some big projects. Last month, he spent more time with coworker Paul. They had beers or watched games at Paul's house after work. Again, nothing special, but more often. He seemed distant when he got home, checking his phone more and paying less attention. I tried to tell my best friend, Lena. She suggested a date night to bond over pre-wedding worries. Last Friday, I made reservations at a new Italian restaurant downtown, wore a nice dress, not something fancy, just something I hadn't worn in a while, and bought Dominic's favorite beer to keep in the fridge. Date night failed. He barely spoke during supper. He revealed that he wasn't sure he was ready when I mentioned finalizing our honeymoon plans. Everything, from honeymoon to wedding and marriage. Shocked. He was uncertain after 5 years together and 8 months engaged. He recalled talking to Paul about how marriage changes things and mentioned Paul's brother's terrible divorce when I asked. As the conversation grew, I tried not to make a noise in the restaurant while feeling like my life was falling apart. We barely touched our entree. Silence and tension permeated the ride home. He avoided talking at our apartment, saying he wanted time to think before sleeping on the couch. The next morning was awful. We navigated a shared Airbnb like strangers. He suggested lunch with Paul and coworkers in downtown sports bar The Rusty Nail and watch the game. Too emotionally exhausted to protest. A few hours later, Lena called to tell me to leave the flat. We had coffee, and I unpacked everything. Lena listened intently, suggesting Dominic was worried about the wedding. I usually decompress by wandering Target after coffee. I bought useless throw pillows and shampoo because retail therapy is therapy, right? By early evening, I was relaxed and went home. Kyler, Dominic's co-worker whom I met at the business Christmas party, texted me as I drove into our apartment complex. The message inquired about my well-being and noted that the Rusty Nail had gotten strange. I called Kyler instead of messaging. He was initially hesitant to talk, but after some coaxing, he did. The boys had been bugging Dominic about wedding plans, and when Paul asked if he was ready to be with one woman forever, Dominic expressed doubts. Dominic, evidently drunk, said, "If you were prettier, I'd be more excited about marrying you." Paul asked him what was holding him back, and Dominic laughed. Kyler told me he and other guys confronted Dominic about the comment, but Dominic got defensive and said they couldn't take a joke. I cried for 20 minutes in my car after that call. The man I loved for 5 years, whom I believed loved me, joked about my appearance as a reason he wasn't ready to marry me. Dominic was asleep on the couch as I entered, still in his clothes. The place reeked of old beer. I locked Beans in the bedroom. I smelled Dominic's apology meal, coffee and bacon on Sunday morning. He looked hungover and sheepish, like food would fix everything. I told him what Kyler told me, and his face dropped. He claimed ignorance and inebriation to lessen the situation. He said he murmured something dumb to stop the boys taunting him for being strapped down. He exacerbated, guys being guys, by supporting them. We discussed him humiliating me in front of his friends, but he denied that was his goal. He said that he was worried about wedding costs and pressure, but I couldn't get over how he exploited my beauty as a cruel joke. I couldn't stay at his flat. I took my handbag to Elliot's apartment. My brother has always been my refuge in tough times. When I told him what happened, he was furious and ready to face Dominic. I calmed him by stating I needed space and a place to stay until I thought things out. Dominic texted apologies and invitations to chat at home throughout Sunday. Only once did I say I needed time. I phoned in sick on Monday because I couldn't handle taking dentist office calls while pretending everything was fine. About 9 a.m., Valerie, Dominic's mother, called Monday morning. We've always gotten along, and she's been more supportive than my mother, who lives in Florida with husband number 3. She seemed agitated, saying Dominic had called her the night before and I needed to know something. She asked if we could meet somewhere to chat, so I'm waiting in my car outside the coffee shop where I'm supposed to meet Valerie in 15 minutes, wondering what else to know and if my 5-year relationship is over. I never thought I'd write this. I keep looking at my engagement ring, wondering whether I should have expected this. Was I wrong, or did things shift so fast? Should I follow Valerie? How could she say anything to fix this? First, I'd like to thank everyone for their overwhelming support of my initial piece. I wasn't expecting thousands of comments. I tried to read as many as I could between weeping bouts and stress-eating emergency Oreos from my brother's pantry. I met Valerie, Dominic's mother, and I'll discuss it at the end of this update. So much has happened in the past 2 days, and I'm still processing everything. I called in sick again after publishing on Monday. I had just 2 sick days in the preceding year and sounded like death on the phone, but my supervisor was nice. I spent most of the morning in Elliot's spare room, storage closet, reading your comments and organizing my thoughts. At lunchtime, Lena brought sandwiches from a deli near her hospital. Despite not eating since Sunday, I forced myself to consume a few bites. Lena softly reminded me I couldn't ignore Dominic forever. We lived together, shared accounts, and had to talk. She was right, I couldn't stay at my brother's place forever, especially since Elliot's girlfriend was coming over for dinner. I didn't want to be Taco Tuesday's sad third wheel. I took a shower, grabbed one of Elliot's hoodies, don't judge, it felt wonderful, and drove home after Lena left. I practiced my speech the whole time. I would remain calm, adult, and receive answers without yelling or crying. Dominic's truck was in our parking spot when I pulled in. He should have worked. My stomach knotted as I approached our second-floor apartment steps. I opened the door to find him on the couch in sweatpants, looking exhausted, surrounded by wedding planning binders I'd made over the last 8 months. Little Trader Bean snuggled with him. He was surprised and relieved to see me and stated he was taking personal time off. He was probably reviewing all the wedding preparations to figure out how he bungled it so badly. I stood by the door, not ready to sit next to him, and told him that wedding plans wouldn't change his mind. We had a long, difficult conversation. He apologized again for the bar comment, calling it terrible and not believing it. He said he was trying to appear cool in front of his buddies when I asked why he would say something he didn't believe, which made me even angrier. Before the bar incident, I reminded him during dinner that he had misgivings about our wedding even when sober. He admitted to being anxious about a late work assignment, Paul's marriage horror stories, and our wedding money. He didn't tell me his problems until they exploded in the worst way. As we talked, he revealed a new fear, becoming his father. Dominic rarely talked about his father, who left him at 12 after having an affair with a coworker and moving to Arizona to start a new life. Dominic had always said it didn't bother him, but he now admits he was worried about a genetic predisposition to cheat or abandon his family. I explained that he was not his father and that genetics do not affect relationships. His comment was telling. He wondered if he could pledge eternity when it seemed impossible from his childhood. He hesitated to say he had spoken with Kyler when I asked if he had told anyone else. Since Kyler joined the group, they had become closer, and Kyler had relationship troubles. This explained why Kyler called me about the bar incident. He knew Dominic's concerns. When I asked Dominic about his problems, the conversation soured. He was honest. He was scared, anxious, and unsure about marriage while loving me. He said he kept thinking about how his parents were happy until they weren't and didn't want to put us in that situation. I wondered why he hadn't spoken up sooner. He said he was afraid I wouldn't think he loved me enough. I saw the irony. Hiding his anxieties created the situation he wanted to avoid. I inquired if his joke about my appearance was a genuine lack of interest, and he said he'd always thought I was gorgeous. He mentioned our first meeting at the housewarming party and my green sweater and his terrible beer pong skills. He said he made the comment out of insecurity and a desire to look in control in front of his friends rather than stuck. I asked a crucial question as we talked. Were his doubts against marriage in general or just marrying me? His sluggish response told me everything. He finally admitted that he was worried about marriage and commitment but also about our long-term compatibility. This hurt more than comments about my beauty. He was still unclear if we were compatible after 5 years. He explained how we had evolved since our early 20s. My increased need for preparation versus spontaneity and his abandoned hopes of launching a business. He asked if we had grown closer or apart, even though I told him partnerships change. I was emotionally weary by then. I told him I needed time to think about his public humiliation, secret fears, and now our compatibility anxiety. He told us to try therapy or couples counseling, but I insisted on separation. He noticed my phone vibrating as I packed more clothes. I found 3 Valerie missed calls. With everything going on, I forgot about our coffee date. Dominic looked worried after I mentioned this. My mother called crying the morning before, stating she needed to talk about something urgent. After calling her Sunday night, he replied clearly. When I asked what he told her, he was pale and reluctant to look at me. He made vague references to their fight and his doubts, but I was dubious. When pressed, he said he couldn't explain and suggested I ask his mother. I called Valerie after leaving. She reacted instantly, worried I hadn't attended our meeting. I replied I was with Dominic at the flat. She requested that we meet promptly since she had important news. Her voice seemed strange when I mentioned being with Dominic, which reinforced my fears that I was missing something essential. After agreeing to meet Valerie in 30 minutes, I asked Dominic what his mother knew that I didn't. Remorse and resignation filled his face when he looked up. He said he should have told me anything and suggested I go to his mother, promising to leave when I returned. I rapidly packed a week's worth of clothes, toiletries, and my laptop. Dominic told me he loved me at the door, but I said love isn't enough. Karina, Dominic's sister, called me on my way to Valerie. She was worried about Dominic and me after hearing from Paul about the bar situation and seeing that Dominic wasn't responding to her texts when their mother was unhappy. Karina looked surprised when I told her I was meeting Valerie and asked if it was about Maria. Name struck me like a truck. What about Maria? Karina's horror and hasty retreat suggested she had accidentally revealed something significant. She apologized and recommended me to listen to Valerie, but refused to elaborate despite subsequent attempts. Valerie was waiting at a window table when I entered the coffee shop parking lot. She had red, puffy eyes. I thought what she would say would change everything. My phone buzzed with a text as I reached her table. Dominic said, "Whatever my mom tells you, please remember that I do love you. I just got scared and made terrible mistakes. I'll understand if you can't forgive me." I put my phone away, breathed deeply, and sat across from Valerie. Second update. Thanks for supporting my earlier posts. Reading your comments is comforting and overwhelming. Many of them have gone unanswered, but I read them and appreciate the advice. Lena's flat is my new writing spot. I hated returning to Elliot's or our apartment after meeting Valerie yesterday. Lena's pull-out couch is slightly cozier than Elliot's storage room futon. Pepper, her cat, doesn't mind me bawling over my oatmeal at 2 a.m. The Valerie appointment. Where do I start? The coffee shop was packed on Tuesday afternoon. Computer-using students filled most tables at a nearby community college after classes. Valerie received a corner booth with high backs for privacy. She changed since our monthly family dinner 3 weeks ago. Her gorgeous hair was unkempt, and she wore no makeup. Valerie has always worn mascara and lipstick in my 5 years of knowing her. This is her routine, just like others need coffee to start the day. She stood and hugged me when I came, smelling like her lavender dryer sheets. Instead of a caramel with extra whipped cream, I requested a black coffee. It felt improper to order anything fun for this talk. After some awkward small talk, Valerie got to the point. Dominic broke down Sunday night and called her. She understood his concerns about commitment and becoming like his father, but Maria drove his behavior more immediately. I almost choked on coffee. Dominic's new project coordinator, Maria? What about the woman he mentioned briefly? Valerie hurriedly ripped a napkin into tiny pieces to explain Dominic's love for Maria over several months. Dominic told his mother there was no physical contact, but an emotional connection made him rethink our relationship. I sat there trying to understand this, feeling like the coffee shop was tilted. Creating a timeline in my head while Valerie spoke. Maria started working with Dominic around New Year's. I briefly met her at the March corporate holiday dinner. Dominic had already changed, he was more aloof, checked his phone more, and spent more time with coworkers. What I thought was more stress from his big task was more. When I asked Valerie why she was telling me this instead of protecting her son, she cried. As she explained, her marriage dissolution became clear. Before Dominic's father moved to Arizona with a coworker, there were months of alienation, harsh words, and staged disputes to create distance rather than face truth. She left me in the dark as Dominic took the coward's way out to avoid repeating the past. The bar comment became clear, not intoxicated folly, but a subconscious attempt to harm our connection so he didn't have to make the hard decision. We chatted for over an hour. Valerie recounted how she battled to save her marriage after finding the affair and blamed herself for not being enough. Before I parted in the parking lot, she said, "The hardest lesson I learned was that you can't make someone choose you. They either do or they don't, and anything in between is just delaying the inevitable." Afterwards, I stared at my phone in my car for a while. Dominic sent 3 more texts, all variations on "I'm sorry" and "I love you," but Maria was not mentioned, hinting that the truth was buried. I called Lena instead of responding and begged to stay at her flat. She did not hesitate or ask questions. She simply said she was setting up the pull-out couch and would pick up dinner on her way home. Everyone needs that kind of friend in a crisis. Finally, I wrote to Dominic. I know about Maria. Don't contact me again until you're ready to tell me the complete truth. I'll be collecting more of my things tomorrow while you're at work. I blocked his phone number for the night. I wanted time to think without his explanations. On her way to Lena's, Karina called. Valerie had overheard Dominic and Paul discussing the matter last Thursday. The chat confirmed and expanded on her information. She made her brother pledge to tell me the truth after the weekend. He had broken his promise. Karina's unwavering support amazed me most. Despite being Dominic's sister, she supported me. My relief was profound. I was worried about losing Dominic and his family, who had become like family to me. Lena's flat was perfect that night, a neutral space where I could exist without explanation. Dining on the living room floor. Her coffee table was covered in online class papers as we watched a baking competition we didn't understand. Its simple normalcy saved me during my emotional turmoil. I used my phone to relive 5 years of vacations, holidays, and everyday selfies with Dominic after Lena went to bed. Our engagement photos showed us smiling like lottery winners. I was mentally planning for the next day, going to the apartment while Dominic was at work, packing more stuff, possibly talking to the landlord about breaking our lease, when an unknown number texted me. Hi, Margot. This is Maria. I know you have blocked Dominic. Can we meet tomorrow? There's more to the story, which you should know. Only the two of us. My pulse raced as I glanced at the letter, wondering what else could be and why this woman would want to tell me directly. I scribbled a response after what seemed like an hour but was actually minutes. Where and when? Third update. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone for their overwhelming support in my previous posts. Your comments have helped me through restless nights more than you realize. Yes, I'm alive. Sometimes are easier. My visit with Maria went differently than expected. Probably impartial, we met at a little brunch establishment near the park. She was nervously checking her phone when I arrived. She seemed less polished and more human than at the corporate party. Her ponytail was messy, and she wore little makeup. Her unease caught my attention immediately. Shouldn't she have been more confident if she got involved with my fiancé emotionally? She kept fiddling with her coffee cup, avoiding eye contact. The talk presented two major surprises. First, Maria didn't know Dominic liked her until Paul casually mentioned it last week. She said she and Dominic worked on a project together, occasionally texting after hours but never violating limits. According to her, she never flirted with him or promoted anything other than friendship. She showed me their work-related messaging history and the occasional meme, nothing romantic or inappropriate. She had a 3-year boyfriend who occasionally joined them for happy hours. The second insight affected Paul. He was apparently intentionally causing trouble. Maria overheard him at work encouraging Dominic to consider his options before settling down, calling her someone who gets Dominic better than I do. She explained that Paul had been telling everyone at work that Dominic was having second thoughts about the wedding, joking about him being trapped and missing out on his freedom. After our meeting, I felt unusually peaceful. Maria wasn't the monster I expected. She was a victim of Dominic's manipulation and frailty. Before leaving, she said, "You seem like someone who understands their worth. Don't let anyone make you doubt it." My perspective and tactics changed after the encounter. The focus shifted from Dominic and me to Paul's detrimental influence, Dominic's family, and my role in this. I emailed Karina later to organize a neutral family gathering at her place because I wasn't ready to be alone with Dominic. She agreed fast. I remember yesterday's lunch. Her small yet pleasant flat was organized by Karina. She ordered simple pasta and salad from the Italian restaurant near her building. Valerie arrived first, then Paul. He attended because Karina insisted, and Dominic, who looked exhausted, did too. First 20 minutes were terrible. We ate pasta at Karina's dining table, talking about the weather and her new coffee table. The elephant in the room was almost eating our meal, but no one wanted to confess it. Finally, Valerie broke the silence by reiterating that we were there to face what had happened and find a solution, not to socialize. That opened the floodgates. I told Paul all I learnt from Maria, watching Paul's expression. The uncertainty and defensiveness in his face said it all. He tried to help his friend, but Karina cut him off immediately. Dominic sat calmly, staring at his unturned pasta. He confessed that Maria had been pleasant, but he had twisted it out of fear of becoming his father. Valerie recoiled at that comment. Dominic seemed embarrassed when I told the joke at the bar. He said it was his cowardice, not Maria. Paul was teasing him about being whipped, So he shouted something mean to appear cool. Dominic says my appearance never mattered. Paul dismissed it as guy talk, but Karina reminded everyone that Dominic and I were getting married in 3 months. That simple comment, a reminder of our fast approaching wedding, hit me hard. After sending save the dates and paying deposits, my dress was hanging in Lena's spare closet for final modifications. I subtly remarked that I no longer believed the wedding would happen. The room quieted. Dominic began to protest, but I stopped him. He stated he spent the week trying to figure out how we got here. I realized it wasn't simply Maria, that joke, or Paul's harm. Dominic was dishonest with me and himself. I said that I had ignored his lack of interest in wedding arrangements, his increased time with Paul, and his emotional isolation for months. I made excuses because it was easier than facing the truth, but I deserved someone who believed in me and didn't need a family intervention to figure out their feelings. Valerie and Karina said shut up, when Paul made a snarky remark about my drama. Dominic said he loved me but was frightened of messing up. He already had, I said. We talked for hours. There were tears, yelling, especially between Karina and Paul, and hard truths. Old wounds reopened and new ones formed. When everyone was emotionally exhausted at midnight, we had to cancel the wedding. Our 5-year romance ended. Not a fight or a dramatic exit, just a sense that something fundamental had broken between us. Trust. It might be rebuilt someday, but not for an October wedding, not with Maria still working at Dominic's company, and not with that joke lingering. Karina brought me back to Lena's and said my relationship with her and Valerie hadn't altered. She stated I was still family despite Dominic's actions. After returning to Lena's apartment, I sat on the pull-out couch in the dark, realizing that 5 years had passed, the wedding had been cancelled, and the future was unknown. Didn't cry right away. I made a list on my phone's notes app. Call the venue to cancel, the deposit is likely gone, return the ring, contact guests, relocate out of the apartment, change relationship status on social media. Past 2 a.m. Shuffled out of her bedroom, Lena. She heard me enter and checked on me. She sat beside me in the pull-out and threw her arm around my shoulders as I told her the wedding was off. We sat like that till daylight, not talking and just living in my new craziness. Dominic texted me this morning to meet to discuss the apartment lease, separating our accounts, and what to do with our shared furniture. So mature, so final. Elliot also asked when he could help me pack. My brother is always practical. My mother asked if she should cancel her flight to the wedding after hearing from one of my relatives who follows Karina on Instagram. My finger feels heavy with the ring. Twisting it unconsciously was a nervous habit I didn't realize. Nothing fancy, just a round diamond in white gold. Dominic chose it because it reflected our classic relationship. I called the venue this morning, ironically. The coordinator was kind but firm. The deposit is non-refundable so close to the date, $8,000 lost. Trips, new clothes, and outings have been cut for nearly a year. My cerebral half cringes at the waist, while my emotional side is indifferent about money. Karina texted me that she had found a photographer who might move our money to a future event. Valerie promised to tell relatives about the cancellation to avoid awkwardness. Small kindnesses afterward. Paul replied with a non-apologetic text stating things happen for a reason and I'd find someone better. I deleted it without replying. Maria wrote me a quick message apologizing and assuring me that nothing happened. Strangely, I trust her. Dominic's anxieties and Paul's manipulation seem to have made her collateral damage. Simple reminders like my wedding planning binder in my tote bag, our shared Spotify soundtrack for the celebration, and my laptop honeymoon research folder are the hardest. A lost future in small pieces. I went to work against Lena's advice to take a mental health day. Reddit browsing and overthinking appeared more distracting than answering phones and filling insurance claims at home. Coworkers have been surprisingly normal, either unaware or respectfully ignoring my puffy eyes and missing engagement ring. Tomorrow, Dominic and I will exchange keys and discuss the place at a coffee shop. Since my name is on the lease, he'll stay with his cousin until he leaves. Another practical discussion about leaving a relationship. Part of me doubts this. Last month, we debated reception music and tried different cakes. Separating kitchen appliances and disputing who keeps the PlayStation. Valerie stated at dinner, endings are rarely clean or perfect. Most of the time, they're messy, sad, and complicated. She should know. After Dominic's father left, she rebuilt her life, had 2 children, and found happiness. You wouldn't believe she'd been through so much looking at her now. Maybe there's hope. Now I'm taking things day by day. Tomorrow, I'll manage the flat and money. Next week, I'll start house hunting. The future after that is murky but real. Karina texted me to meet for coffee this weekend. She said her longtime family friend Kenzo had offered his holiday cabin if I needed a getaway to clear my thoughts. Dominic's family's unexpected help is much appreciated. Accepting Kenzo's offer is up in the air. Something inside me wants to process in peace. I understand I need Lena's realistic sympathy, Elliot's protective big brother energy, Valerie and Karina's complex allegiance right now. I'll stop using my wedding countdown app. Will not pin reception decorations or practice Dominic's surname signature. That future is over, but I'm hoping for something else. It's weird to write this final report from my new apartment. It's been 3 months since the family dinner that ended my engagement, 3 months of rebuilding my life in unexpected ways. Since several of you have requested an update, here it is. The good, the bad, and the unexpected. First, practicalities. After we broke up, Dominic left our shared flat within a week. Elliot and Lena helped me pack his possessions while he was at work, placing everything neatly labeled in the living room for him. It was strange to divide 5 years of shared existence into his and mine. The coffee maker he got for his birthday, the throw blanket I bought on our weekend trip to that small mountain town, and the framed photos we hung on every wall made the apartment feel hollow, like a stage set. After 2 more weeks, the leasing management let me out for a month's payment. To escape our relationship's ghost in every room was worth the money. Finding a new home was harder than planned. My single-person budget is tighter due to the bad rental market. My 1-bedroom apartment across town, farther from work, has a tiny balcony where I'm growing herbs in dollar store pots. The basil fades, but the mint grows. Against all odds, I saw that as symbolic. A financial adjustment. When planning for one, car insurance, streaming subscriptions, and even groceries become my responsibility. I now use coupons, buy store brands, use a spreadsheet, and think twice before ordering takeout. Growing up lessons I never thought I'd need at 29. Marriage merchants were surprisingly accommodating. The venue withheld our deposit but sent me a nice card wishing me happiness. The florist refunded half our payment despite their no-refund policy. In a shocking but thoughtful move, the DJ suggested his rehab working brother. I keep the engagement ring in its box in my dresser. Dominic advised me to keep or sell it because returning it was bad karma. Not sure what to do with it. I sometimes forget it's there, and other times I open the box and stare at it, wondering how something so small could have had so much potential. Social media had its own horror. I waited 2 weeks to update my relationship status to avoid questions. I completed it at 2 a.m. On a Tuesday, well-meaning friends asked, "What happened?" Distant relatives prayed, and former classmates I hadn't spoken to in years suddenly entered my direct conversations with phony fear that felt like interest. I wrote a brief, ambiguous comment about mutual decisions and requested privacy, then turned off notifications and threw my phone across the couch. Later, I posted a photo of my new apartment keys with the caption "New Beginnings." It got fewer likes than my engagement announcement, but it felt more authentic. Since the breakup, we've talked about practical issues like mail that arrived at the wrong place, the shared cloud storage account we forgot to separate, and returning a borrowed air fryer to his sister. Each conversation was polite but tense, like acquaintances forced to make small talk in an elevator. He still works for the same job, is friends with Paul, though Karina says they had a falling out recently, and Dominic contacted me last month and asked if we could meet. We hadn't seen each other since the key exchange at the apartment, and I was curious about his goals. We met in a coffee shop near my new apartment, as Lena half-jokingly suggested. He was leaner, had larger circles under his eyes, and wore a shirt I didn't recognize. After 10 minutes of stiff small talk about work and the weather, he took out a journal and said, "I've been seeing someone." And my heart stuttered before he said, "A therapist." The notebook was part of his therapy, daily reflections on patterns and habits he wanted to change. He'd been reflecting on his relationship with his father, his friendship with Paul, and how he treated me. He didn't ask for forgiveness or recon. "I should have done this years ago," he said. "Maybe things would have been different." He was the most self-aware I'd ever seen, and I hoped treatment would help him, not for my sake, that ship has sailed, but because carrying so much unresolved familial pain was exhausting. "I'm glad," he said. "They need good people in their lives." One of the oddest parts of this separation has been keeping in touch with Dominic's family. Valerie texts me weekly, usually with hilarious memes or garden updates. Karina and I get breakfast every other Sunday at this small cafe midway between our apartments. I'd like to think this tragedy has given me a profound awakening, allowing me to rediscover myself. Some days, I feel emancipated, relieved that I didn't marry someone who could harm me so carelessly. Other days, when my hot water heater breaks or I can't reach something on the high shelf Dominic would have retrieved for me, I miss the practical benefits of collaboration. I've also started therapy, not because of the breakup, but because it made me realize how much I compromised myself in that relationship, how many red flags I'd ignored because they were wrapped in familiarity, and how much of myself I'd sacrificed to accommodate Dominic's needs and insecurities. My therapist suggested I restore some of my lost self. Dating again seems far off, even though my coworkers have started suggesting I meet this great guy they know. I'm still learning how to be comfortable in my own company. The most unexpected resulted from canceling our honeymoon. We'd planned a 10-day trip to the coast and rented a little home with a veranda overlooking the water. Then Lena suggested something radical. Go on the trip alone. You've never traveled alone, she said. Maybe it's time. 10 days alone in a lovely home designed for two sounded like the start of a tragic indie film, but the more I thought about it, the more appealing it seemed. I could wake up whenever I wanted, explore without limits, and read a book in one sitting. So I'm going to a honeymoon cabin alone next week. I've packed 3 paperbacks, downloaded several podcasts, and bought a new bikini for comfort rather than appearance. My mother thinks I'm crazy. Elliot offered to come with me, but I declined. Karina suggested I use a dating app to see who's out there. Perhaps, but probably not. I went grocery shopping the other day when our song played over the store's speakers. 3 months ago, I would have hidden in the frozen food department, holding back tears. This time, I felt only a faint ache, like if I was pressing on a bruise that had mostly healed. Progress, not perfection. I'll be honest, my new apartment's shower has unusual temperature fluctuations. I killed another basil plant yesterday, and I still occasionally text Dominic about something funny before realizing we don't do that anymore. I found out my parents' will left everything to my lazy brother, despite my supporting them for years. They demanded money and smeared me online. My name is Jake, and any questions I had about my place in my family were eradicated the day I learned about the will. It wasn't even a dramatic sit-down in which my parents revealed the news. No, I discovered it purely by accident, by pure dumb luck. It happened a few months back when I was at their house, which I had been helping them pay for the past 5 years. I was in charge of the mortgage, food runs, and even house repairs, while my brother Eric did nothing. And by nothing, I mean nothing. No work, no obligations, just lying around, waiting for life to throw everything on a silver platter. My folks appeared to be more than willing to provide. That day, I was assisting my father with some paperwork because, as usual, neither of them could be bothered to figure out how to do things for themselves. He had requested me to scan some documents for him, legal and financial, and I didn't hesitate, until I saw it. There was the estate plan and last will and testament folder in the stack. I don't usually snoop, but curiosity got the better of me. After all, I had been the one to ensure they had a roof over their heads. It wasn't out of the ordinary to ponder how things were set up for the future. So I opened it. And that's when I noticed the words that made my stomach plummet. Everything, and I mean everything, was going to Eric. The house, their savings, and their property. There isn't a single mention of me, except from some general phrases like loving both of their sons equally. That is why they ensured that their golden child would inherit everything, while the son who kept them afloat received only a footnote. I felt foolish. Here I was, bending over backward for them, making sure their bills were paid on time, making sure they never went hungry, while they sat back and planned for a future in which I received nothing. And Eric? He wasn't simply lazy. He was entitled. He never raised a finger to assist them, never donated $1, yet he had persuaded them that he deserved everything. Perhaps because he was the younger son. Perhaps because they had always pampered him. Perhaps he understood just how to influence them. Whatever the reason, they'd made their decision. I sat there staring at the paper, my hands quivering with wrath and betrayal. How long did they plan this? Had they always planned for me to be their free financial safety net, offering nothing in return? Have they ever appreciated what I accomplished for them? I wasn't sure how long I'd been sitting there, but my father saw I wasn't scanning anything. "Hey, Jake, what's taking so long?" he inquired, going back into the room. I didn't even bother hiding the will. I raised it up and looked him in the eyes. "So this is how it is?" I inquired, my tone unnervingly calm. "Everything to Eric? After everything I've done for you?" My father's face paled for a second, but then he sighed, as if I were a small child having a tantrum. "Jake, it's not what you think." "Really?" I snapped. "Because it looks pretty damn clear to me. I've been paying your mortgage, helping with groceries, fixing the house up, while Eric does nothing, and you still decided he's the only one who matters?" Dad was embarrassed, but instead of explaining himself, he simply said, "It's complicated." That was it. There was no apology or attempt to defend it beyond those 2 worthless sentences. Just a poor apology and an eager expression, as if he was waiting for me to drop it and return to being their personal ATM. I should have gone out right then, but I wanted to hear from each of them. So I called out for my mother. When she came in and saw the will in my hands, she didn't respond well. She had the decency to appear guilty, but what she said made my fury boil. "Jake, honey, you don't need the inheritance," she whispered softly, like if she were doing me a favor. "You have a good job. You're independent. Eric, well, he struggles. We just want to make sure he's taken care of." That was the moment something inside of me shattered. They were not even ashamed. They understood exactly what they were doing, and they believed it was entirely right. They had spent years encouraging Eric's laziness, and now they planned to reward it by giving him everything while dismissing me as an afterthought. I took a long breath, tightened my jaw, and placed the will on the table. "Got it," I said, my voice strangely calm. "Glad to know where we stand." Then I turned and marched out of the house, disregarding their protests and slamming the door behind me. They had made a decision. Now it was time for me to make mine. I did not return to their place after that. I did not call. I did not check in. For the first time in years, I let them deal with their own dang problems. If they needed to mend something, they could figure it out. If they wanted groceries, they could make their own way to the store. Most importantly, what if the mortgage bill showed up? Well, I wasn't the one paying for it anymore. The hush lasted almost 2 weeks. At first, I guess they thought I was simply pouting and would crawl back like usual. Perhaps they expected me to calm down and apologize for questioning their choice. But as the days passed with no news from me, and, more significantly, no financial assistance, you could almost sense the change in their mood. Then, one afternoon, my phone vibrated. Dad messaged, "The property taxes are due." That was it. Number, "Hey, how have you been?" Number, "Sorry for what happened." Number, "We really appreciate everything you've done." Just a cold transactional message, as if I were still a walking ATM that they could access whenever they wanted. I stared at the computer for a time, almost amused by how predictable the results were. Did they truly believe they could just demand money like nothing had happened? That I would continue to serve as their financial safety net, even after they made it quite plain that I was disposable? I gently typed back, "I'm sure Eric will handle it, since the house is his and all." It took exactly 5 minutes until my mother called. I let it ring. Then another text came in. Mom messaged, "Jake, please don't be like this. We need to talk." Oh, now they wanted to speak. Now that their debts were stacking up, a reality was finally staring them in the face. I waited an hour before responding. "There's nothing to talk about. You made your choice. Now you can live with it." I figured it was the end of the day. I had made my position clear, and no part of me felt terrible about it. But then Eric decided to join in. His text arrived late that evening, and the moment I saw his name appear on my phone, I knew it was going to be something nasty. Sure enough, when I opened it, I was met with utter entitlement. Eric messaged, "Dude, why are you being such a drama queen? It's not a big deal, just help them out like you always do." I almost laughed. Is this not a significant deal? He actually seemed as if I had no right to be upset about this. I wrote back, "No, I think you've got it covered, since you're the favorite and all." Eric messaged, "Oh my God, are you seriously mad about the will? Grow up, man, it's just money." Oh, suddenly it was only about money. It didn't matter anymore now that he had the inheritance. The hypocrisy was astonishing. I shot back, "Then you won't mind using some of that money to pay for the mortgage, right?" Silence. A few minutes later, my mother texted me again, this time in full guilt trip mode. Mom messaged, "Jake, we're your parents. Family takes care of each other. We did so much for you growing up, and now you're just abandoning us?" I had to take a deep breath to keep from tossing my phone across the room. Abandoning them? I'd spent years ensuring that they never had to struggle, while they coddled and rewarded Eric's lazy behavior. And now that they'd had to face the repercussions of their own actions, I was the bad guy? I was not falling for it, not this time. I replied, "You made it clear I wasn't part of the family when you left me out of the will. Now Eric can take care of you." I can imagine my mother gasping loudly. She had a knack for playing the victim, even when she was in the wrong. A few minutes later, my father sent another text, and this one made me furious. Dad messaged, "We're not asking for much, just enough to cover the mortgage for a few more months until we figure things out. Don't be selfish." Selfish? The word caused my blood to boil. I'd been bailing them out for years, devoting my own money, time, and energy to make their lives easier. I had done all a good son should do. So, How did they repay me? I made sure I received nothing in exchange. And now that I've finally stood up for myself, I'm the one being selfish. I tightened my jaw, took a big breath, and texted back. Number, I'm done. Then I shut off the phone. They'd made their choice. They were now going to have to live with it. The stillness lasted one day. I knew my parents would not give up so quickly, but I wasn't prepared for what happened next. The next morning, I received a notification on my phone, a bank transfer request. I grimaced as I unlocked my phone to check. It was from my mother. She had genuinely asked me for money. As if I were an ATM. What is the amount? $3,500? I looked at it in surprise, partially chuckling at the arrogance. There's no message. There's no explanation. Just a cold, blatant demand for the precise amount required to cover their outstanding mortgage. They didn't even ask anymore. They just assumed I would give in. I declined without hesitation. Not even 5 minutes later, my phone rang. It was Mom. I let it ring. Then followed another text. Mom messaged, Jake, I know you saw the request. Why did you decline it? I took my time before responding. Because it's not my responsibility. Try Eric. Another call. Declined. Then another text. Mom messaged, we're going to lose the house if you don't help us. Oh, this was an emergency. After years of exploiting me as a walking wallet, they were finally facing the repercussions. I wrote back. Maybe you should have thought about that before deciding I didn't matter. A few seconds later, Dad joined in. He said, you're really going to let your parents become homeless? That one had me laughing out loud. The manipulation was so obvious it was almost comical. They weren't broke. They were not going to be put on the streets. They simply didn't want to go into their personal savings because they were accustomed to me covering everything. I disregarded them for the remainder of the day. That night, I received an SMS from Eric. Eric messaged, dude, just send them the money already. You're making this a bigger deal than it is. I clenched my jaw. Did this entitled little jerk really think he could lecture me? I wrote back. You mean the same money you're inheriting? Why don't you send it? His response came quickly. Eric messaged, you know I don't have that kind of cash right now, right? So now it's about affordability? He was fine with me draining my accounts, but whenever it was his turn, he had nothing to offer. I responded, guess you better figure it out then, bro. You're the one they chose. No response. I went to bed feeling strangely relieved, as if I had finally broken free from years of manipulation. However, the situation worsened the following day. I was at work when I received a call from my apartment's front desk. Receptionist. Hey, Jake, your parents are here. I almost dropped my phone. What? She paused before adding, they're saying it's an emergency, and that you won't answer their calls. Oh my God. They showed up at my flat solely because I stopped paying their bills. I took a deep breath and pinched the bridge of my nose. Please don't let them up. I'm not expecting them. There was an awkward moment. They're being kind of pushy. I clenched my jaw. I don't care. They can leave. I hung up and instantly received a text from Mom. Mom messaged, we downstairs. Open the door. No question. There's no explanation, just another demand. I didn't respond. Another text message from Mom. Jake, we're not leaving until you talk to us. I breathed sharply and stood up from my desk. They were not about to back down. Fine. I was about to teach them a lesson they would never forget. I snatched my keys and stormed downstairs, my blood seething. I was not scared. I was infuriated. The sheer chutzpah of these guys to walk up uninvited at my house and demand money as if I were their personal ATM. Not even a phone call beforehand. Not even a half-hearted apologies. Just a straight-up ambush. They actually thought they could corner me into submission, like if I were a naive child? I yanked the door open, and there they were. Mom, Dad, and, of course, Eric, all standing in a close formation, as if they were preparing to hold a family intervention. Mom had her arms crossed, her typical disappointed mother expression locked and loaded. Dad stood rigid, hands in his pockets, his face a mix of frustration and entitlement, as if he couldn't believe I was forcing him to do this in person. And Eric, the tiny leech, had the guts to appear bored. Like the entire scenario was only mildly inconvenient for him. As if he was not the cause of any of this. When Mom saw me, she went into full theatrical. Mom. Jake. Finally. We need to talk. I leaned against the door frame, arms crossed. Number, you need to leave. She blinked, as if she was unable to absorb what I had just said. Excuse me? You heard me? My voice was calm, controlled, and firm. You don't get to just show up at my apartment demanding money. That's insane. Dad gave a quick scoff. Are you seriously going to let us lose the house over a petty grudge? I gave out a frigid laugh. A petty grudge? Oh, you mean the one where you judged I was good enough to pay your bills but not worthy of inclusion in your will? Is that a grudge? Mom gasped and clutched her chest, as if I had just hit her. Jake, that is not fair. We merely did what we believed was best for our family. I tilted my head. Best for the family? You mean the best for Eric? Simply say it. Silence. A prolonged, heavy silence. Eric, who had been unusually silent until now, finally spoke up. Look, man, I don't want to get involved in this. I did not ask for anything. I turned to him, finally letting go. No, you simply sit back and accept all that is given to you. You are 28 years old, Eric. Get a damn job. His face grew crimson. What the hell, dude? I stepped closer. You've heard me. Do you want to inherit the house? Begin acting like a homeowner. Do you want to be the golden child? Begin paying their damn bills. I'm done being your personal banker. Eric averted his gaze, his attention drawn to the sidewalk. Mom took a deep breath and refocused her guilt trip. Jake, he's your brother. I nodded. Yep. And I've been there for him longer than you have. Dad's face clouded. You're being selfish? I laughed, a genuine laugh. Oh, that's rich coming from you. I gestured between them. You two agreed that Eric deserved everything, while I deserved nothing. And now when it's time to pay the price for your decision, you're attempting to coerce me into repairing it for you. Not happening. Mom's voice became sharper. We thought you'd be mature about this. I raised an eyebrow. Mature? You mean I should simply accept that I was betrayed and continue to pay your bills? Because, let's be honest, that's what you wanted. Dad stepped nearer, attempting to loom over me as he had when I was a child. We reared you, Jake. We provided you with food, clothing, and everything else you needed. The least you can do is help us right now. I looked him dead in the eyes. I already have. For years. You repaid me by cutting me out. Mom's lips twitched. We thought you'd understand. I exhaled and shook my head. Oh, I understand completely. I understand that I was never your family, but rather a paycheck. Silence. An oppressive and unmistakable silence. I turned to see Eric, who was still trying to be invisible. And you? What is your excuse? You had years to mature, organize your life, and contribute, but you didn't. You knew they'd take care of you. And when they're gone, you just expect me to step in, right? Eric eventually snapped. What would you like me to say, man? I did not ask for this. I nodded slowly. Right, you did not ask. You just benefited. His mouth opened and then closed. Nothing. He had nothing. Mom tried one final guilt trip. Jake, we are family. Family takes care of one another. I stared at her for a long time before responding. Exactly. So, why didn't you care for me? She froze. There are no words, no comebacks, nothing. I exhaled slowly, feeling lighter than I had in years. We're done here. I turned and walked back inside, shutting the door behind me. My phone buzzed before I even got back to my couch. Dad sent a new text. Wow. After everything we've done for you, are you really going to leave us? I smirked and typed back. Number, you abandoned me. I'm just now accepting it. I pressed send. Then I blocked their numbers. But I had no idea that blocking them would simply make matters worse. Things quickly spiraled out of control. Less than a day after blocking them, I began receiving posts on Facebook. My parents were never very tech-savvy, but they knew how to voice their problems online, especially when they felt self-righteous. At first, I assumed it was just my parents being dramatic. After all, that was their go-to move, blowing out family turmoil for everyone to see. But as I browsed through their feeds, I noticed it wasn't just about me no longer helping with bills. The posts were camouflaged as family affection, but they were carefully veiled attacks on me. Mom had posted something about how she didn't raise her son to be so selfish, and how true family helps each other no matter what. A number of her friends responded that I was a disappointment and so out of touch with what really matters. Then, Dad responded with his own post. So-called family members should never abandon you when you need them the most. We gave our children everything, and this is how they repay us? My son, who should be aiding us in our golden years, has decided to desert us. He tagged me and added the passive-aggressive "I hope you're happy" at the end. The real kicker, however, came from Eric. I should have known he'd join in on the drama. He published a post full of falsehoods. Some individuals believe that family is all about money. They do not realize that family is about love and sacrifice. I would do anything for my parents, but some individuals don't understand that. They're too caught up in themselves to know that true love is aiding those who reared you. He even made a disguised shot at me. I wish some people could understand what it truly means to be family. I love my parents and appreciate everything they've done for me. That was it. That was my breaking point. I sat there staring at the television, stunned. How had things come to this point? They flipped the script and made me the villain, the self-centered son who refused to support his sacrificial parents, the son who didn't appreciate all the love they gave me over the years. How could they? I had always been the one who worked hard, contributed, and never complained, and now, somehow, they had convinced themselves they were right, and they were telling everyone that I was the issue. I didn't want to react immediately. I took a step back, collected my thoughts, and waited a few hours to ensure that I wasn't acting out of rage. But when I thought about it, I decided I couldn't let them get away with it. If they were going to drag my name through the mud, I was going to correct the record. So I grabbed out my phone and began typing. I created my own Facebook account, which I kept for close friends and true family, and wrote a lengthy update. I was not interested in playing their game. I did not want to get mired down in petty back and forths. I wanted to tell the truth. This is what I wrote. I know I've been silent for the past several days, but I can't keep it up any longer. My relatives have been spreading false information about me online. They've painted me as the villain, the selfish person who refuses to assist my parents in their time of need. I'm here to set the record straight. I've always assisted my family. I've been helping with bills, paying for groceries, and supporting them in any way I can since I was able to find work. However, there comes a moment when you can no longer give without being respected. Over the years, I've seen my parents favor Eric by giving him everything, the house, the money, and the attention. Meanwhile, I was expected to continue providing without ever being treated as equal. I'm sure some of you are thinking, well, that's just how family works. But here's the truth. Family should be reciprocal. When I learned that my parents had left everything to Eric in their will, I recognized how one-sided our relationship had been. They did not give me a second thought. They've made it apparent that I'm only the one they can rely on when things go tough, not the one they truly want around unless it's convenient for them. For years I've been responsible for paying for their lifestyle. I've paid for vacations, bills, and even assisted with things like house taxes. And for what? To be viewed as a backup plan? I am done. I am not merely a wallet from which they may withdraw money whenever they need it. I am a human being and deserve to be respected. I've earned the right to be treated like I'm important, not just when they need something from me. As for Eric, it is time for him to grow up. He's 28 years old and has never worked in his life. He has never taken responsibility for anything. My parents have been enabling him for so long that it's no surprise he's their favorite. But here's the thing, he's had plenty of time to sort his life out. And now, it is time for him to stand on his own 2 feet. Everyone who has been following this drama and supporting my parents has to understand something. Every tale has 2 sides. Indeed, family is vital. However, it's also about mutual respect. I've contributed enough for a lifetime, and I won't apologize for taking a step back. This is not me turning away from my family. This is my last decision to choose myself. And to my parents, I wish you the best, but I'm done being your doormat. When I hit the post, I felt a sense of relaxation. For the first time in my life, I was telling the world the truth. About my family, how they had used me for years, and how they had always expected me to be the one to save them, without ever considering what I needed. I wasn't going to let their story dominate my life anymore. The reactions were swift. Some people I hadn't spoken with in years came forward to show their support. A number of my cousins, acquaintances of my parents, and even some distant relatives liked the article and sent me private messages apologizing for what I had gone through. It felt liberating to finally have the truth out there, not buried beneath guilt trips and deceptive conduct. Then followed the backlash. My parents and Eric went crazy. Eric texted me, "You're a traitor? You really had to air all our business out like this? You have no respect for family." Dad called me and yelled into the phone, "You've ruined everything, Jake. You'll regret this. You'll regret cutting us off. You'll regret turning your back on your own family." But I did not regret it. Not for 1 second. I blocked them all. I was finished. And, for the first time in my life, I was free. Free of the toxic grasp they held on me for so long. As the days passed, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. I had had enough of being treated as less than. I was tired of always having to solve everyone else's problems. And now, I was finally free to live my life on my own terms. So no, I don't feel horrible about cutting them off. I deserved better. I still do. And from now on, I've decided to surround myself with people who value me for who I am, not for what I can offer them. It's time for me to go forward, for good. And I will. My husband demanded a DNA test moments after I gave birth, but he underestimated what I'd do to protect my daughter and our legacy. The words that just came out of my husband's mouth are far worse than the pain that rips through me like a sharp blade. Adam comes forward, his pricey suit immaculately ironed despite the 12 hours we've spent in this delivery room, while I'm still gasping for air, trembling and drenched in sweat. He says, "I want a DNA test," in a flat, impersonal voice that sounds like he's ordering coffee rather than asking about our baby daughter's paternity. With her hand still holding our baby, my baby, the nurse freezes. The beeping monitors suddenly become too loud and obtrusive, and the room appears to shrink. Dr. Collins's wrinkled face wrinkles in worry as he looks up from his charts. My voice sounds odd and aloof, as if it were someone else's. "Adam, what are you talking about?" I ask. He refuses to look at me. Rather, he looks at our 7-pound daughter. 4 ounces of excellence, with calculating coldness. "You heard me, McKenna. I want proof she's mine." Like poison gas, the accusation lingers in the air. This is the result of 12 years of marriage. To make him feel even a small portion of the agony pulsing through my chest, I want to shout and throw something. Rather, I chuckle. It's an unpleasant sound, bitter and nasty. "Get out." The words make my tongue taste like metal. "Get out before I call security." Dr. Collins begins, "Mrs. Harrison." But Adam interrupts. He takes out his phone and runs his fingers across the screen, saying, "I have every right to be here and every right to request this test. My lawyer says." "Your lawyer? You've been talking to your lawyer while I was in labor?" I blurt out. The only indication that he is still capable of feeling guilt is a faint flush that appears on his neck. I've been preparing for this moment for weeks. The word keeps repeating in my mind. Weeks. My husband was organizing this ambush as I was folding little onesies and choosing nursery colors. I feel as though I've been physically struck by the understanding. Bless the nurse, she puts herself in our way. "Sir, perhaps we should continue this discussion outside." "No." I ignore my aching body's protest and push myself to sit up taller. Let him stay. Let him watch the test. Let him see exactly how wrong he is. Something flickers in Adam's eyes, but his expression remains unchanged. Disappointment? Solace? I can no longer tell. I used to be familiar with all telltale signs and micro-expressions. At what point did my husband lose his identity? "I'll set it up right away," Dr. Collins states in a deliberately casual tone. Though I must say, in my 30 years of practice. "Just do it," instructs Adam. I used to find his nervous habit of straightening his tie charming. The sooner we know the truth, the better. The reality. As though he still knows what that word implies. My girl, our daughter, is sleeping soundly in the bassinet, oblivious to the storm that is building all around her. Her dark hair, like mine, is already beginning to curl, and her little fingers are balled into fists. Even though my hands are shaking, I answer, "Fine," in a calm voice. "Do the test. But when it proves what I already know, don't expect forgiveness." His phone buzzes. Adam. He looks at it and his mask briefly comes off. Fear? Feeling guilty? He's on his way to the door before I can comprehend it. He says, "I'll be back tomorrow," without turning around. "My lawyer will contact you about the arrangements." I can breathe again as the door snaps shut behind him. Dr. Collins touches my shoulder tenderly. "McKenna, I'm so sorry." "Don't." I grab my phone, fingers already locating Sam's number. "I'll let my cousin know what to do. He always does. Just get me the paperwork for the test, and Dr. Collins, make sure it's witnessed every step," I respond. His eyes light up with comprehension as he nods. "Of course." I gaze at my daughter once more, committing to memory every exquisite feature of her face. Adam has no idea what he's started, regardless of the game he's playing or the falsehoods he's telling himself. After 3 days in the hospital, Sam feels as though his flat is a haven. As Tara bustles around the kitchen brewing tea, I curl up with Emma on his worn leather couch. My worries are calmed by the familiar smell of coffee grounds and old books, but my hands continue to shake. Saying, "He's changed all the locks," I observe Sam pacing. "Changed the security codes too. 12 years of marriage, and he locks me out like I'm some kind of criminal. With his journalist's notebook already stuffed with scrawled notes, Sam stops pacing. When exactly did things start changing with Adam? Think back carefully. The inquiry is a kind of gut strike. I close my eyes and attempt to remember when my marriage started to go apart. Maybe 4 months ago. He started working late, missing doctor's appointments. Said it was a big merger, the Preston Tech deal. Tara's expression is disturbed as she puts down a mug of chamomile tea. That closed months ago. I give it a quick glance. How do you know that? Tara looks at Sam and says, because my sister works in their PR department. The deal fell through in March. March, when Adam began bringing pricey new suits home. When the enigmatic business travel started. When he completely stopped caressing me. Sam taps his pen against the notebook and says, this is what doesn't add up. Why wait until the baby was born to demand a DNA test? Why not do it during pregnancy? Because he needed a scene, states Tara in a low voice. He needed witnesses. It dawns on me like a blast of cold water. He's building a case against me. Emma stirs in my arms, and I instinctively move her blanket. Her little face reminds me of how calm and trustworthy I used to be. Reluctantly, Sam says, there's something else. I made some calls. Adam's been meeting with divorce attorneys since January. January, I mumble. Looking down at Emma, I caught myself saying, when I first told him I was pregnant. When he smiled and hugged me and said everything was perfect. That son of a... Why go through with the pregnancy if he was planning this all along? Because of the Harrison family trust, Tara responds accordingly. Your father-in-law's will had specific conditions about heirs, didn't it? Things begin to come together. Even when I say, the trust only pays out if there are legitimate children, my voice sounds empty. He needed proof the baby wasn't his to invalidate the claim. Sam's phone is buzzing. His face darkens as he looks at it. Adam just posted on LinkedIn. He's accepted a new position at Grant Technologies. Grant. The name makes me think of something. Wait, isn't that the company that tried to buy out Harrison Industries last year? Sam concludes. The same one your father-in-law refused to sell to before he died. We all jump when someone knocks on the door. Glancing through the peephole, Tara takes a rapid step back. It's Adam. Don't open it, I say, holding Emma tighter. Adam's words, McKenna, echo through the door. I know you're in there. The DNA test is scheduled for tomorrow morning. My lawyer insists you be present. I take Sam's arm as he approaches the door. Wait. Let him talk. Adam goes on. You're making this harder than it needs to be. His voice becoming almost soft. Just come home. We can work this out. I slowly get to my feet so as not to wake Emma. Work what out, Adam? The lies? The secret meetings? Or how about the trust fund you're trying to steal? Quiet. Then, I don't know what you think you know. I know enough. I no longer tremble when I say this. I know about Grant Technologies. I know about the divorce lawyers. And soon, I'll know everything else too. One more pause, the veneer of tenderness vanishes when he talks again. You have no idea what you're dealing with. Neither do you. Something hardens inside me as I gaze down at our girl, my daughter. Game on, Adam. He backtracks along the corridor. What's the plan? Asks Sam after locking the door and turning to face me. I take my phone out and go through my old contacts until I locate the one I need. First, we find out everything we can about Grant Technologies. And then, I answer the phone. We call in some favors. Before a recognizable voice responds, the phone rings again. Dr. Collins, I need your help with something. With a somber expression, Dr. Collins slips the phone across his desk. These messages were automatically backed up to the cloud account you shared. I thought you should see them. When I take up the smartphone, my hands shake. 2 days before my labor, the timestamp indicates 3:47 a.m. The message says, everything's arranged. Once the test results come back, she won't have any claim to the trust. Make sure you stick to the plan. Adam has responded. She suspects nothing, just keep your father focused on the merger. Evelyn Grant, says Dr. Collins softly, is Marcus Grant's daughter. I find the name to be bitter. Last year, he attempted to compel my father-in-law to sell his business. With his journalistic instincts taking over, Sam leans forward. The same Marcus Grant who mysteriously acquired 3 board seats after your father-in-law's death. I continue to scan through texts, each one getting worse. Plans. Gatherings. Personal information that makes my stomach turn. They've been seeing each other since January, I murmur. The same month I told him about the baby. Sam asserts, The timing is not coincidental. Grant Technologies announced their hostile takeover bid last week. With Adam's help, they'll have controlling interest in Harrison Industries, unless there's a legitimate heir. The parts fit together perfectly. That's why he needs the DNA test. To show Emma isn't his. It's not about the baby at all. It's about the company. We are interrupted by a knock. Tara enters with a pallid face. Adam's here, with lawyers. Even though my heart is racing, I make myself remain composed. Let them in. Adam walks in with 2 suits that probably cost more than my yearly income, as if he owns the place. He's wearing a tie I've never seen before, and he seems different. Colder, sharper. Dr. Collins begins. This is a private medical facility, but Adam interrupts. The elder attorney says, my client has every right to supervise the paternity test that we're conducting. We have concerns about potential tampering. I chuckle. I'm unable to stop it. Tampering? That's rich, coming from you. Adam clenches his jaw. Careful, McKenna, you're already facing potential fraud charges if... I raise the phone and ask, if what? If these messages somehow become public? The ones showing you and Evelyn planning to steal your father's company? He becomes motionless. I catch a glimpse of genuine terror in his eyes. You had access to my private... I go up and exclaim, your private messages on our shared cloud account, my rage giving me courage. The one you forgot to disconnect when you were so busy planning your little corporate takeover. Adam's visage darkens as the younger attorney murmurs something in his ear. He responds, this changes nothing, but his tone falters. The test will proceed exactly as planned. In a strong tone, Dr. Collins interrupts. Under my supervision, with witnesses present. Unless you'd prefer to explain to the board why you're colluding with Grant Technologies while serving as Harrison Industries CFO. Sam moves forward while Adam's hand fumbles with his phone. I wouldn't, answers Sam with ease. My article about corporate espionage at Grant Technologies goes live in an hour. Fascinating stuff about insider trading and family betrayal. Adam responds, you're bluffing, yet his forehead is dripping with perspiration. I approach while speaking quietly. You want a war, Adam? Fine. But remember, you taught me everything about corporate finance during those late-night strategy sessions. Everything. I stop and show him his most recent communication to Evelyn, which was about love and eternity. Always keep receipts. The elder lawyer clears his throat as they look at one another. Perhaps we should discuss terms. No terms, I respond, observing Adam's flawless exterior crumble. No deals. You wanted to play dirty? Let's play. But remember, you're not just fighting for money anymore. You're fighting for survival. Adam's shoulders are stiff with rage as they depart. Sam lets out a faint whistle. That was something. I sit back down and mutter. Just the beginning, as my legs feel like they might give out. Dr. Collins, how long until the test results? 24 hours, he responds, closely examining me. Are you sure about this? Once we start, I interrupt, I'm sure, in a firm voice. I look at the picture of him and my father-in-law during his medical school graduation that is on his desk. He trusted the wrong people. I won't make the same mistake. Sam gives me a shoulder squeeze. What's next? I take out my phone and navigate to a number I never would have imagined using. Next, we talk to Evelyn Grant. It's time she learned what kind of man she's really dealing with. With its sky-high steel and glass, the Grant Technologies lobby shines with riches and power. Feeling small, I shift Emma's carrier on my arm till I see my reflection in the gleaming marble. Adam got me this suit for board meetings, and it's one of his favorite suits. The armor is what counts, even though it fits differently now. The receptionist says, Miss Grant is in a meeting, without even looking up. I say, tell her McKenna Harrison is here, in a firm voice. With her fiancé's baby. Keys no longer click. Her eyes enlarge when she notices Emma's dark locks, which resemble Adam's a lot. Evelyn Grant and I are seated opposite one another in her corner office 5 minutes later. She's younger than I anticipated, and she's immaculately groomed in a way that befits careful breeding and old money. Her 3-carat princess-cut engagement ring, which is identical to the one in Adam's browsing history, catches the light. She claims, I don't understand, but her hands deceive her by twisting a pen till her knuckles turn white. Adam never mentioned a wife, a baby. Emma fusses, but I handle it with practiced ease. Funny how those details slip his mind when he's planning corporate takeovers. The color fades from her face. You can't prove. With screenshots visible, I move my phone across her desk. Actually, I can. The question is, what will your father say when he learns his perfect future son-in-law is still married? That he's using your relationship to manipulate Harrison Industries stock? Evelyn murmurs. You're lying, but she's already using her immaculately manicured finger to browse through the texts. Her expression hardens with each message. The DNA test is tomorrow, I add, observing her expression. Adam's quite confident about the results, almost like he knows something I don't. She glances up abruptly, terror and recognition flickering in her eyes. My phone is buzzing. My blood runs cold after reading Sam's text. Lab break-in last night. Security video was deleted. He wouldn't, Evelyn murmurs, more to herself than to me. Your father's company stands to gain millions if Harrison Industries falls, I say while leaning forward. And Adam stands to gain everything, unless there's a legitimate heir. She snaps the pen in her hands. Her immaculate desk calendar is marred by ink, which stains both merger dates and wedding venue appointments. Get out, she says tremblingly, before I call security. I slowly stand up, drawing Emma next to me. You know what's funny? I ask in a cool yet incisive tone. He bought me that exact same ring 5 years ago. Promised me the same forever. Even used the same pet names. She shouts, I said get out. I quietly remark, check his phone, and stop at the door. The one he keeps in his gym locker. The one with the real messages. She becomes motionless. How did you, when I say, because I was you once, I make my way to the door and then stop again, saying, young, in love, certain he was different. Oh, and Evelyn, when you confront him, watch his left eyebrow. It twitches when he lies. On her broken face, the elevator doors close. I write to Sam, my hands shaking, it's done. Begin the second phase. He responds right away. Tara's lab contact verified attempts at tampering. The test is being moved to a secure location by Dr. Collins. Another message from an unidentified phone appears. When I open it, my heart stops. Clever girl, writes Adam. You can't remember who taught you how to play chess though. Check your email from Harrison Industries. If you don't leave the board within 1 hour, the creative accounting adjustments you assisted me with last year will be made public. It's your turn. I gaze at the screen, reliving the memories of late hours spent poring over spreadsheets, following Adam's instructions, and signing documents he insisted were standard. The realization of how long he has been planning this makes my stomach turn. Emma's little hand catches my finger as she stirs. I see my own resolve, my father-in-law's strength, and something else in her face that Adam never realized was part of the Harrison family's history. I call Dr. Collins. How quickly can you access the original audit files from last year? In response, already done. And McKenna, I found something interesting in your father-in-law's private records, something about a contingency plan. I smile for the first time in days. Tell me everything. With its clean whiteness and security cameras monitoring our every step, the safe lab feels like a fortress. Adam's attorneys hover close by while Dr. Collins stands at the testing station, his countenance unreadable. Emma ignores the stress that permeates the room as she rests in her carrier. When Dr. Collins says, the results will be available in 30 minutes, all parties will remain present. The door flings itself open. With mascara smearing her cheeks and her flawless poise ruined, Evelyn bursts in. I yell, you bastard! Adam takes a step back, his self-assured facade falling off. Evelyn, this isn't, she spits out, the gym locker, and throws her phone to him. It strikes the wall with a crash. 3 other women, and you're still married. The attorneys look at each other in horror. Sam stops him as he goes for his briefcase. Until we hear those results, Sam replies softly. Nobody leaves? Adam's uncomfortable gesture of straightening his tie is something I had nearly forgotten. This is ridiculous. Whatever McKenna told you? Evelyn interrupts him, her voice cracking. She didn't have to tell me anything. Your friend Marcus was quite helpful once I showed him the real numbers behind the Grant Technology merger. Adam's face loses color. You didn't? She smiles sharply and bitterly. Daddy's on his way with the SEC. A message from Tara says, security footage recovered, and my phone vibrates. A suspect in a lab break-in was identified. I give Dr. Collins the phone. After examining the picture, he turns to face Adam's younger attorney. The man begins to perspire. Interesting, says Dr. Collins in a cool but acerbic tone. Very interesting indeed. Adam looks from one of us to the other, calculating. I know the expression he gets when he's going to give up a piece to keep the game going. Adam says abruptly, the accounting irregularities, in a loud voice. McKenna signed off on all of them. She's just as culpable. With the exception of the backup plan, I break off, maintaining eye contact. The one my father-in-law left with Dr. Collins before he died. Adam becomes motionless. What? He knew Adam. About the embezzlement, about Grant Technologies. He documented everything, I add, now speaking steadily. Including your attempts to access Emma's trust fund before she was even born. Clearing his throat, the senior attorney does so. Mr. Harrison, perhaps we should... Shut up. Adam's calmness totally breaks. His fists are clenched as he rounds on me. You're bluffing? Richard trusted me, Dr. Collins adds in a low, uncompromising voice. Not just as his doctor but as executor of his estate, including the real will. The device emits a beep. Test findings are available. Sam stops Adam before he can get the printout. It's over, declares Sam. The SEC has everything, fake DNA test orders, embezzlement records, even your deals with Marcus. The hall reverberates with the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps. Adam steps back from the entrance. McKenna, he adds as his voice mellows into that accustomed cunning tone. We can still fix this, for Emma's sake? I say. Don't you dare. With words that burn like acid. Don't you dare use our daughter as a bargaining chip. The door opens. First to arrive are two SEC agents and Marcus Grant. Tara holds out her phone behind them, documenting everything. One agent says, Adam Harrison, you are being investigated for securities fraud. The events that follow are shown in slow motion. Adam rushes to the emergency room. The younger attorney tries to stop him. Sam shouts something about treachery. Emma is unaware of the mayhem and sleeps soundly in her carrier while it all. Dr. Collins holds out the test findings while touching my arm. Do you want to know? I look at the paper and go back to all the times I questioned whether Adam was telling the truth or if I had failed as a mother or a wife. I eventually respond, no, as I see my spouse get handcuffed by SEC officers. The results don't matter anymore. She's my daughter. That's all I need to know. Marcus Grant walks up, his expression solemn. Mrs. Harrison, we'll need your testimony tomorrow. I pull Emma in close. Right now, I'm taking my daughter home. I hear Adam yelling my name as we head out, desperate now, realizing what he's lost. I don't turn around. Not every game is worth winning. Some successes come from letting go rather than seeking retribution. Lawyers, testimony, and struggles for control of Harrison Industries are all part of tomorrow. But I've got all I need in my arms tonight. The boardroom at Harrison Industries is cooler than I recall. After the SEC probe was made public, half of the board left, so perhaps that's why there are empty seats. Perhaps it's the way Sam avoids eye contact with me or the way Dr. Collins is constantly looking at his watch. Marcus Grant spreads paperwork across the gleaming table and declares, the evidence is conclusive. The results of the DNA test were changed before they were sent to the lab. Adam's new attorney cuts in with a suave voice, however. Mrs. Harrison was complicit in the financial irregularities, according to my client. Even I sound hollow when I explain, the signature on these documents was forged. I never... Can you demonstrate it? More documents are slid forward by the attorney. The evidence from these trading records indicates otherwise. During the relevant period, there were significant transfers to your personal account. As I recognize the account numbers, my hands shake. It's our joint account, the one Adam ordered I cease keeping an eye on since he had it handled. This is absurd. Sam stands up suddenly. McKenna allegedly approved these transactions while she was on maternity leave. The lawyer has a shark-like smile. Timestamps indicate otherwise. The doctor clears his throat. Marcus Grant continues. The contingency plan has been compromised, his words tumbling like stones. Last night, someone gained access to Richard Harrison's personal documents. Everything is gone. The space whirls. I feel the earth move beneath me as I hold onto the edge of the table. That's not possible. The security procedures were bypassed, the attorney states in a tone that borders on empathetic. Using your login information and some really intriguing emails regarding offshore accounts. My phone is buzzing. I'm shivering after reading Tara's message. Emergency updates. Company stock is plunging. Reports regarding fraud at Harrison Industries' various levels are currently in the news. The DNA test fiasco is causing a lot of conjecture on social media. I can explain, but Adam's attorney raises his hand. He straightens his papers and stands up saying, save it for the SEC hearing. In the meantime, considering the situation, the board has called for an emergency vote of no confidence. You can't. The words grate on my throat. My father-in-law dedicated his life to this business. He had faith in me? Believed you? Adam's voice interrupts, causing me to wince. Despite the ankle monitor indicating his house imprisonment, he stood spotless in the doorway. As if I trusted you not to speak to Evelyn behind my back. You dare not? With ease, he adds. The board needs stability. Someone who can weather this storm with clean hands. Thankfully, I have a deal with the SEC that calls for complete cooperation in return for a lighter sentence. The pieces fit together perfectly. The fake signatures, the corrupted data, and the meticulously crafted paper trail that leads directly to me. You're going to blame me for everything. The realization is bitter. The cover-up, the fraud, all of it. I told Evelyn that. He twitches his left eyebrow. McKenna, you did this to yourself. If you had simply cooperated. Did you play along? I get up so fast that my chair falls over. While you embezzled the inheritance of my daughter? Richard built everything, but you ruined it all? His grin turns ruthless. Regarding that, the initial results of the DNA test were really intriguing. There is silence in the room. Security personnel intervene as Sam approaches Adam. I mutter, "You're lying." But suspicion seeps in like poison. All those late hours at work, the enigmatic business trips, the way he avoided talking about nursery colors or baby names. Am I? He asks as he takes out his phone and displays a test result that I have never seen before. Do you want to know how these genetic markers work? Dr. Collins begins to say something, but Adam's attorney interrupts him. In light of the situation, my client is ready to request complete custody. When evaluating a person's suitability for parenthood, the court typically disapproves of fraud and embezzlement. The world becomes extremely small. I saw Emma's face, her dark locks, her little fingers. Her early giggles and nighttime sobs are audible to me. The only thing that has felt genuine since this nightmare started is the weight of her in my arms. Adam whispers, "In an hour, the board will vote. Sign over your shares, resign immediately, and perhaps we can set up supervised visitation." I sway and Sam takes my arm. Don't, McKenna. My vision is blurry, though, and I'm already reaching for the resignation letter. Sometimes giving up isn't the same as surrender. Sometimes the goal is to purchase time so that you can fight in a different way. At midnight, the atmosphere in Dr. Collins' office is different. His father's medical degrees are shadowed, and our footsteps are obscured by the constant buzz of backup generators. While Tara does her magic on the computer, Sam stands guard at the door. I found it, she murmurs. The initial backup of the server. During the purge, Adam's crew didn't notice it. When I put in the flash drive Richard Harrison gave me years ago, his insurance policy, which I never imagined I'd need, my hands trembled. How much time? With her fingers gliding over the keyboard, Tara responds, 10 minutes to decrypt. If the passwords that your father-in-law used are still valid. The door slams open. Adam is standing there with 2 security officers on either side of him, his ankle monitor glaring accusingly in the dark. He replies, I knew you'd try something desperate, as he enters and adjusts his handcuffs. However, breaking and entering? That will appear awful during the custody hearing. Sam shifts between us. How did you discover? Adam's eyes do not meet his smile. Dr. Collins isn't as devoted as you believed. Everybody has a cost. Like the cost of Evelyn, the words have a harsh taste? Or did she only serve as a stepping stone? For a moment he loses his cool. You're not aware of the stakes. Behind me, Tara whispers. 7 minutes. Adam narrows his gaze. It won't matter what you're attempting to recover. Tomorrow morning, the board will cast its vote. Your resignation has already been handled. As I watch the progress meter creep, I remark, resignations are a funny thing. If they were signed under duress or if the person requesting them is engaging in fraud, they are not valid. He chuckles, but there's a hint of doubt. There is nothing you can prove. 15 minutes, Tara replies. Adam gives the guards a signal. Stop it, right now? I move forward and play my final card, saying, wait. The actual DNA is the outcome. Let me see them. We have experienced this. Either show me, or I send the SEC everything we discover, including every email, transaction, and encounter with Marcus Grant. He twitches his left eyebrow. You're playing a bluff. 3 minutes, declares Tara. The security personnel approach the PC. Sam stiffens, prepared to step in. Adam's words, she's yours, stop everyone cold. The actual DNA test demonstrates that she is yours. I needed leverage, so I changed the outcomes. I just sense clarity, even though the admission should be painful. In any case, you never desired her, did you? She was merely another resource to manage. For 2 minutes, Tara replies. At last, Adam's facade breaks. Do you believe this has to do with a baby? Power is at issue here. Command. All of the promises Richard made to me when he appointed me CFO, I whisper. He promised you a legacy, not a kingdom to steal. A minute. Adam makes a foray towards the computer. Tara shields the screen and Sam stops him. Something, a phone I've never seen before, drops out of Adam's pocket amid the confusion. I pick it up and immediately see the texts. Plans to dismantle Harrison Industries for parts, discussions with Marcus Grant, and something else. Dr. Collins' correspondence. Tara declares gleefully, "It's done. Everything has been decoded." Adam becomes motionless. "You should avoid opening that file." However, I already am. The room is filled with the voice of Richard Harrison, who made a video confession just days before he passed away. He gives names, explains plans, then offers a last surprise. "Now that I finally understand," I tell Adam, "the company was never yours to steal." Before he passed away, Richard made a revision to his will. He gave Emma the reins of power. Adam says, trembling, "Impossible. She was not born at all." I show him the will's date. Adam, he was aware. Almost everything, including the fraud, the affairs, and the agreements with Grant Technologies. You've been playing the exact game he anticipated the entire time. In the distance, police sirens blare. Adam's expression changes to one of rage. "You believe you've triumphed? The board, the proof, and your signed confession are still with me." "Check your phone," Sam murmurs. "The one you just dropped, the real one." Evelyn's father pulling all support, Marcus Grant cutting agreements to save himself, the SEC renewing their investigation, and Dr. Collins sent one last message. "I kept my promise, Richard." Adam's eyes widened as the messages poured in. "The heritage of your granddaughter is secure." Adam collapses, his empire of lies crumbling around him, as the police storm in. However, I'm already leaving while seeing Emma sleeping soundly at home. Some victories are about defending what's most important, not about winning. The turmoil from last night can still be heard in the Harrison Industries boardroom. The doorway is crossed by police tape, and the conference table where Adam's empire eventually fell apart is covered in evidence markers. Richard Harrison's personal files are in the leather portfolio that Dr. Collins hands me. He murmurs softly, "When the time was right, he wanted you to have these." I discover a note inside, buried beneath years' worth of financial documents and business plans. Richard's decisive handwriting is still visible despite the paper's age and the ink's fading. "My beloved McKenna, you'll know by now why I picked you to guard Emma's inheritance, not because you're Adam's wife, but because you saw what he couldn't. Stock prices and merger agreements don't measure legacy. It is ingrained in choices, in choosing to defend instead of destroy. Emma is fussy in her job. I reposition her blanket and notice my image in the shadowed windows. Somehow I appear different, stronger, perhaps, or simply more certain. Sam shows up at the door. The SEC wants to take another look at the video testimony. Evelyn Grant is also present. When Evelyn walks in, I anticipate fury, but all I see in her eyes is tiredness. According to her, the board approved the dissolution of the merger attempt. Daddy is resigning? She twists her now ringless fingers and rambles. The scandal. I tell her, I never wanted this. Most of it is true. Neither did I. Her expression softens as she turns to face Emma. He also promised me children, you know. A future in which I genuinely had faith. I respond, I know, since I did the same once. The doctor clears his throat. The new members of the board are ready. They will require guidance about the company's future. Richard's letter about choices and legacies comes to mind. Inform them that we are reorganizing, beginning with the charitable foundation. Funding for programs that assist single parents should be doubled. From where she sits at the computer, already working on the press release, Tara smiles. Our attention is drawn to a disturbance outside. I watch through the glass walls as federal officers carry Adam away, his flawless suit rumpled and his confidence mask finally shattered. He looks at me and begins to say something, but I look away. There are some discussions that are not worthwhile. Dr. Collins pulls out another envelope and says, there's something else. Regarding Emma's trust, your father-in-law left detailed instructions. It's a challenge, not simply money. Projects for community investment must equal every dollar. Finally comprehending, I chuckle. He ensured that the legacy would not be taken. It must be earned. Speaking of income, Sam adds, corporate corruption and the price of truth, an investigative piece that recently went live, although I believe karma in the boardroom, sounded more appealing. I decide, no more karma, as I watch Emma fall asleep. No more retaliation either. Just moving forward. Dr. Collins' eyebrow goes up. And Adam? After closing Richard's portfolio, I said, We face justice through proper channels. I've had enough of his games. Evelyn gets up to go, but stops at the door. She nods to Emma and says, "For what it's worth, I think Richard chose well, not just for the company, but for her." When she leaves, I stroll over to Richard's former workplace. His nameplate, which will shortly read Harrison Industries Trust Management, is still displayed on the door. His presence permeates every thoughtfully selected detail inside. One final message, dated the day of his death, is slipped inside his desk calendar. "Remember, knowing when to stop is more powerful than knowing when to fight." Fortunately, none of her father's calculations are used when Emma wakes up and demands attention. I pick her up and inhale that wonderful infant smell. "Are you prepared to return home?" From the doorway, Sam asks. As I grab our belongings, I correct him, "Not home. Going forward." Reporters wait outside with inquiries concerning scandal and atonement. Lawyers, reorganization plans, and countless decisions regarding Emma's future await us tomorrow. But now, in this silent triumph, I realize what Richard has known all along. Sometimes the best form of retaliation isn't demolishing what other people have created, but rather creating something better out of the ashes they left behind. I watched my husband marry my best friend while texting me working late, unraveling decades of lies to discover the truth. The text message shining in my car's darkness was St. 2 p.m. Mary's Church. "You have to see this. Unknown count." My hands shook as I held the steering wheel and watched visitors pass past my rain-streaked glass inside the ancient stone edifice. Right now, Eleanor, a cut-rate private investigator, is waiting in my car wondering if I have finally lost my mind. Ryan, my spouse, reported to me he had a business conference in Chicago. The calendar read something like that. His secretary verified that as well. The hotel reservation revealed just that. But here I am, parked across from a Boston church since some stranger chose to act as guardian angel, or demon. I haven't made any decisions yet. "This is crazy," I said to myself, but I'm already grabbing my sunglasses. As I get out of my car, heels clicking against damp ground, the church bells begin their sad call. Every stride seems like me moving toward my own execution. I slide in through the side door and settle behind a marble pillar. I smell lies and incense, and for a second I find myself back 7 years ago on my own wedding day. Same church, different dreams. My heart stops when the organ begins to play. He is because there he is. Ryan's. My Ryan here. Hands clasped in front of him, that familiar anxious tick in his jaw, standing at the altar in a tuxedo I have never seen before. Chicago is not where he resides. Here he is. The bride shows up at the door, and the ground moves underfoot. Extended dark hair, olive-based skin, that elegant walk I would know anywhere. Megan. My friend from 3rd grade, best buddy. The woman who guided me in selecting my own wedding gown. Dearly beloved. As I watch them exchange vows, the priest's words vanish into white noise. Promising to love each other till death, my spouse and best buddy part. As he assured me. Like we all vowed to each other when we were young, buddies always, no secrets, no lies. I recall not leaving the chapel. The drive home is not clear from memory, but I recall the deciding moment. Sitting in our ideal, magazine-worthy kitchen, which Ryan insisted on redoing last year, I watched the sunset through windows that unexpectedly seemed like prison bars. There is buzz on my phone. Ryan. Running late for a conference, don't hold back. I grab his preferred scotch, the one he saves for special events. As I swallow, the liquid burns my throat and I relish the suffering. Unlike all else in my life, it is real. Still another text from the unidentified number. Now you know. Regarding that, what are your plans? What am I going to do? I laugh. It sounds strange to me. Sharp, hazardous, like smashing glass. Opening my laptop, I begin to type. Dear Laura, with any luck, this email reaches you. I had been considering organizing that family reunion you have always wanted. Because betrayal is exactly that. It's about the complex dance of falsehoods that preceded it, not only about the deed itself. The deftly created alibis. The grins that have been taught. The little touches that were meaningless. And Ryan, my lovely, beautiful Ryan, has always danced rather well. But thus have I as well. I sip another scotch and grin. Let their honeymoon take place. Let them believe they are winners. Time is on my side. And I possess something higher than their adoration. I possess their faith. The sun sets totally, darkening me. For the first time today though, I can see everything clearly. Each page of the old photo album seems weighty on my lap, memories I no longer trust weighing me. Ryan, Megan, and I at 16 are spread out on my parents' yard. Ryan's arm circles both of us as we chuckle at some old joke. Like everything else about that summer, the corners of the picture show where Ryan from downstairs phones, "I ordered Chinese." His footfalls each make my skin crawl in our residence. 3 days after his second wedding, he has been home behaving as though nothing had changed. That he did not simply destroy all we had created. As he walks into our bedroom with 2 plates of food I won't eat, I close the album. "Remember when we used to get takeout with Megan every Friday?" The words fly from my mouth before I could stop them, sharp as broken glass. Ryan's grin falls short of directly reaching his eyes. "That was a lifetime ago." "Was it?" I get up and let the album thump to the floor with pleasant resonance. Because she looked exactly the same 3 days ago. Just for a moment, his chopstick stopped midway to his mouth. Blink would cause you to miss it. Still, I see it. I am catching everything right now. "Eleanor." He sets down his plate and approaches me with the same worried look he used on challenging clients. "Has your drinking been?" I chuckle. It sounds like the laughter of my mother following Dad's departure. "That is your move? Gaslight the wife into thinking she is crazy?" His hand reaches for mine as he replies, "I'm worried about you." I pull back. "When did it start?" Burns my throat. "Was it before our wedding? During? Tell me, Ryan. Was I the backup plan or the cover story?" "You're not making any sense," he replies, but his left hand quickly sits. His tell when he lies. I have spent 7 years mastering his rhythms and compiling his routines. Funny how precisely you perceive things when you're searching for the holes. "I was at St. Mary's on Tuesday." Words like smoke hang between us. "Nice tux, by the way. Better than the one you wore at our wedding." The mask slides, just for a moment, but it's plenty. His eyes turn cold and calculated. The Ryan I never let myself see is this one. "It is not what you think." "Don't." My voice is not trembling. I take great satisfaction in that. "Don't offend me with excuses. I watched you marry my best friend while I was supposed to be your loving wife at home. What exactly should I think?" Another clue as he rubs his hands through his hair. "It's complicated, you don't grasp some of it." "Like what? The joint bank accounts you opened? The property you bought together? Alternatively, maybe the fact your mother knew the whole time? That renders him unable." "How could you?" I go to the drawer and pull out the stack of papers I have gathered over the past 3 days. I am not the moron you believe me to be. You should really use better passwords than our anniversary date, though I guess that's meaningless now. "Eleanor, please?" He grabs for the docs. "I control them. We can work this out, I will explain everything. Like you explained your business trip to Chicago?" I laid the papers, bank statements, property titles, emails, on the bed. "Or should we talk about the trust fund Laura established for your children with Megan?" His face turns white. "You had no right," said. "I had every right." Raw and primitive, the scream tears from my throat. "I am your wife. I was your friend. We grew up together. All 3 of us, and you." I pause, breathing hard. He is looking at me as though he has never seen me before. Perhaps he never did? Perhaps I never really seen myself either. "Get out." Right now, my voice is solid, definite. Likewise is true with my residence. Not now. One last document I retain is a power of attorney signed last year when he was too busy managing our estate plan. You ought to really read what you sign, Ryan. Now get out before I call Michael and have him escort you out. He bolts. Not out of fear, but rather because he understands this is a starting point. For that he knows me sufficiently. From the floor, I grab the photo album and use my finger to follow our younger faces. We seem to be naive and rather joyful. Such outstanding liars, every one of us. The cafe Megan and I used to keep secrets in seems smaller now. Perhaps that is the weight of what I am about to undertake. Alternatively, maybe everything from my past is diminishing and losing relevance with every fresh betrayal I come across. Still sporting the twin of her wedding band, Megan glides into the seat across from me. Seeing it tastes like acid in my coffee. She adds, her fingers tensely stroking the rim of her unethered latte. "I didn't think you would come. Funny. I didn't you'd marry my husband." The words come out softer than I intended, which somehow makes them cut deeper. She stumbles. "Eleanor." I slide the bank statements across the table like cards in a rigged game. "Did you know about the trust fund? The one Laura configured for next generations?" Her face loses hue, not from remorse but from wrath. "Quite interesting. What trust fund? That is indeed surprising now." Her hands quivering slightly, I watch her go over the papers. $3 million, I say. Set aside for the grandchildren Laura always wanted. Guess I was not producing them fast enough. This can't be right. Megan pulls the contaminated-looking papers away. Ryan said the marriage was only a formality for his inheritance. He said, I chuckle and it sounds like shattered glass. That he loved you, Megan? That I was cold, distant, career-obsessed? That's exactly what he told his mother about me last month. She stares fiercely. How come you aware of that? Because I have spent the last week learning just how completely my husband, our husband, has been playing us both. The waiter walks over, but we both wave him away without looking up. There is more, I said, pulling out my phone. Want to hear Ryan talking about property investments with Laura? The ones using your family's real estate contacts? Megan's voice falters as my family's? Ryan knew well before he ever asked her out that her mother, Grace, runs one of the biggest real estate companies in Boston. Did you ever wonder why he chose us? Asks the question hanging between us like fog. The two best friends who'd never bet each other. The perfect cover story. Stop. Megan gets up fast and her chair scrapes the floor. I understand you trying to hurt me since I hurt you. I deserve it, but... Sit down. My voice never changes. The best portion hasn't yet been heard. She sits, more from shock at my voice than from compliance. Remember that summer internship Ryan helped you get at Grace's firm? The one that convinced your mother he was such a wonderful guy? I slipped one more document across the table. Look at the date on that property transfer. Her hands shake as she reads. This is the signature of my mother, but she would never sell her prime investment property for half its worth. She had no idea she did. Check the signatures of the witnesses. Megan recognizes her own handwriting and crumples her face. I was just notarizing documents. Ryan said it was practice for my license, while I was planning our wedding. You were unintentionally helping him steal from your own mother. The truth tastes terrible on my mouth. He played us both, Megan. The only difference was that I worked it out before he could take everything. For the first time since she sat down, she glances up at me, very definitely stares at me. What are you going to do? I get to stand and gather the paperwork. Invalid question. The actual one is, what are we going to do? We? I draw one last item, a USB disk with what I have found, and say, you have two choices. Keep playing his game and lose everything, or help me take him down. Your mother's company, my savings, Laura's reputation. He's built his entire plan on the presumption that we would never compare notes. Megan fixes her eyes on the drive as though it could bite. If this gets out, everything burns. I run my palm over hers and feel the matching wedding band. But we will be the ones holding the matches this time. She tightens her fingers over the disc, and I catch a flash of the buddy I used to know. Fierce, devoted, relentless when crossed. When should we begin? I smile and it feels true for the first time in weeks. Our already have. From the kitchen counter, 3 empty wine bottles mock me. Not my typical poison, but tonight is not usual. Ryan's workplace papers are scattered around our dining room table, our wedding present from Laura, like bits of a jigsaw I never wanted to solve. Another Ryan message on my phone brightens it. Please let us discuss this sensibly. Logical. Like the method he erected this palace of lies? Like the deliberate accuracy with which he decided on his marks? Once more buzzing is the phone. Megan, this one time. Grace is inquiring, we must get going more quickly. I turn it off, but my hands continue to shingle. The scope of what we intend at last strikes me. This goes beyond simply calling attention to Ryan now. We are discussing ruining families, names, life. The doorbell sounds. I wonder momentarily about ignoring it. Then, though, I hear the key in the lock. Ryan is the only person with that key except one other. Michael walks into the dining room and absorbs the anarchy. Jesus, Eli? When's the last time you slept? I faintly point at the papers. Did you know Ryan's father committed himself? Michael goes still. What? I pull out the newspaper clipping I discovered hidden in Laura's bank records 10 years ago, right after Ryan graduated law school. Officially, it was a hunting accident. Unofficially, I push forward a stack of bank records. He found Laura and Ryan had been embezzling years from his company. Christ. Michael settles onto a chair. Does everyone else know? Just the person who has been sending me anonymous tips. I tap the table burner phone. They sent me this today. I slipped over duplicates of William Mitchell's suicide note. He tried to expose them, Michael. He tried to stop them, and they... My voice failures. Michael reaches for my hand. Eli, but I back off. I'm becoming them. The words taste like ash. I'm turning into exactly what I hate from all these plans for revenge, for justice. No, you're not. Michael says with stern voice. You're shielding Megan's company, your future, Grace's. Am I? I get up, moving slowly. Or am I just so focused on destroying Ryan that I don't care who gets caught in the crossfire? Because right now, I'm seated here planning to expose everything at the family reunion, knowing it will devastate people who had nothing to do with this. Like someone? I grab one of the wine bottles, not caring that it's empty. Like Ryan's sister's kids, who'll lose their college money when I uncover Laura's financial machinations, Grace's staff might lose their jobs should the company's reputation suffer. Like William Mitchell, who died trying to do the right thing, while I plot complex revenge scenarios like some comic book villain. Michael pauses silently for a protracted length of time. He stands up, then grabs the bottle from my hand. You wish to know how you differ from them? I turn aside, but he keeps on. You're torturing yourself about the moral consequences of your actions here at 3 o'clock in the morning. They're sleeping peacefully, counting their money and planning their next con. That does not make it right. No, it doesn't. He begins systematically gathering and sorting the documents. But it means you have a choice. You can expose everything dramatically at the reunion, as you planned, or what? Or we do this the right way, legally. Carefully. William Mitchell's suicide note is here, he said. We finish what Ryan's father started, but we do it smart. We first guard the innocent parties. Another message from the unknown source comes from the burner phone buzzing. Inquire of Laura about the offshore accounts. I fix my eyes on the message, then on the anarchy all over my dining room table. 7 years of marriage, a lifetime of friendliness, generations of lies, all leading to this moment. I say at last, okay. Show me how I should do this right. Michael nods and gets out his phone. First, we should speak with a financial fraud expert. I know a man. I hold his arm and wait. Before we do this, I need know something. Are you helping me because I'm right or just because I'm your sister? He fixes my gaze consistently. Both and neither. I'm helping you since someone needs to stop them and you're strong enough to do it without becoming them. I examine the empty wine bottles, the strewn papers, the proof of my almost plunge into their realm of control and retribution. He may be right. Perhaps another method to burn it all down is here. Michael's friend, a lawyer, keeps chatting, but I fixed on the one single sheet of paper in front of me, a name list. Mainly children. Trustees of which our scheme would fall apart if we carried on. The offshore accounts are just the beginning, James Harrison continues, distributing more papers over his mahogany desk. Laura Mitchell's financial web runs at least 3 generations of both families. How many people would be affected? My voice sounds far even to myself. Directly, roughly 30, indirectly. He shrugs. We're talking about tearing down a decades-long program. The knock-on effects might affect hundreds. Michael forward leans. But we can prove the fraud readily. The issue is whether we should. James runs over the name list. Some of these trust funds are supporting education and medical treatment. I get up quickly and head to the window. Stop. Boston spreads out below, unconcerned about the bomb we are about to blow. Another way has to be found. There is buzz on my phone. Megan. Grace came upon the missing property records. Michael adds, reading across my shoulder. She's calling Laura today. We're running out of time. Anyhow, everything falls apart if Grace confronts Laura straight. I then go back to James. How long would it take to get protection for the innocent parties? Weeks, maybe months. We would want. The door of the office explodes open. Laura Mitchell is there, always flawless, but her eyes are crazy. I should have known you'd run to Michael, she says, sneers. James begins. How did you? My daughter works in your building, James. Did Eleanor tell you that part? How many families she's ready to destroy for her revenge? That's rich coming from you, Michael adds, standing and straying between us. Laura pays me more attention than him. You think you're protecting people? William thought the same thing. Look where that got him. The chamber falls quiet. Even the metropolitan noise appears to fade. What did you just say? My hands, knuckles white, clutch the rear of the chair. Oh, did your anonymous friend tell you everything? Laura asks with a stern smile. William tried to fix our plans, rerouting money to safeguard the beneficiaries, just as you are planning. He did not just discover them. And you stopped him. The bits fit together. The hunting accident was. She says just that, then pauses. An accident. Her eyes dart away. The point is, Eleanor, some buildings cannot be taken down without destroying everything they support. You're not just fighting Ryan or me, you're fighting generations of carefully balanced arrangements. I spit, arrangements built on lies and theft. Built on necessity, she says, getting closer. Did Ryan tell you why he married you? Your family's 3 generations of judges and prosecutors, 3 generations of perfect shield. Once more buzz comes from my phone. On the screen Grace's name shows. Take the call, Laura urges gently. Listen to Grace, discover what her daughter's been hiding, watch another family break, or... She pulls out an envelope. We might talk about substitutes. Michael says, Eli, don't? What alternatives? My voice is firm but my heart bangs against my ribs. Laura says, a clean break. A generous settlement. The innocent parties stay protected. Laura lays the envelope on James's desk. Everyone wins. Michael says, everyone except Justice, quickly. Laura chuckle. Ask Eleanor what she actually wants, justice or peace. My phone keeps vibrating. These days, Megan's messages complement Grace's calls. From the desk, the name list stares up at me. Children, families, futures. How long do I have to decide? The words taste like surrender. Laura steps to the door. Until Grace finishes reading those papers. Choose deliberately, Eleanor. Unlike William, you still have options. She goes, and the office seems both bigger and more stifling. You cannot seriously be thinking about this, Michael says. I pick up the name list then my still buzzing phone. What if her right is what if trying to correct this just makes everything worse? Not justice, but that's fear talking. Maybe. I glance at James. But what if terror is trying to convey something vital? One last time the phone buzzes, then goes quiet. It is too late to stop whatever Grace found now. I pick Laura's envelope and feel the weight of choices not yet taken. I need to talk to Megan, I say at last, before we decide anything else. Because sometimes, I continue, I'm learning revenge isn't about who you're willing to hurt but who you're willing to spare. Before me sits the Mitchell family estate, its windows shining like evening caution signals. All the actors gathered for what they believe to be a surprise anniversary party for Laura and her second husband. Cars fill the circular driveway. Michael says, standing next to me and clutching the bag full of all the evidence, every paper, every recording, last chance to back out. Megan appears at my other shoulder and says, they're already inside, her voice taut. Grace is with them, Ryan is watching the door like a hawk. I change my black dress, funeral suitable, though they are not yet aware of it. Did you check the exits? James has people stationed at every door, Michael says, glancing at his watch. No one leaves until everything's disclosed once you start. Laura's envelope weighs against my ribs, nestled into my garment. Her offer of silence, of protection for the innocent, weighs against me. Still not opened. Still conceivable. We arrive in the kitchen, where caterers are busy without realizing they are presenting Mitchell Dynasty Last Supper. Ryan finds me right away. His face flickers between skepticism and relief. Eleanor. He comes near me carrying a champagne glass. I didn't suppose you would show up? And Miss Laura's party? My smile feels like broken glass. Would not dream of it. His gaze flies to Megan, to Michael, to the briefcase. I see the instant he discovers something is wrong, but Laura's voice breaks through the hushes of discussion. Everyone, kindly collect in the main hall. The audience moves, carrying with it us. I notice flashes of familiar faces. Grace, pale but understated. Laura's second husband, blind and radiant. Ryan's sister, gripping hands of her children. The young ones. God. The sons. Laura pulls out her glass. Thanks all for showing up to... Actually, I forward, my voice carrying across the unexpected silence. I'd like to say something first. Ryan comes toward me, but Michael blocks his way. Megan takes a seat close to Grace. Laura says, Eleanor, her voice low, give great thought to what you are doing. I open the still sealed envelope she handed me. I have thought about it. For weeks, I've thought about nothing else. I turn to face the room. About justice and protection. About who deserves the truth and who deserves mercies. Eli, Ryan's voice now clearly reflects actual terror. Whatever you think you know. I know everything. I open the briefcase but, not yet, I do not remove the papers. About William's death? About the trust funds? About your 2 marriages, Laura's schemes, Laura's lies to keep this house of cards standing. The space comes alive in whispers. Grace marches onward, her face ashen. Megan, Grace replies with shaky voice. Apologies. Mom. Megan's voice breaks. I knew nothing, not until Eleanor showed me. Clutching her children tighter, Ryan's sister asks, Showed you what? What are you doing? I look at the kids. Their innocent futures waiting on my next words, their perplexed faces. The envelope from Laura sears on my flesh. The truth, I say quietly, is that I came here tonight to destroy everything. To expose decades of fraud and manipulation. To get justice for everyone who's been hurt by the Mitchell family's lies. I get the first paper, William's actual suicide note. Laura moves rather silently. But standing here, looking at all of you, I glance back at Ryan. I understand something worse than being misled. Something worse than being deceived. Michael says, Eleanor, his voice tight. But I continue. The very thing you're fighting against is becoming. I touch it to Laura's envelope. The paper catches fast and I drop it into the briefcase. I find a match in my handbag. No. Michael jumps forward, but it's too late. Years of careful investigation burning to ash. With it burns my opportunity at justice, at revenge, at everything I thought I wanted. Since at times the best retribution is redemption rather than destruction. Laura sits across from me on the marble island, both of us wet from the sprinklers, watching cops cart away boxes of evidence. The actual evidence, not the decoy files I burned, painted Laura's perfect kitchen in alternating red and blue. Copies, I answer softly. Everything in that briefcase? Merely copies. The originals arrived at the FBI 1 hour ago. Her immaculate nails pound against her coffee cup. You chose this moment on purpose. The party here. Family gathering. Like father, like daughter-in-law. I slide William's real suicide note across the desk. He planned to disclose everything at your anniversary party too, didn't he? Prior to the hunting mishap. The drumming stops. Michael is watching with grim enjoyment through the glass, Ryan being guided to a police car. Laura's voice quivering. You don't understand what you've done, she continues. Those trust funds were being protected. Pulling out my phone, I show her the court orders. Every innocent beneficiary has been lawfully detached from the false accounts. The kids will hang on to their college money. The treatment keeps on medical level. I sense actual dread in her eyes for the first time. How? Much as leaning closer, I add. I had 3 weeks after you presented me the envelope. 3 weeks where you felt you would win. Did you truly believe I was doing nothing for that period? Much we hear activity at the door. Grace walks in, followed by federal officers. Her eyes connect with Laura's. Grace states, simply, you killed William when he tried to protect my daughter from your schemes. Laura stands so fast that her chair falls over. That's absurd. Much as I interrupted, William was going to expose how you used Megan to access Grace's company records, then, how you manipulated Ryan into marrying us both to maintain your financial facade. Everything I accomplished served this family only, Laura tears. Megan answers, looking at the doorway, tear-stained but steady. No. Everything you did was for yourself. And today we all know the reason. Laura goes somewhat motionless as I slide one final document across the counter. An old picture. William wasn't merely aiming to reveal the hoax, was he? I inquire, seeing her expression crumple. He found something else. About the true father of Ryan. About why you so sorely needed the connections of the Carter family. Mom? Mom, what's happening? Ryan's voice calls from outside. Laura leaps for the picture, but Grace is faster. Her shriek resounds in the abruptly quiet kitchen. Looking at the picture, Grace adds, That's my father, staring at Laura. 37 years passed. I say, 9 months before Ryan was born. The truth hangs between us like smoke, decades of control, all to conceal one desperate affair, thereby preserving the Mitchell family's pristine image. You destroyed everything? Laura says quietly. No. I stand, compiling the last of the papers. You lost everything the moment you chose lies above love. William fought to save all of us and today at last he has. What precisely do you mean? Much one last time I grab my phone and show her the message chain. From an unidentified number, from a dead man, scheduled emails, planned to arrive years after his death. I meet her eyes. William knew he might not survive trying to expose the truth, so he left breadcrumbs for whoever was brave enough to follow them. I wasn't first victim, Laura. However, I am your last. Ryan is watching via the glass, finally seeing dawning on his face as Grace hands him the picture as the cops walk to escort her out. Was it worth it? Laura wonders as they lead her away. Burnishing everything to save a dead man's honor. Of Megan and Grace, now free from manipulation, of William, who passed away trying to protect us all, I consider the children above. Their future's now safe. I add gently. Some things are worth burning for. Michael squeezes my shoulder as the sun rises over the Mitchell estate, casting everything in gold. Beside me, sirens fade. You okay? 30 years of lies collapsing in Laura's path. I see her go into a police cruiser. No, I say honestly. But I will be. Sometimes the truth simply tells you who you really are. Sometimes it doesn't set you free. Ryan's last box from his study remains unopened on my kitchen counter. Autumn leaves abound in my backyard, where 3 children previously swore to be friends forever through the window. Megan says, Grace wants to meet both of us. My phone buzzes. Laura and Ryan, both convicted, ended the trial yesterday. The headlines claim justice. The society pages labeled it scandal, neither fairly portrayed the facts. Expecting more evidence, more secrets, I raise the top from the box only to see an ancient video camera, the kind we used summer before college, when everything seemed possible. Megan stands there, appearing smaller somehow, more like the girl I used to know than the lady who helped sort everything. The doorbell rings. Holding out an identical camera, she adds, I found my too, from Mom's attic. Both of us set them on the counter. These relics of who we used to be, neither of us reaches to switch on. Did you come across Ryan's comment? She inquires. No. I pour us both coffee. This is a habit from earlier, when friendship was straightforward. Did you? Much her giggle sounds brittle. He said he loved both. Actually believed it, I guess. Sliding her cup across the counter. That's Ryan, I remark. Living his own truth, even when it's a lie. Megan strokes one softly while the afternoon light catches the cameras, creating twin shadows. Before Grace arrives, she continues, we should observe them. Before we choose our course of action. She nods. We both know Grace's meeting is about the future of her business, about trust and second chances, about whether some bridges can be rebuilt after they have burnt. It is not only about reconciliation. Ryan behind the camera, narrating our last summer together, behind which we are young, laughing, whole. Ryan connects the first camera to my laptop. The screen flickers to life. Before college. Before decisions. Before we knew how love and lies might wear the same face. Megan says unexpectedly, stop. Then looks at that moment. The picture freezes on our younger selves, sharing some forgotten joke, but it's Ryan's reflection in the window that catches my eye. The way he watches us both, scheming, even then. I understand he simply showed us who we already were, not destroyed us. What do you imply? Megan queries. You always yearned for adventure, I was always yearning control. He only turned those facts into weapons. The second camera sits dark, uninterested. Certain facts, I'm discovering, don't need to be seen to be understood. Megan's coffee sits unethered, going cold. Now we choose, I say. Between easy and true, not between right and wrong. Grace grabs my hand before Megan moves to answer the doorbell once more. She says, I'm sorry, not for loving him. For not remembering how to love you first. Remembering Laura's last remarks during the trial, love makes liars of us all. I squeeze back. Maybe, I say Megan, we quit trying to change the past. Perhaps we should start something fresh. She nods, knowing what I'm not saying. About Grace's company, about second chances, about how occasionally revenge isn't about destroying what was, but constructing what may be. Laura plans her appeals somewhere in a prison cell. In another, Ryan writes letters we will never read. Life moves forward, messy and imperfect. Grace opens the door and notes how she carries herself now, straighter, stronger, free from decades of manipulation. The autumn wind scatters more leaves over the yard. I leave the cameras on the counter unaltered. Certain memories are better lived than remembered. Some facts are not revisited necessary. Megan and I glance at one another, remembering other documents, other plans, other decisions as Grace piles papers across my kitchen table. Plans for rebuilding, for forward movement, prepare? Grace questions. Of Laura, creating barriers to hide truths never worth preserving. Of William, planting truth bombs to detonate years after his death. Of Ryan, loving so fiercely he forgot how to love honestly. Indeed, I say, and I mean it. Sometimes the best kind of retribution is one in which one gains freedom rather than exacting revenge. My family hijacked my vacation plans for my golden sister and her kids. But this time, I had my own secret escape plan. Reddit, I need some perspective on this. I need advice with my family predicament, which has been accumulating for decades, but it's a long one. Despite growing up in a seemingly typical suburban Massachusetts family, I, 35 degrees Fahrenheit, have always struggled with this particular dynamic. The golden child has always been my older sister, Kate, 42F. Our home has been a monument to Kate's life since I can remember, with every wall adorned with her accomplishments and every discussion focused on her life. My parents were too busy getting ready for Kate's college interviews to buy a cake for my 10th birthday, which I can still clearly recall. They even attempted to pass off Kate's leftover graduation cake, which still had her name on it, as my birthday cake. As I grew up, Kate's accomplishments eclipsed every significant event in my life. Kate had recently been selected to the debate team, so my parents were hardly aware that I had made the honor roll in middle school. Kate had to tour a college campus, so they were unable to attend the ceremony when I won a local painting competition in high school. Knowing that expressing my accomplishments would only elicit a brief, "That's nice, dear," before the topic of Kate was brought up again, I learned to celebrate them in private, in my room. Even our possessions revealed the priorities of our family. The newest technology, stylish clothing, and everything Kate needed for her many extracurricular activities were always in her room. In contrast, my room was filled with hand-me-downs. When I expressed interest in taking music lessons, I had to make do with Kate's abandoned violin, her old clothes, and her old school supplies. I had trouble playing the violin since it was too large for me. "We already spent so much on Kate's piano lessons this year," my mother responded in response to my request for a suitably sized one. All the way through high school, the trend persisted. I was forced to use borrowed library books to study while Kate received private instruction for her SATs. My parents took out a loan for her to buy a car for college. They advised me to take the bus when I needed assistance getting about. Kate's needs and desires were at the center of every financial choice, family discussion, and holiday preparation. It was really difficult in college. With the full backing of our parents, Kate had earned her degree from a renowned university. They could only agree to pay half of the tuition at a public school when it was my turn. They clarified, "We're still paying off Kate's student loans. You'll need to figure out the rest on your own." In order to make ends meet, I worked 2 part-time jobs while I was a student, frequently dozing off over my textbooks. Kate, in the meantime, was beginning her career at a position our parents had helped her land through their contacts. 7 years ago, Kate got married, and everything changed, or rather, grew worse. For a whole year, our family's whole attention was on the wedding. For her ideal wedding, which included a designer gown, an opulent location, and a guest list of more than 300, my parents took out another loan. Despite their concerns about the payments, I recall hearing them in the kitchen one evening and their insistence that nothing was too good for Kate's special day. Was there ever any question that she was her maid of honor? I was supposed to coordinate bridal showers, plan a lavish bachelorette party, and manage any minor emergencies that arose. My mother told me, "Don't be selfish, Elizabeth. This is your sister's special time," when I expressed how stressed I was with juggling these obligations while working a full-time job. The twins followed. Our parents were ecstatic when Kate revealed she was expecting twins. Even though they were still repaying the wedding loan, they contributed to the down payment on a home close to them. I witnessed them spend their retirement money, which they claimed they couldn't access when I needed assistance with college, on the day they signed those documents. However, they claimed that this was different. "This is for our grandchildren." Who was the default babysitter, you ask? Yes, I do. It started out as sporadic babysitting. The request, "Elizabeth, could you watch the boys for a few hours?" became a weekly ritual, which was later extended to evenings whenever they had appointments. My parents were in favor of this arrangement, stating, "This is what family does." Kate and her husband Jack, 43 million, assumed that I would always be there to assist them whenever I attempted to object. Even while I adore them, the twins, who are now active 7-year-olds, are draining. The routine is the same every weekend. Kate unexpectedly drops them off at my place, usually with a pretext that she needs me time, or has essential errands to run. The lads run amok, transforming my tiny apartment into a catastrophe. Kate starts crying about how overwhelmed she is when I try to set limits or ask for advance warning, and my parents criticize me for not being supportive. I put in a lot of overtime to establish myself in the marketing industry. I recently received a promotion offer that would involve greater hours and more travel. My mother remarked, "But what about the twins? Your sister needs you here." Kate added, "You can't take that job, Elizabeth. Who will help me with the boys?" When I brought up this topic during a family dinner in the hopes of receiving some congratulations. It seems as though my time, profession, and life are completely irrelevant. My father adds, "Family should come first, Elizabeth." My mother always responds, "Your sister has 2 children to look after. You don't know what tired really means." When I tried to explain how overwhelming it all is, Kate accused me of being envious of her life and her kids. She replied, "You're just bitter because you're still single," as though my marital status were the only factor that determines my value as a person. After a particularly demanding weekend with the twins, I made the decision to finally treat myself to a beach vacation last month. They had successfully damaged my laptop and left permanent markings on my couch. I knew I needed a vacation. I discovered a small, unpretentious resort in Florida that was ideal for a tranquil retreat. My mother's eyes glowed when I brought it up during our weekly family supper. "Oh, that's perfect. We should all go together. The twins would love the beach." Before I could protest, Kate had already begun organizing events. She stated, "You can take the boys swimming while Jack and I have some alone time," as though my trip would naturally turn into a time for them to be looked after. In exchange for my assistance with the twins, of course, my parents even offered to upgrade my reservation to a superior resort where they would all stay. Totally disregarding the fact that this was meant to be my vacation, they began organizing activities and outings centered around what the twins would like. I made a choice that would alter everything while I was lying in bed that night. I reserved a separate resort on a quiet little island. I kept the change in plans a secret from everyone. Silently, I began preparing by scheduling time off work, packing my things covertly, and ensuring that my emergency fund was available. Even though I know it's dishonest, I simply couldn't stand it any longer. At the airport, they will be separated from us. While I board my flight to another location, they will be traveling to Florida. I've disabled location sharing and am ready for the inevitable criticism. Yes, I am aware that there will be drama. Yes, I am aware that they will be upset. But I want to prioritize myself for the first time in my life. I've been the dependable sister, the ideal daughter, and the always available aunt for 35 years. To meet my family's expectations, I've given up my social life, my weekends, and my own needs. I was constantly babysitting, so I missed out on dating prospects. I have declined advancements that might conflict with the needs of my family. To be there for them whenever they need me, I've put my personal life on hold. Right now, I'm fleeing a lifetime of being taken advantage of, not just a holiday. I intend to utilize this as a turning point to set clear limits with my family and perhaps even take a complete vacation from them. I'm sick of always making sacrifices, being the family's pillar of support, and being the dependable fallback option. Reddit, what should I do? Am I exaggerating? Is it appropriate for me to want something else for myself, or should I merely follow their plans and accept my place in the family? First update, I appreciate all of your help and guidance. Since my last post, a lot has transpired, and I want to explain how it all turned out. Although everything went according to plan, the day at the airport was more emotionally fraught than I had anticipated. I purposefully chose a different check-in station that was far from where my family would be when I arrived early. I watched everyone come through the glass walls of the terminal, Jack checking their booking details, my parents looking excited, Kate handling the twins, and Kate hauling baggage. I silently went through security for my own flight as soon as they started to head to their check-in counter. As soon as they realized I wasn't at their gate, my phone began to buzz. The bewildered text first appeared. "Where are you?" "Gate B12 is where we are." Then the anxious ones. "How are you, Elizabeth? Has something taken place?" And lastly, the irate ones. "How could you treat us like this?" The guys are in tears. Before I boarded my aircraft, I switched off my phone. I experienced a peculiar fusion of liberation and remorse for the first time in years. I had lived with that guilt for the majority of my life. However, freedom? It was exhilarating, and it was new. The crowded tourist destination they were going to was nothing like the little island where my resort was located. Years of strain vanished the instant I set foot on the beach. No twins to babysit, no family problems to handle, no schedule to adhere to. The ocean, me, and complete freedom. In fact, the first 2 days were challenging. The twins would be eating lunch now, or Kate would typically require assistance going to bed at this hour, so I kept checking the time. It's difficult to break decades of indoctrination. However, something changed on the third day. I experimented with things I had always wanted to do but had never had time for. I loved every minute of my silly yet fun surfing lesson. I became friends with a bunch of lone travelers when I enrolled in a yoga class by the beach. I even had a spontaneous dinner date with a fascinating man I met at the resort's coffee shop one evening. Even though it was only a casual supper, it served as a reminder that I could live a life apart from my family. When I eventually turned my phone back on after 5 days, that was the true test. There were dozens of voicemails, more than 300 text messages, and 147 missed calls. Even my mother had called my place of employment to report a family emergency. Fortunately, I had previously told my supervisor that I would be taking a holiday. Some of the voicemails were played for me. My mother's tone changed from one of concern to one of rage to one of manipulation. Elizabeth, how could you leave your family in such a way? The twins are inconsolable. Did we raise you this way? Even worse were Kate's messages. You've ruined everything. The lads are persistent in their request for Aunt Lizzie. I can't handle meetings by myself, so Jack had to shorten them. However, one message struck a different chord. My father sent it, and he seemed unsure for once. Elizabeth, please let us know you're safe even though I don't understand what's happening. I had never heard him talk to me without instantly defending Kate or pressuring me to do more before. I texted our family group chat just once. I'm having a great vacation and am safe. When I get back, I'll get in touch with you. Please give me space. I then turned off the conversation and resumed talking to myself. The following 5 days were life-changing. In addition to reading bedtime stories to the twins, I also read 3 novels. I spoke with other guests without interruption. Every evening, instead of rushing home to assist with baths and sleep, I watched the sunset. In order to digest years' worth of suppressed emotions, I even began journaling. I ate dinner at a little beachside eatery last night. When the elder waitress saw that I was alone, she inquired as to whether I was content with my seclusion. She said something that stuck with me after I gave her a brief explanation of my circumstances. Family is vital, honey, but not at the expense of your own well-being. Putting yourself first is sometimes the boldest thing you can do. I didn't head straight to my flat when I got home. In order to give myself time to get ready for the inevitable confrontation, I had reserved a hotel room for 2 nights. During this period, I updated my work emergency contacts, changed the locks on my doors, and, above all, put my boundaries in writing. I accidentally liked a coworker's post on social media, which is how my family found out I was back. My mother and Kate arrived at my apartment building in a matter of hours, constantly buzzing my intercom. Across the street, I watched them from the window of my hotel room, feeling oddly cut off from their spectacular performance. I'm going to confront them tomorrow, at a neutral coffee shop, not my residence. I know it won't be simple, but I've prepared what I want to say. When I consider it, my hands tremble. But I'm choosing myself for the first time in my life. And I know I'm doing the right thing in spite of the worry, the guilt, and the drama that will undoubtedly ensue. I'll provide another update following my talk with my family. I'm grateful because Reddit gave me the confidence to take this first step toward independence. Second update. As scheduled, my family and I gathered at the coffee shop, and it was even more heated than I had anticipated. This is what took place. The encounter at the coffee shop began politely enough. I got there early and sat at a corner table, where I could see the front door and the emergency exit, a habit I'd formed from years of expecting family drama. I could hardly grasp my coffee cup because my hands were shaking so much. My parents, Kate, and, surprisingly, Jack all showed up together. I am glad there are no twins. I raised my hand and said what I had practiced before they began their planned speeches. I'm establishing boundaries, and they can't be negotiated. The 2 hours that followed were a masterclass in manipulating emotions. Kate started crying as she described how my absence had traumatized the twins. My mom attempted to instill guilt, following all that we have done for you. Unexpectedly, Jack tried to mediate by offering a compromise in which I would only see the kids every other weekend. For the most part, my dad sat quietly and uneasy. Kate's statement, "You're being selfish. Family means sacrifice," was the pivotal moment. Something broke inside of me. Clearly but calmly, I responded. Yes, family means sacrifice, but it's supposed to go both ways. When was the last time any of you sacrificed anything for me? The ensuing hush was deafening. I revealed everything for the first time. The years of being Kate's second best friend, the unfair financial treatment, and the ongoing belief that my life and time were not as valuable as theirs. I then showed them my calendar for the previous year, with every weekend designated for babysitting and every holiday tailored to their requirements. Attempting to interrupt, my mother said, "But that's what aunts do." I responded by saying something I had never before dared to say. "No, that's what paid babysitters do. And Kate, if you need this much help, maybe it's time to consider hiring one." From there, the discussion took a different turn. My mother followed Kate as she rushed out. Remarkably sorry, Jack remained and acknowledged that they had exploited my availability. After remaining silent for a while, my father said, "We never meant to make you feel this way. It was something, but it wasn't an apology." I carried out my strategy when they departed. I relocated to a different area of the city and got a new apartment. Although it's smaller than my previous residence, it's in a safe building with a doorman who has been informed of my predicament. Only my workplace and a select group of close pals now have my updated phone number. Rebuilding my life from scratch was the most difficult aspect, not the relocation or the planning. I had no true hobbies and few close acquaintances because I had spent years being there for my family. I began modestly. I enrolled in pottery lessons, joined a local reading club, and accepted dinner invitations from coworkers that I had previously consistently declined. It was a weird first weekend of real freedom. I did things that were previously unthinkable, including staying up late, going to a farmer's market, and spending hours perusing a bookshop. Kate didn't text me urgently. Mom doesn't make guilt-tripping calls. No requests for last-minute babysitting. My family's response to my relocation was harsh but expected. When my mother attempted to contact me via the company switchboard, they learned that my new job does not allow personal calls during business hours. On one occasion, Kate even visited my office, but security was alerted beforehand. She wrote a tearful letter accusing me of destroying our family. Jack was the source of the unexpected development. He apologized by email for his part in making the scenario possible. At first, Kate objected to him taking the twins to events on the weekends, but she has since come to terms with it. It's a minor yet important modification. My folks are having a hard time adjusting. Dad occasionally texts, usually in an embarrassing attempt to strike up a conversation. Mom fluctuates between angry outbursts and icy quiet. She left a voicemail last week stating, "When you're done with this rebellion, we'll welcome you back." This isn't a phase, and she doesn't get it. My new reality is this. Without regular family interruptions, work has significantly improved. I'm more productive and focused. After noticing the shift, my supervisor assigned me to oversee a significant new project. For the first time in years, I'm also dating casually, but I'm taking it slow. Internally, there has been the biggest shift. I no longer have the ongoing background anxiety that I had for years. I've started exercising frequently, improved my diet, and slept better. According to my therapist, yes, I have finally begun therapy. I am beginning to recuperate from what she refers to as chronic family stress syndrome. The twins sent me a gift last weekend that included handcrafted notes expressing how much they miss me. Even though it was bittersweet, I remained resolute. I carefully wrote them back to let them know that, although I love them, I need some time to look after myself. I had to write it even though Kate is unlikely to read it to them. "There's a lightness about you now. You look years younger," observed an old acquaintance of mine when I ran into her yesterday. She is correct. I feel lighter in spite of the angry texts, the efforts at emotional manipulation, and the guilt that still surfaced. More liberated. Family love shouldn't feel like a prison sentence, I'm discovering. Respect for personal space, acknowledgement of one's own needs, and reciprocal assistance, rather than only one-sided sacrifice, are all components of true love. My new flat will be 1 month old next week. This is the first time I've ever dared to throw a tiny housewarming celebration. Only a few buddies from pottery class, book club, and work. No expectations, no drama, no family, just individuals who embrace me for who I am. I'll provide another update soon. I'm grateful to Reddit for giving me the confidence to make a life shift. Update 3. Completed update. It has been a life-changing 3 months, and I want to describe how it has all come together. The confrontation I had been dreading and anticipating arrived last week. My father unexpectedly came up to my place of employment. His method was distinct from Kate's emotional manipulations or my mother's prior frenzied attempts. When he asked if we could have lunch together, he was composed, even resigned. We got together at a peaceful eatery close to my workplace. For the first time in my life, he truly saw me as his daughter, not as Kate's sister or the family's fallback option. He remarked, "You look healthy," in a startled tone. Happier. The fact that he hadn't seen my discontent for years weighed heavily on the observation that lingered between us. The family had presented him with a proposal. They were prepared to make concessions. If I agreed to take back my place in the family, I could have every other weekend off. He went on to say, they'd even pay for my time with the twins, as though making money off of the commitment would make it more alluring. They still didn't understand, I realized as I looked at him across the table. They did not view my independence as a basic right, but rather as a negotiating chip. "Dad," I replied, "I'm not negotiating my freedom. I'm living it." The conversation that ensued was the most candid one I have ever had with my father. I described how their incessant focus on Kate had impacted me emotionally as much as practically. I told him about memories he had forgotten or had never noticed, dreams disregarded, accomplishments overlooked, and birthdays neglected. His reaction was surprising. He sat for a long time in quiet, not making the normal defense of their decisions. At last, he stated, "We thought we were doing what was best for the family, We never saw how much we were hurting you." Although that wasn't quite an apology, it was the first time I had ever been acknowledged. When he inquired about my new life, that was the true turning point. He paid attention for the first time as I discussed my pottery lessons, my job advancement, and the new acquaintances I had made. Even though it was not flawless, I showed him pictures of a vase I had built. I was shocked by what he said next. "You seem to have built a good life for yourself without us." Both the recognition and the grief in his voice were genuine. We agreed at the end of lunch that nothing would ever be the same again. He gave me my first sincere embrace in years as he bid farewell. "I hope someday we can be part of your life again, but on different terms." That exchange appeared to set off a final round of family strife. After learning of our lunch, my mother began a fresh round of emotional attacks. She has been informing family members that I need an intervention because I'm having a breakdown. Kate has been making passive-aggressive remarks about selfish sisters and broken families on social media because she feels deceived by our father's approval of my decisions. The difference is that none of it has the same impact on me as it formerly did. I've gained a viewpoint from my new life that I didn't have previously. Their actions, in my opinion, are an attempt to keep control over someone who has finally gained their freedom. My new flat seems like home now. My attempts at pottery and pictures of my chosen family, friends who value my independence and respect boundaries, adorn the walls. I've begun teaching my less experienced coworkers at work, ending the vicious loop of toxic support that has long ensnared me. My connection with time has changed the most. I get to spend the weekends any way I want. I've started learning Spanish, joined a local hiking group, and even started dating someone who respects and values my limits. I'm creating a life for the first time that is true to who I am rather than what my family demands of me. The twins sent me a homemade card last Sunday, which was obviously written under supervision. It was filled with regrettable statements about how much they miss their aunt. This would have previously led me into a downward spiral of uncertainty and remorse. Rather, I responded with a tender yet strong letter, stating that although I may not be as involved in their everyday life, my love for them hasn't changed, and that sometimes grown-ups need to look for themselves. According to my therapist, I am exhibiting what she refers to as post-traumatic growth, not merely moving past the past but creating something more robust and wholesome in its stead. She has assisted me in realizing that I am not responsible for resolving the dysfunction in my family. Yesterday was the most recent development. Jack, Kate's husband, contacted me to let me know that my stance has caused changes in their home, not to place blame on me. They've finally recruited part-time help to help with the twins, and he's become a more involved parent. Jack believes it's better for everyone, but Kate is having trouble adjusting. I'm sitting in my home office getting ready for a business trip next week as I write this last update, something I could never have done in my previous life. A frame quotation that speaks to my path is on the wall behind my desk. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is set yourself free. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who supported me and followed my tale. You gave me the confidence to make my own decisions. If you're wondering if people in comparable circumstances are selfish for desiring their own lives, know that you're not. Being free is not selfish. Treating oneself is not unkind. Setting limits is not a sign of treachery. I have no idea how my relationship with my family may develop in the future. Perhaps one day we'll discover a different kind of connection, one based on respect for one another rather than duty. In the interim, I'm concentrating on fostering the life I've built, including my friendships, interests, profession, and, above all, my sense of self. This is not merely a conclusion, it's just the beginning. And I'm looking forward to what comes next for the first time in my life. My dad and his new wife tried to take over my inherited home after their wedding. So I changed the locks and took back control. When my 70-year-old mother died of an unexpected stroke last year, I inherited the house I grew up in. Although losing Mom was painful, her meticulous planning helped me stay stable during this trying period. I have spent almost 20 years developing my business in financial consulting. When I was 7, my parents were divorced. Even though they shared custody, my mother and I were always closer. I never felt like a priority to my 73-year-old father, who was either preoccupied with business or dating. Since Mom had sacrificed her promising real estate career to raise me and support Dad's professional development in corporate finance, she acquired ownership of the property in lieu of alimony after the divorce. It has always been more than just a place to live in this large colonial-style home in the Massachusetts suburbs. There are memories of Mom everywhere, from the yard where we spent many weekends planting her favorite roses to the kitchen where she taught me how to make her renowned apple pie. Since my parents purchased it in the late 1970s, the house itself, a clean, 4-bedroom building with a wraparound porch, has served as our family's residence. As a child, I saw my mother make this house a cozy and inviting place. She maintained an amazing home for me while re-entering the real estate market even after the divorce. As Dad's corporate career took off, his visits became more and more infrequent. Although Dad would attend important occasions like birthdays and graduations, our bond never grew to the degree I observed in my classmates' bonds with their fathers. The terms of the divorce settlement had been simple. Dad no longer had to pay alimony, and Mom received the house. She had taken care of everything at home as he ascended the corporate ladder, supporting him during his early career. Instead of looking for continued support after their divorce, she insisted on keeping the house. She would often declare, "A home is more valuable than monthly checks," and her choice turned out to be sensible. She made sure I had a secure home life while she reconstructed her real estate career. My father invited his 61-year-old lover, Elizabeth, to our Christmas celebration 2 years ago. She arrived with her 2 kids from a prior relationship with her high school lover, Sarah, 41, and Rachel, 39. Similar to how their mother initially came across, the daughters were quiet and reticent. Elizabeth complimented Mom's decorating style and asked insightful questions about our family's customs, demonstrating her sincere enthusiasm in getting to know us. Over the next few months, we gradually but favorably grew closer to Elizabeth and her daughters. Elizabeth was considerate of our preferences by calling ahead to ask if she might bring something unique to our sporadic family gatherings. Despite their lack of warmth, her daughters were always courteous and appeared to value being a part of our family get-togethers. Despite Elizabeth's presence in our life, Mom remained incredibly kind. She would reply, "Everyone deserves a chance at happiness," but occasionally I could see a glimmer of grief in her eyes as Dad and Elizabeth would depart together. In retrospect, I saw how strong she must have been to greet them with such warmth. The loss was abrupt and terrible when Mom died last spring. She suffered a stroke while sleeping. The doctors claimed it was a peaceful but far too early death. She was planning to renovate the garden that weekend, and we had just talked about it over dinner the previous evening. Although I was devastated by the suddenness of her death, she had planned for everything because she was a realistic person. We learned that Mom had revised her estate plans about the time I turned 18 during the will reading. I left the house and most of her possessions. A note detailing her choices, specifically regarding the house, was also left behind. "This home has been your anchor through every storm. Keep it as your safe harbor, but never let it keep you from sailing towards your dreams." When the funeral arrangements were being made, Dad and Elizabeth provided the proper support. Mom's large photo albums for the memorial exhibit were organized by her children, and Elizabeth helped arrange the wake's refreshments. But after the will reading, I saw a change in Dad's attitude. He made multiple remarks about how he and Mom had selected the property together and how he had managed all the significant renovations over the years, and his congratulations on my inheritance felt forced. The weeks that followed the funeral were filled with paperwork and last-minute changes. Mom had set aside things especially for Dad, including his wedding jewelry and the presents he had given her throughout the years. I assumed he would find meaning in this gesture, but he appeared more preoccupied with the house. Because of his early foresight in selecting this site, he casually commented on how the area had improved and the property worth had gone up. I stayed in the house and took solace in following Mom's rituals. Even though I was never as good with roses as she was, her garden became my weekend project. In an attempt to create a new normal for myself, I turned one of the spare bedrooms into a home office because my job as a financial advisor permitted me to work from home to some extent. Dad called to tell Elizabeth that he was engaged about 6 months ago. In order to save money on hotel expenses, he proposed that they spend the weeks before the wedding at my place. The house was spacious and Elizabeth's daughters were working from home. He made it look like a win-win situation by offering to divide the household expenditures and utilities. A month ago, the arrangement began, and at first, it seemed like a good thing. Conversations over coffee in the morning and family dinners in the evening filled the house. Elizabeth demonstrated her culinary prowess by frequently cooking for everyone. Even though they were still reticent, her girls appeared to be coming around to the notion of our blended family. The house started to feel less empty than it had after Mom's death. Then, 3 days prior to the wedding, Dad requested a private meeting in Mom's favorite place, her garden. He disclosed that he wanted them to live in permanently and that their return was not just for the wedding. By claiming that he was concerned about my living alone in such a big house, he pretended to be concerned for my welfare. He stated, "Your mother would have wanted you to have a family around you," but I began to question whether Mom would have concurred. The request evoked complex emotions. There was a part of me that missed the family dynamic I had been living with for the last month. The presence of people made the place feel cozier, and Elizabeth had been incredibly gracious. However, there was something strange about Dad's strategy. I kept thinking about his past responses to the inheritance and his trite remarks regarding the property's worth. I told him I wanted time to consider my options and would make a decision after the wedding, rather than responding right away. It was telling how he responded to this simple request. Before he could conceal it with comprehension, a glimmer of irritation appeared on his face. It brought back memories of my early years when his intentions and my needs had clashed. Now that the wedding is only a few days away, I'm at a turning point. Following the ceremony, they are expected to remain here for a few more days before returning to Houston. I'm starting to think that I should grant their request to make this arrangement permanent. We have demonstrated over the past month that we can live in harmony with one another, and having other people around makes the house feel less empty. But I can't get rid of the persistent sense that something is off. Warning signs include Dad's obsession with the house's worth, his subtly expressed irritation at my hesitation, and his attempts to remind me of his role in its acquisition. Elizabeth has been flawless, almost too flawless, and I question whether their motivations go beyond simple familial ties. A part of me regrets questioning their motives. This is what healed families do after all. Join forces, help one another, and use the fragments of what was destroyed to create something new. However, there's another part of me that cautions me, maybe the one that acquired Mom's pragmatic temperament. Even though I've dedicated my professional life to assisting people in making wise financial decisions, this circumstance has me doubting my judgment. My normally clear thinking seems to be obscured by the emotional complexities of family relationships. I would definitely benefit from an independent opinion on whether my suspicions are justified or if my gut is attempting to keep me from making a grave error. Does sharing your inherited house with family cause you to feel this conflicted? Should I believe my intuition that something is off, or am I allowing disappointments from the past to cloud my assessment of the current circumstance? First update. After my last post, things swiftly got out of hand. The wedding took place at the Grand Hotel downtown this past weekend. Despite my misgivings, I assisted with the preparations and even made a courteous toast. Everything appeared to be picture perfect, and Elizabeth's daughters were bridesmaids. Around 8 a.m. on the morning following the wedding, I woke up to a strangely silent home. After the festivities, I initially believed that everyone was sleeping in. However, I discovered a hurriedly written letter on the kitchen counter, "Gone for our honeymoon," when I went downstairs to make coffee. "Return in a week." They had not informed me of their departure. Nothing had been discussed regarding their leaving time or their plans during the wedding preparations. They were gone, yet their personal effects were still strewn throughout the guest rooms. Both Elizabeth and my father's phone calls ended up in voicemail. Elizabeth finally picked up her phone around midday. Her customary charming manner was entirely absent from her tone. "Did we forget to let you know?" "I apologize for that," she added, clearly not being sincere. She yelled, "You're not a child anymore," when I voiced my worries about not being told. "We needed some privacy because your father now has a new family." From there, the discussion just grew more heated. They were going to remodel their rooms when they returned, and she had the gall to tell me to get over myself and tidy up the house before they did. At that moment, something inside of me exploded. For the following few hours, I took pictures and films of everything, including their possessions, the condition of the house, and the message they left. I then had all the locks changed after contacting a locksmith. After recording everything, I packed up their possessions and put them in waterproof containers on the covered porch. I sent a message to Elizabeth and my father. "Your belongings are packed and on the porch. You have until Sunday to collect them. Anything left after that will be donated to charity. Do not attempt to enter the house. The locks have been changed, and I will contact the police if necessary." The reactions were explosive and happened instantly. Messages from both of them began flooding my phone, alternating between guilt-tripping and asking, "How could you do this to your family?" Elizabeth's kids also joined in, writing letters blaming me for destroying the family and threatening to make you regret your choice. My father's voicemail, which said, "Your mother would be ashamed of your behavior," was what really got to me. He conveniently forgot that he had been coveting the house since Mom's death. "We were trying to help you, and this is how you repay our kindness." I have blocked their numbers for the time being, but I have saved all of their voicemails and texts. I also told my neighbors about the incident and put in security cameras. Some of them offered to watch the house while I'm at work since they remembered how Dad handled Mom during the divorce. They still haven't gathered their possessions after 3 days. Everything is going well on the porch because of the nice weather, but I'm growing more and more annoyed with their games. I spoke with a lawyer, who affirmed that I had the right to have their possessions taken away because I had given them adequate notice. Their social media participation has been the most illuminating aspect of this experience. Ignoring my comments about gathering their belongings, They have been sharing many honeymoon pictures with remarks about new beginnings and family unity. Elizabeth even had the audacity to post about toxic people who can't handle others' happiness. Their perfect family act was simply that, a show, I see now. Their actual nature is demonstrated by the way they went from being kind and considerate to being conceited and combative when things didn't go their way. I'm glad I followed my gut and refused to accept their long-term living arrangement before getting to know them further. Even though I now realize it wasn't real, I still miss the sense of family we had when they were here. True colors show not in good times but in how people handle disappointment, Mom used to say. The way they responded when I said no, told me all I needed to know about them. Has anyone handled comparable family circumstances? How did you respond to the fallout? Although I'm not changing my mind, I would like some guidance on how to handle the flying monkeys they are sending my way. Second update. 2 weeks have passed since my last post, and the actual narrative has now surfaced. Their desperate attempts to move in are explained by what I found, and it's worse than I thought. My father's old coworker, who has been a family friend for 30 years, contacted me yesterday. She disclosed that my father had been dismissed 3 months prior for mishandling company cash, so he wasn't taking a break from work as he had said. It seems that he had been making dangerous financial choices without the required approval, which resulted in large losses. The reality of their financial circumstances is startling. He used all of his retirement funds to cover the $45,000 cost of the wedding at the Grand Hotel. They spent an additional $30,000 on their 2-week Maldivian honeymoon, which was paid for by selling his investment holdings. When they became engaged last year, Elizabeth resigned her work as a real estate agent, confident in my father's 6-figure salary and their intended relocation into what their acquaintances called their future family home. Yes, that's how they described my house. They had planned their entire budget with the presumption that I would allow them to live with me permanently. They had already begun selling some of their furnishings and given notice of their move to Houston. They actually have nowhere else to put their possessions, which is why they are still on my porch. According to mutual acquaintances, they had been spreading the myth that I was staying in their home temporarily because of my mother's misguided sympathy. They presented themselves as kind by letting me stay while I got back on my feet. The truth is, of course, that I'm a successful financial consultant who makes 6 figures of my own money, and the house is legally mine. More unsettling revelations were revealed by my father's former coworker. Bad investments weren't the only reason he was fired. At work, he had been acting more and more erratically, making lofty claims to clients and getting indignant when asked about his tactics. Although no one is certain, some believe he was attempting to recuperate from losses on his personal investments. Elizabeth's actions suddenly make perfect sense. Her performance of being the perfect homemaker was a deliberate one. She had been telling her friends that she could concentrate on making a proper family environment, rather than working if she lived in my home. She had gone so far as to show her friends Pinterest boards of the alterations she intended to make to my mother's garden. Social media pictures from their honeymoon now paint a different picture. My father's exhausted retirement fund provided the funds for each magical moment they spent together. Literally, their posts about new beginnings were a bet to take over my house. They tried a different strategy after discovering their possessions were still on the porch after their honeymoon. Elizabeth apologized tearfully over the phone, saying that the stress of the wedding had taken over her. By implying that we might support one another during trying times, my father tried to present a picture of family unity. In the process, they unintentionally disclosed more of their scheme. They expected me to eventually give them ownership of the house, not just to move in temporarily. They specifically stated that we should combine our family resources for everyone's benefit, which presumably meant that I would give them my inheritance. Since then, I've found out that when they bought the house, they had already spoken with a real estate agent about financing alternatives and the house's possible value. My lawyer has urged me to submit a formal cease and desist letter over their misrepresentation of the house's ownership. They had even contacted a contractor about possible renovations, posing as the owners who were generously letting their daughter stay for now. In case legal action is required, we are also recording all of their communications and posts on social media. Stories of Elizabeth surveying the garden and talking about her remodeling ideas while I was at work have been shared by a number of neighbors. One neighbor even claimed that, without my knowledge, she had asked prospective contractors to come look at the property. Their complete financial desperation is now evident. The entire amount of my father's severance pay was used to plan the wedding. The costs of the wedding and honeymoon entirely drained his retirement funds. After giving notice on their apartment, they no longer have a place to live in Houston, and Elizabeth's sudden resignation has strained relations with her previous work. A few months' worth of living expenditures would not be covered by their present liquid assets. As they consider their options, they are now lodging at a low-cost hotel. Elizabeth has stopped posting on social media, with the exception of ambiguous statements like hidden blessings and family betrayal. My father has shifted from irate demands to frantic entreaties, but I'm refusing to back down. Some relatives say that since he is still my father, I ought to assist them in getting out of this situation. But as a financial advisor, I am aware that encouraging bad financial choices just makes matters worse. Furthermore, their attempt to use coercion to get me to leave my house reveals their actual motivations. Although I hope that legal action won't be required, I'm working closely with my lawyer to document everything. Next week, I will begin therapy to deal with the improved security system in the house. I recognize the irony. I, the daughter he never had time for, have created a secure existence via careful preparation, whereas my father, who worked in finance for a living, has ruined his retirement by bad financial choices. Even though she would be disappointed to see him go this far, Mom would appreciate the poetic justice. Has anyone else found relatives who have committed similar financial frauds? How did you manage to keep your distance while dealing with the betrayal? The rage is no longer the difficult thing. It's the melancholy of understanding that my father hasn't really changed. He has lured others into his plans, but he is still the same man who always prioritizes his own demands. I appreciate all of the help that this community has given me. I was able to stand by my judgments and follow my gut thanks to your advice. I'm concentrating on safeguarding my house and myself while I try to come to terms with this treachery. I'll provide another report when there are noteworthy developments. Third update. This scenario has finally come to an end after weeks of drama, and it's almost poetic. My father and Elizabeth left town today, but not because they wanted to, but because Elizabeth's ex-boyfriend unexpectedly stepped in. They were sleeping at a cheap hotel when we last left off, running out of money and options. I kept recording their actions, including their attempts to disseminate false information about me throughout the neighborhood. I was unaware that Elizabeth's girls had contacted their father to inform him of the terrible predicament their mother had found herself in. Michael, their father, is reportedly a prosperous Houston businessman. Over the years, he remained friendly with Elizabeth, focusing mostly on their daughter's welfare. He made the decision to step in after learning of Elizabeth's current predicament, that she was unemployed, effectively homeless, and complicit in a plot to seize my home. This developed in a pretty amazing way. Michael sent me an unexpected email last Tuesday. He said he was sorry to speak with me directly, but he needed to double-check certain information. What their daughters had told him was very different from what Elizabeth had told him. He was horrified by his ex's actions after our talk. Later on, I found out that Michael had been becoming increasingly alarmed as he saw Elizabeth's increasingly frantic social media messages. The last straw for him was learning that she had been applying for short-term loans in his children's names, which would have affected their credit scores. What followed was a masterclass in problem-solving techniques. Under certain restrictions, Michael volunteered to pay for their return to Houston. He made sure Elizabeth could resume her profession by setting her up for interviews with a number of real estate companies with which he had relationships. But in order to take advantage of these chances, she had to stop attempting to seize my belongings. The best part was seeing their meticulously crafted facade fall apart. Their social circle was informed by Michael that the story about them owning my house was a pure fabrication. In response to Elizabeth's social media posts about their family home, he even went so far as to write a kind but stern correction. After being humiliated by the revelation of his financial mishandling, my father eventually abandoned the facade. He acknowledged that their joint goal to buy my house had been a driving force behind the entire marriage and a rare moment of candor during a phone call that I recorded with his consent. Elizabeth had convinced him that they could work together to coerce me into selling it to them or sharing ownership. Elizabeth's daughters, who felt bad about playing a passive part in the plot, exposed the depth of their preparation. They posted screenshots of group chats in which my father and Elizabeth talked about different ways to control me. Among these were Elizabeth's conscious attempt to be the ideal stepmother and their well-thought-out choice to make their marriage announcement right when they knew I was most lonely. Michael's involvement included accountability in addition to financial support. He offered to pay for their first month's rent and moving costs in Houston, but only after they agreed to stop communicating with me unless I asked them to and signed legal papers admitting they had no claim to my property. Their departure was telling. Rather than offering an apology, they utterly ignored their botched attempt to seize my house by sending out a mass email to friends and relatives, saying they were going back to Houston for exciting new opportunities. As if this wasn't a retreat in shame, Elizabeth even had the gall to share pictures of them departing with statements about closing chapters and new beginnings in the captions, along with hashtags for luxury living. Yesterday, my security cameras caught them making a final drive by my house. They didn't stop, but they did slow down for a moment. Their possessions were already en route to Houston after being transferred to a storage facility at Michael's expense. It has been surprisingly quiet since. My neighbors have been tremendously supportive as they have watched this drama play out. I became aware of how frequent these circumstances are after hearing several people relate their personal tales of family property disputes. Several individuals have apologized for believing Elizabeth's stories, and the local community, which she attempted to infiltrate, has come together in support of me. I've begun going to a support group for those who are coping with family separation. It's assisting me in processing the range of feelings involved in this circumstance, including anger at their attempted deceit, lingering sadness over losing the little relationship I had with my father, and relief from their manipulation. The house feels different today, serene yet not empty. I've begun remodeling in an effort to make new memories rather than destroy old ones. Now that Mom's garden is flowering once again, I've joined a local gardening club to learn the appropriate way to take care of her prized roses. Working in the same area where she experienced such delight is helpful. In fact, this experience has helped my career. I now have a very intimate understanding of how family dynamics can affect financial decisions because I work as a financial consultant. Although I don't share my personal narrative, I'm more suited to guide clients through comparable circumstances. I recognize the irony of having to deal with a financially reckless parent while working as a financial advisor. Mom was correct when she declared that the best investment was education. I was able to identify the warning signs in their behavior early on thanks to my professional experience. Regarding the future, I'm concentrating on establishing wholesome connections. My friends that supported me during this time have grown to be like family. Even the person I'm seeing is surprisingly more interested in my business than my belongings. I've learned from this experience that family is about respect, integrity, and sincere concern for one another's welfare rather than about having the same DNA or legal titles. My mother was aware of this, which is why she took such care to safeguard my fortune. I want to thank everyone who read my tale and gave me advice. Your encouragement kept me going when I started to doubt myself. To people in comparable circumstances, follow your gut, keep a journal, and resist the need to compromise your limits out of embarrassment. Unless something important occurs, I don't anticipate posting any further updates. Now living in Houston, my father and Elizabeth are beginning a new life without access to my house or money. Every now and then, Michael updates me, mostly to make sure they're honoring their commitment to keep away. Mom would be happy with the way I handled this, not because I was tough, but because I upheld my morals and preserved the heritage she had worked so hard to leave me. That's what counts most in the end. My parents tried to sell my home for my brother's wedding. I took control, fought back, and reclaimed my life. I, 35F, recently bought my first home, marking a major life milestone. After years of diligent work and careful budgeting, I was able to finally afford a cozy place of my own. It's hardly a mansion, but it's ideal for me. A quiet retreat in a nice area. It felt great to have a property that was really mine, and it was a result of all my preparation and hard work. My parents, bless them, were ecstatic when I told them. They immediately offered to help with some small renovations, which I found to be quite amazing. They maintained that it was how they celebrated this new phase of my life and offered support. I nodded, picturing nothing significant, perhaps some new paint here, some landscaping there. However, my folks, well, they went overboard. Their beneficial visit soon turned into a regular event. They always brought a new visitor, whether it was an old woman from down the street, an acquaintance, or a distant relative. My house seemed to have become the local tourist destination. I dismissed it, but I thought it was a little over the top. They had great pride in me, especially since my younger brother, Michael, 32M, was always the golden child. They also enjoyed showing off family accomplishments. Even though he is 3 years younger than Michael, he has always drawn the most attention. He got everything he desired as a child. They would get Michael the deluxe edition of the game system if he desired one. He used all of their credit cards to buy expensive clothing. My brother was always given preference, even though I adore him. Michael recently became engaged to his fiancée, who lacks the royal income but has comparable upscale tastes. I barely listened to my parents as they talked about how the wedding costs were rapidly getting out of hand. It made sense that they were determined to make his day one to remember. Then strange things began to occur. All of a sudden, my folks started asking me about my house's worth, my outstanding mortgage, and if I had ever thought about refinancing. It seemed odd, but I didn't give it much thought. I assumed they were just interested because they had never before expressed interest in my financial situation. A week later, they invited me to join them for dinner and requested me to bring my property and mortgage documentation. Even though it looked completely useless, likely due to security concerns, I consented because I didn't want to cause any trouble. I should have been more suspicious, looking back. At this point, I began to hear strange remarks from my neighbors. They'd mention in passing that they saw a picture of a house just like mine online. Puzzled, I brushed it off as a coincidence. Then I received an email from a friend that included a link to a real estate listing. I have pictures of the inside of my house. The pictures were taken during the remodeling projects my parents had been working on. I didn't know how or why my house was up for sale. My blood froze. Equipped with indisputable proof, the real estate listing with images taken within my home, I went up against my parents. They had to stop playing dumb. They initially attempted to minimize it by saying they were only looking into possibilities in case I ever made the decision to sell. I didn't believe it. I wanted a direct response. Why would they list my house without contacting me? The truth was revealed at last. In order to assist pay for Michael's ideal wedding, my parents acknowledged listing the house. They said it was all for family happiness, and that since I had fulfilled my dream of home ownership, Michael should also be able to fulfill his. They talked constantly about how my house's equity could enable him to have the wedding of his dreams and how he deserved it. My parents genuinely believed they had a voice in how my house may be used just because they had assisted with certain upgrades. It was astounding how entitled they were. I was quite clear that my house was not for sale and that Michael's extravagant wedding was definitely not being funded by a bank. They wouldn't let it go, though. They used every tactic in the book, including emotional blackmail, guilt trips, and even bringing up past actions they had taken for me. They accused me of prioritizing money over family and recalled how much they had given me as a child. They saw my refusal to sell the house as a rejection of both Michael's happiness and the family as a whole. I remained steadfast. I restated that the house was not for sale and that they had gone too far. Then Michael himself gave the call. He was crying, upset, and angry as he called me selfish and accused me of spoiling his wedding. He claimed that given everything the family had done for me over the years, I had no right to pass up this one thing to him. Even as it hurt, I persisted. I clarified that I didn't need to sell my home in order to finance his ideal wedding. I told a few close pals about the entire affair. Even though I was astonished, they helped me right away and told me that I had every right to defend my home. They encouraged me to stand my position and reminded me that my family's behavior was very inappropriate. Word got around the family fast, and opinions differed. Some family members sympathized with me and thought it was ridiculous that my parents had listed my house without my consent. Others, on the other hand, supported my parents and said that in order to maintain family unity, I should make concessions. I felt like I had suddenly turned into the antagonist in this twisted story because I refused to give up my house for a wedding. My parents gave me an ultimatum a few days later. I had to sell the house willingly or face the condemnation of the entire family. They were very explicit that if I didn't comply, I would be effectively disowned. It was strange to hear my own parents discuss such a tough decision for a wedding that, in reality, had nothing to do with me. My fiancé Thomas, 37 million, has been my pillar of support during this entire ordeal. He has always understood me in a way that my family has never been able to, and we have been together for a number of years. He was incensed on my behalf when I told him all that was going on, but he also gave me some clarity on what I needed to do next. In contrast to Michael's extravagant wedding, we had been planning our own, but we wanted a small private ceremony. My grandfather, William, 77 million, is one individual who has supported me over this entire ordeal. He has consistently criticized my parents for their partiality and has never been a big fan of Michael. We have a unique bond. He claims that I make him think of his late wife, my grandma. Naturally, Michael tries to argue that Mom loves him more, but I don't often see him because he lives across the nation. He really is a pampered brat. When Michael received his football scholarship years ago, I learned that my parents had actually provided him with the funds to purchase a car and a house. They never gave me any money for my schooling. They said my college fund had been used for post-fire bills at Michael's university when I questioned them about it. Michael lived in luxury while I had to work through college and take out student loans. That's when I understood I needed legal advice. I called a lawyer and gave them the full rundown. The lawyer suggested a few safety measures. Even though it would be illegal for my family to sell my house without my consent, I should make sure that no locks would let anyone enter without my consent. In the event that my parents attempted additional intervention, they also advised protecting any valuables and private papers. I changed the locks and secured my documents right away, as they had advised. However, my parents didn't stop there. They began venting their frustrations on social media shortly after our altercation. In their lengthy, theatrical posts, they claimed that I had turned my back on the family, and was egotistically holding on to money that could help my brother realize his ambitions. They painted me as some cold-blooded villain, which led to a barrage of remarks from close friends and distant relatives, the majority of whom were unaware of the full context. Thomas provided the most surprising assistance. We have been covertly organizing our own wedding in spite of the mayhem. We desire something little but significant, surrounded by those who genuinely care about us. Thomas said that until everything is set up, we might not want to inform my family. They might attempt to ruin it or make it into another Michael drama, considering their history. I'm caught between wanting to protect myself and my future and loving my family as I write this. I won't allow the house to be taken away for someone else's ostentatious wants because it symbolizes everything I've worked for. However, the ongoing stress and emotional blackmail are wearing them down. I realize I'm correct, but there are moments when it seems like the hardest thing in the world to defend oneself against family. My grandfather and I are meeting with him tomorrow to talk about our wedding arrangements. He is the one person of my family who I really trust, and I am very grateful for his support. Whatever my folks throw at me next, I only hope I'll have the fortitude to maintain my position. First update. 3 weeks have passed since my last post, so I need to give you an update on my life. My family's position has gotten worse in unexpected ways. My parents eventually took down my house's real estate listing after I sent a cease and desist letter via my attorney. But their response was anything but contrite. They accused me of legal harassment and called the letter a betrayal, refusing to back down. They asserted that needless family conflict was being caused by my selfish refusal to assist with Michael's wedding. That letter turned out to be the decisive factor that caused us to drift farther apart. My mother bemoaned how I had turned against them, saddened that I would put money above love, but instead of accepting responsibility, they stepped up their social media campaign, posting dramatic updates that portrayed me as the monster driving the family apart over just money. The posts were sufficiently ambiguous to deceive anyone unaware of the true circumstances. Family, friends, and distant relatives soon started praising them in their comments. Some even sent me direct messages that were full of scorn and criticism. Michael made the decision to confront me directly just when I felt things couldn't get much worse. He arrived at my house without warning, furious. I had no right to keep my house to myself when the family required it for something as significant as his wedding, he claimed, adding that it had always been family property, and that I was jealous of his happiness. Refusing to fall for the plot, I remained composed and restated my determination to sell the house. I bought it with my own hard-earned money, thus it was legally mine. He walked off, apparently much more enraged by that. The following day, my parents called with more expectations. They insisted that I grant them a sizable loan as I wasn't prepared to sell the house. As a family, they contended that I owed it to them in whatever way I could because Michael's wedding was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Remaining calm, I declined. They had nothing to do with me, and their demands were totally inappropriate. In reaction, they severed all communication with me. They stopped asking me to family get-togethers, and I soon started getting complaints from other family members that I had alienated them. It was obvious that my parents were attempting to keep me apart in the hopes that I would give in to their pressure. Although I am deeply saddened, my close friends have supported me. They never stopped telling me that I'm doing the right thing, and I don't know how I would have remained resolute without their help. The real estate agent who had previously come to my house called me a few days earlier. I couldn't get rid of the sensation that this wasn't over, even though they acknowledged that my parents had finally removed the listing after receiving the cease and desist letter. One evening at home, I observed that my hair seemed different, which confirmed my fears. I could tell they were tampered with, although it was subtle. At first, I thought someone had broken in, maybe as a reprisal for the legal letter. I hired a locksmith right away to replace all of the locks. I couldn't take any chances after everything that had transpired. I didn't want to think that my own family could be this bad, but I'm beginning to notice everything. I've begun therapy in order to get through the emotional turmoil this familial betrayal has left behind. I uncover layers of manipulation and shame in each session that I was unaware were hurting me. I'm learning from the therapist how deeply embedded these family relationships are and how crucial it is to set limits, even inside the family. In private, Thomas and I have proceeded with our wedding preparations. Having at least one family member who genuinely supports us is great, and my grandfather William is helping us organize everything. We're organizing something little but significant, exactly what we both desire. There is no greater difference between Michael's extravagant approach and ours. Observing my parents continuing their slander campaign within the extended family has been the most difficult aspect of all of this. They are creating a story in which I am the egotistical daughter who cares more about money than keeping the family together. As soon as the word got out, I started getting letters from relatives I hadn't seen in years, all of whom were disappointed and accused me of ruining family unity. I've begun recording every conversation I have with Michael, my parents, and any other family members who get in touch. I want a detailed record of everything said and done in case the situation erupts again. I also feel more in control of the issue when I keep a record, as if I'm finally taking proactive measures to adequately protect myself. I'm discovering that my resolve is getting stronger despite the pandemonium. Every story they circulate and every attempt to guilt trip me simply serves to reinforce the fact that I made the right choice. I will not allow anyone to ruin the life I have meticulously crafted for myself, not even my family. I'll provide another update as soon as I have more information to give, but Thomas and I are proceeding with our preparations. Your support matters more than you can imagine, so thank you all. Second update. Since my last update, which was 2 months ago, everything has changed. Yes, I married Thomas last weekend without telling Michael or my parents. I must tell you what transpired. Just our closest friends, Thomas's family, and my grandfather William, who proudly escorted me down the aisle, attended our lovely, small ceremony. He was so happy for us that he was glowing. When others asked me where my parents were, I just said, they had to go to Michael's game. Grandfather was apprehensive about our concealment at first, but he was totally on board with us. A storm was building as we got back from our short honeymoon, totally disconnected. Before I could even unlock my phone, I was inundated with notifications, primarily from Michael and my mother. Michael was calling me names and using profanity. It seems that my aunt made a crude jab at my parents' absence by sharing wedding photos on Facebook. Everyone in their little community started denouncing them for how they had treated me when the post went public. As it happens, my grandfather even visited my parents and expressed his thoughts to them. This appears to have been the last straw for my dad. He ultimately confronted my mother and threatened to file for divorce if she didn't make amends because he was so angry about missing my wedding and his own father's criticism. My parents' texts first expressed wrath before changing to beg and plead. I'm getting a lot of flack from my mom's sisters and friends since I didn't say it was my wedding. Many of my family members, including those I didn't invite, have expressed regret, claiming they were unaware of the dire circumstances at home. To be honest though, I don't believe it. I did disclose my impending marriage to my parents. I gave them an invitation on paper, just like everyone else. A few members on Thomas's side, my parents, Michael, and a few distant relatives did not send out RSVPs. I followed up with everyone else, and they all replied. Those who did not RSVP said they were unable to attend. My brother and mother ignored me when I texted them. I deliberately didn't give the precise day because I knew about Michael's game. They would tell me to quit being a bother and that other things were more important each time I attempted to bring up the wedding. In retrospect, I guess I should have quit right away. The effort was not worth it. I didn't hide my marriage, I just didn't point it out to them in the hopes that they would be taken aback and perhaps even a little interested. My aunts and uncles did hear me mention the wedding. Sometimes, Mom would even be in the room. "That's nice, dear," she would remark with a smile before straying from the subject. I attempted to keep my distance from them after high school, college, and graduate school, but they would always guilt trip me and bring me back by pointing to my mom's sisters and grandparents. Maybe it's because Thomas is with me now that this time feels different. I am stronger and more self-assured. But I still need to make a decision. It has been quite hectic. The majority of Dad's family lives on the other side of the nation, as I already stated. I wasn't really sure how they felt about me for a very long time. I stayed in contact with Dad's side of the family, but I never brought up the abuse again. I tried to let them know how my parents were treating me when I was 14 years old. My grandfather, uncles, and aunts all scolded them. However, I was chastised so badly when I went home that I convinced myself that I had made it up. The only person who knew was Grandfather. He was constantly worried that I would get resentful of him if he attempted to intervene. The fact that I currently reside in a different town than my parents should be noted. In fact, they hardly even know my current address. Michael once attempted to break into my old flat in order to steal money. In fact, my mother defended him by stating, "Siblings share things." Since then, I've moved. Their little settlement was about an hour away from the city where I used to reside. In relation to my cousin, it was she who brought up the fact that my dad's absence at my wedding was a major issue for him. They chastised my cousin for turning her back on family over a minor incident, and eventually cut her off. I sent my dad a message expressing my desire to meet with him, my mother, and Michael at a neutral location the next day. He immediately replied that he agreed. My dad's brother and sisters are joining us in a park where we're congregating, probably to prevent any harm. My dad looked awful, as he has been for days. For the time being, I'm concentrating on enjoying my new life with Thomas, even though I know I'll need to make some decisions regarding my connection with my family in the future. We are eager to start a new chapter in our lives together, free from the manipulation and turmoil that have characterized my past. Third update. My last update was 1 month ago. Although nobody anticipated it, the park encounter I mentioned ended up being a pivotal moment. I'm at last prepared to talk about what transpired and how I finally took charge of my life. When I got to the park, I could feel the tension. Michael was unable to keep eye contact, my mother was wearing her typical self-righteous expression, and my father was defeated. I had my own intentions, but my dad's siblings were there, ostensibly as mediators. My lawyer on rapid dial, a folder of documented proof, and an unshakable resolve to put an end to this on my terms were the three things I carried with me. I put a heavy folder on the park bench between us before anyone could say anything. This is every text, email, social media post, and court document demonstrating your attempts to steal my house, I said, opening the folder. Evidence of financial fraud is also included. I gave my mom my full attention. Do you recall those college fund records you said were destroyed in a fire? Copies were kept by grandfather. It's interesting how that money got up in Michael's accounts. My mother's face lost its color. Michael began to object, but I interrupted him. I'm not done yet. I also have surveillance footage and other records of your attempted break-in at my previous flat. Not to mention that my house locks have recently been tampered with. I raised my hand when my father attempted to apologize. I came here not to apologize. I come to explain to you exactly what will occur next. I produced a paper that included compound interest calculations and a list of all the items they had taken from my college fund. You may either give back all of the money you took from my education fund and handed it to Michael, plus interest, or I'll file charges for financial fraud. My attorney has everything prepared. In an attempt to keep things under control, my mother sneered. You wouldn't risk it, we are related. I chuckled icily. When you attempted to take my house, you forfeited your ability to refer to us as family. But let me go on. Also, I'm requesting a restraining order against each and every one of you. There is strong evidence of emotional abuse, harassment, and break-in attempts. At last, Michael was able to speak. This cannot be done to us. How about my wedding? Your nuptials? I said. All right, Michael, let me tell you about weddings. I was recording every threat, every deceptive message, and every attempt to steal my stuff while you were organizing your lavish celebration. This issue is especially intriguing to the law company I hired, which focuses on family financial abuse. I went to my parents. Additionally, the firm found several intriguing anomalies in your financial data. The IRS appears to be quite interested in certain tax-related matters, particularly those involving gifts to Michael that were not properly disclosed. There was silence in the park. Even the noises of kids playing in the distance sounded subdued. My mom's face had turned ashen instead of pale. It appeared as though my father was ill. This is what's going to happen, I added in a calm, steady voice. Within 72 hours, you will credit my account with the entire sum of my pilfered college fund, plus interest. You will stop communicating with my husband, myself, and my close friends and family. You'll take down every social media post that mentions me and refrain from creating any new ones. My attorney will file the restraining order, the fraud charges, and the IRS tip if you break any of these conditions. I looked across at Michael. And you? The golden child role has ended for you. I have forwarded information about your attempted break-in and the threats that followed to the Human Resources Department of your employer. They were especially curious about how this relates to the ideals of their business. My mother's voice shook, but she managed to get it out. Would you ruin your own family for financial gain? No, I replied. Mother, after years of abuse and manipulation, you ruined this family. All I'm doing is making sure you can never harm me again and giving me back what you took. I got up and gathered my papers. You have 72 hours. My attorney will be keeping an eye on the move. Everything is filed if it isn't finished or if any of you try to get in touch with me. Additionally, keep in mind that grandfather has copies of all the original paperwork proving the financial fraud before you think about attempting to challenge this. My father yelled feebly, Lauren, please, as I was leaving. I made one final turn around. You had 20 years to say please, and 20 years to defend me. You were a father for 20 years. The time is up. The repercussions. The result was just what I had envisioned. The entire sum showed up in my account within 48 hours. All of my mother's social media posts regarding me were removed. Michael was placed on administrative leave by his employer while an internal inquiry was conducted. My grandfather told me that my father eventually filed for divorce. Not that we needed it anymore, but Thomas and I upgraded our home security system with some of the refunded funds. Additionally, we made a sizable donation to a charity organization that supports victims of financial abuse in families. Making their manipulation into something constructive for other people seemed right. According to my grandfather, who is the only member of my family I still communicate with, my parents' social standing in their little town has completely collapsed. It turns out that people's carefully constructed picture collapsed once they discovered the whole reality, which included years of financial abuse and manipulation in addition to my wedding. After the company's inquiry exposed Michael's level of dishonesty, his fiancée broke up with him. I won't pretend it doesn't hurt occasionally, but I know I made the right decision every morning when I wake up in my home, which is safe and secure and cannot be taken from me. Thomas and I are currently organizing a lavish honeymoon, which will be funded in part by my refunded education funds. Using their stolen money to increase my own happiness has a certain poetic quality. My accomplishments are currently displayed on a wall in my home office, including my professional certifications, degrees that I earned via hard work, and a framed copy of the final bank transfer that shows the refunded college funds. The money isn't the point. It's about saying, enough is enough, and ultimately taking a stand. I say this to anybody who could criticize me for being too severe, for not trying to make amends or accept apologies. Forgiveness is a gift, not a duty. Walking away and making sure toxic people can never harm you again is sometimes the strongest thing you can do. Despite their attempts to portray me as such, I am not the antagonist in this tale. My house belongs to me. I'm a lady who at last decided, no more. I own my life. I own my future. To pay for a wedding, they intended to steal my house. They actually lost a lot more than that. They lost their social standing and reputation, but more significantly, they lost any influence they may have had over me. I'm doing well, and so is Thomas. With friends who genuinely care about us, we have dinner parties in our safe, expensive house. Since everything started, I've gotten 3 promotions at work, in part because I'm not bearing the emotional weight of their manipulation any longer. Living a good life isn't always the best form of retaliation. Sometimes it's holding those who attempted to harm you accountable. My mom wanted to steer the conversation. Well, she no longer has a story to steer. Michael requested that everything be given to him. He's now learning what it means to deal with the fallout. The passive observer role was what my father desired. Being too helpless to stop it, he got to watch everything fall apart. I finished telling this narrative because I'm ready to move on to the next chapter, not because there isn't more to tell. One in which I write all the words and nobody else does. I want to express my gratitude to everyone who helped me along the way. Keep in mind that forgiveness and reconciliation aren't always necessary for a happy ending. Sometimes you have to say never again, and stand your ground. Parents sided with my cheating ex, denied me shelter after divorce. Now, 5 years later, they want back in after hearing about my engagement. After my divorce 5 years ago, my parents lost relations with me. Nick cheated on me with his receptionist. I discovered it when browsing his phone. My suspicions were long-standing, so I checked his texts one day. I realized our marriage was finished then. I struggled because Nick and I were together over a decade before we married. We were childhood sweethearts because his parents were friends of mine. We met and started dating that way. After high school, we had an on and off relationship, but at 22, our parents pressured us to marry. So we did. We often fought after marriage. He cheated even though I never considered it. I left our house that day after learning about his affair because I was hurt. My initial thought was to visit my parents. I assume Nick has already spoken to them. He probably knew I'd go there and wanted to stop me. Amazingly, my parents refused to let me in after he asked. Standing outside their door, I begged to remain for a few days until I found a place. They informed me they wouldn't consider this because Nick was still my husband and we could figure things out. Even after I told them Nick cheated on me, they didn't seem to mind. They said they knew about his adultery because Nick confessed when he called. My folks say one person cannot break a marriage. Thus, they indirectly blamed me for everything. I wasn't surprised since that's always been their attitude toward me. Why I expected their assistance back then is beyond me. I repeatedly told my parents about my marriage issues before Nick's infidelity. I told them I didn't want to stay with him. However, they constantly told me I was too ambitious and didn't give my marriage enough time, hence it failed. When I tried to stay with them that day, they accused me of being more focused on work than my marriage. I was fed up when they blamed me. I left immediately. My friends are nice, so I visited one to tell her about my divorce even though I wasn't ready. She graciously hosted me for 2 weeks. I met with a lawyer, filed for divorce, and looked for an apartment over those weeks. My pals were the only ones who supported me emotionally back then. My parents never spoke to me except to tell me how bad I was for leaving my unfaithful spouse. Nick kept contacting me, insisting we could still work and that marriage counseling would help us. He continued apologizing, as if it would help. Naturally, my parents supported him and urged me to forgive him. Once I cut them out of my life, they ceased trying to contact me. After the divorce, I had no touch with them. I haven't spoken to my parents since, and I don't regret it. When we meet at family functions sponsored by other relatives, we ignore each other. I'm okay with this because they don't regret what they did to me. My partner Charlie and I are engaged after 5 years. My 3 years with him have been some of my best. His restaurant was where we met. I was out with pals when he approached. After a while, I discovered he owned the restaurant. After a few dates, we grew serious. Within weeks, I discovered he owned that restaurant and had a comparable business history. Charlie grew up interested in all things cooking because his father owns one of the state's largest bakery chains. This led to his restaurant launching. Though I was impressed, I didn't care because I'm a working woman and plan to work after marriage. Unlike my parents, I've never wanted his money. After learning about Charlie, they immediately tried to reconnect with me. It happened last week, only days after I announced my engagement on social media. I imagine a relative told my parents I was engaged. They must have researched Charlie and his family. 3 days after my announcement, they emailed me. They congratulated me on my engagement and apologized for their past behavior in their email. They apologized for not contacting me in recent years and wanted to attend my wedding. They avoided talking about Charlie or his family, which was sensible. But I'm not stupid enough to fall for it. It was strange that they contacted me after my engagement, even though they felt awful and wanted to contact me earlier. I declined to respond. When they wanted back in my life, they reached out again, and they did. They revealed themselves in the second email. They told me they had read about Charlie and his family and liked my choice. It made me think they assumed I was dating Charlie for a reason, which was untrue. It worsened. They said they reached out because of Charlie and his family in that email. They stated they were proud of my prestigious lineage. The email was arrogant, and I was irritated that they were primarily interested in the fact that I had secured a place in a wealthy family through marriage. That email's purpose is unknown. They probably didn't understand it made matters worse. I blocked them after reading. A few days of tranquility ended last night. I've lived in Charlie's apartment for a year. Few family members know where I live, and only a few close acquaintances and relatives have visited. They could not have told my parents. I guess my folks found out. When asked, they didn't say how. Our residence was visited last night. Charlie and I were astonished to find them outside. Charlie understands my parents' past, divorce, and reactions, and he doesn't like it. The door was opened by him. He called me over to talk to my parents when he spotted them. Thankfully, Charlie stayed with me. Knowing I was struggling, he held my hand throughout my conversation with my parents. My parents apologized, stating they didn't want to seem more interested in Charlie and his family than my forgiveness. They said they wanted to contact me several times over the last few years but didn't because they knew I'd be furious with them for their earlier behavior. Those were invalid reasons, I told them. They treated my divorce insensitively. I wouldn't have forgiven them if they'd reached out before, and I wouldn't forgive them now. After 5 years of divorce, I no longer need them. I was harsh and told them to leave. I don't know how they obtained my address, but I warned them I'd contact the police if they returned. My dad yelled at me as I turned to close the door. He called me egoistic and cocky, stating I couldn't treat them like way since I was marrying into a rich family. I was angered by that unwarranted and incorrect statement. This wasn't my behavior because I was marrying into his family. No sane person would have said it. I returned it to Dad. I said it wasn't about me marrying into a rich family, but their behavior. Despite 5 years to change, they were still unpleasant, and I avoided them. I knew shutting them out of my life was right, and I never intended to forgive them. After I said that, they addressed Charlie instead of me. They warned him about my attitude problem because it ended my last marriage. They made it clear that Nick had cheated on me with the workplace receptionist he'd known for months. While I was still engaged, they boasted that Nick and this woman were happily married with a child. They said I could never have a happy family since I was always showing off my superiority. I guess I had done this before by focusing too much on work instead of my marriage, and now I was acting superior because Charlie was rich. My superiority complex lost me my first marriage and would cost me my second, they said. Thanks to my fiancé, Charlie ignored their warnings about me. Charlie refused dating advice from folks like my parents. Because I was marrying him and he was rich, he stated I could brag about it. He said that whether I had an attitude problem or not was his concern, and they didn't need to worry about him because we weren't bothered about them. The last thing Charlie said left me stunned. He informed my parents that he was delighted my ex had found love with the lady he had an affair with and that it was indicative that they still supported Nick instead of me after 5 years to reflect on their behavior. He said that it didn't matter because they weren't close to our net worth. He closed the door as they panicked outside. My parents left eventually. I didn't believe it would go farther, but my paternal grandparents called this morning. They lectured me about Charlie and my mistreatment of my parents. Since my grandparents and I have been friendly, it was surprising. Despite being in touch with my parents for 5 years, they have always been neutral about this subject. They instantly thought I should apologize to my parents, especially after Charlie told them about our net wealth. They claimed that my parents had made mistakes, but they had always tried to be good to me. Maybe, but my connection with my parents has always been tense and complicated, even from childhood. I cannot dispute that they have always supported me and tried to make my life comfortable. My grandparents emphasized that I should be grateful to my parents. They cautioned me not to gloat about my wealth, especially since it's not mine. My in-laws are rich. They say I can't brag because I'm still in my parents' income category. I told my grandparents that Charlie had responded that way to my parents, not me. My grandparents ignored my refusal to talk to them. They stated it didn't matter who spoke as long as I permitted it, which humiliated my parents. They said I should have stood up for my parents, even if I didn't want to forgive them. I told my grandparents that my parents had spoken nasty things about me, but they replied it didn't matter. Their sole concern was my behavior, therefore they claimed they will talk to my parents separately about their errors. I got frustrated since the conversation went in circles and they didn't comprehend me. They then revealed that a man who disrespected my family would never appreciate me. Then they hung up. Although I love Charlie and don't think he did anything wrong, my grandparents' reaction has made me wonder about my handling of the incident. Am I responsible for letting my affluent fiancé trash my estranged parents' substandard finances? Update 1. Hello, everybody. I and Charlie appreciate your support and remarks. We feel no obligation to my family, not even an apology, after considering everything. They kept saying I was too smug and arrogant because I married into an affluent family. Charlie and I will act as they accuse us. After talking to friends and reading the comments, I don't think I or my fiancé did anything wrong. No need for guilt. Charlie explicitly stated that he will not apologize to anyone who has disrespected me, not once but repeatedly. Even their last visit to our residence was insulting. They persisted after I told them I didn't want to discuss or forgive them and tried to make me appear awful for rejecting their nonsense. Charlie said he knew my parents were bad based on what I told him before. After meeting them, he said they were terrible and suggested I never forgive or speak to them. Totally agree with him. Charlie made a good point when I told him my grandparents' words. He told me my grandparents had avoided the turmoil because it was convenient. When my parents were hurt, they jumped in. They were okay as long as I hurt. After their darling son was offended, they pursued me. Charlie advised me to examine this before acting on their advice. I considered it. He made a valid point. When I tried to talk to my grandparents about my relationship with my parents for 5 years, they said I needed to figure it out alone and didn't want to become involved. I stopped venting to them since I knew they wouldn't listen. Looking back, their neutrality seemed to be a strategy to keep diplomatic and on good terms with us. Since they clearly prioritize my father over me, I believe they don't plan on being diplomatic anymore. I was dumb to expect other behavior. Anyway, I'm delighted Charlie's here. He appears angrier than me about this, which I find endearing. It shows his love for me. Update 2. Hello everybody. My grandparents called me a week ago to say I was incorrect in how I handled my parents and wanted to apologize. Since I didn't react last week, they contacted me again. Since I blocked my parents and grandparents, they created a new email account and wrote me an email. My handling of the problem disappointed them. They were surprised that I had blocked them because they had always tried their best to be on my side during the past 5 years. However, they agreed that staying diplomatic was a mistake and that they should have informed me that my parents were right about everything and that I had an attitude problem to fix. Their argument was repeating my parents' unsubstantiated assertions. They basically repeated my parents' criticism since they couldn't find a rationale. Naturally, they made it personal for no reason. Even though they had always said my parents and I had valid but different perspectives and couldn't tell who was right or wrong. That email was annoying. After seeing it, Charlie said he was glad we hadn't apologized or contacted them because they didn't deserve it. He claimed they were greedy and that my family had an attitude problem, not me. I didn't reply to that email and won't. I don't want to dispute or prove my point. They've already made me the villain, so they'll never trust me. They'll keep making excuses to blame me. It probably worries them that I'm marrying Charlie, getting affluent, and cutting them out of my life, so they can't benefit from my marriage. Ironic, because Charlie and I believe that if they wanted forgiveness, they should have been nicer and boosted our egos. Bitterness and resentment have made things worse for them without them realizing it. Maybe they do. They're indifferent. No matter what, they're out of my life. Third update. My last update was 2 months ago. Because I wasn't concerned anymore, I forgot about my parents' and grandparents' problems. I became busy organizing my wedding and doing other things after they didn't contact me again. My parents returned to my place 3 days ago. Charlie was away this time. When I saw them outside, I didn't open the door. I told them through the door that I didn't want to argue again. I told them to leave or I would call the police, which would be very bad for them. Despite my concerns, my parents stayed. My dad said he didn't expect me to forgive or accept them back. He wanted to apologize for how he and my mom acted last time. He added that after much consideration, they recognized they had made things worse by refusing to accept that I wasn't ready to forgive them. Now, they wanted me to know they were sorry for their repeated failures and would apologize until I forgave them. My mother said they would wait the rest of their life for my forgiveness. That was a big statement. I felt forced to open the door. I told them I didn't know what to say or how to feel. All I knew was that I wasn't ready to deal with them. I calmly told them they didn't need to apologize anymore. I needed some space from them. In a few years, I might contact them. For now, I desire solitude. I'm not sure if I'll ever contact them, but I said that to lighten the situation. It improved their mood. Even if it took 2 years, my mother stated she would like to hear from me. She hoped I'd forgive them one day. She cried and stated that she and my father had always been too arrogant and proud to accept they weren't the finest parents, especially after my divorce. They said they were misled into thinking I had an attitude problem. Since then, they'd been confused about me. Sometimes thinking I was right and sometimes Nick was right. This is why they felt their attitude toward me was constantly inconsistent and confusing. Personally, I don't accept that excuse. God, I'm their daughter. My personality should be well known. They didn't spend much time with me as kids or teens. Not knowing me well isn't unexpected. That's their fault, not mine. I didn't want to start a major ordeal, so I just informed them what occurred and couldn't be altered. I added that if they wanted me to forgive them, they should stay away from me and let me heal. They departed quietly without saying anything. When Charlie returned home, I informed him how I handled the matter and what my parents and I discussed during their visit. He said the scenario may have been worse but was thankful it wasn't. I'm trying not to think about my parents because I don't know how to feel. My wedding planning is my priority, and I hope it goes well. Fourth update, hey, I got married last week and had a blast. Naturally, my immediate family did not attend since they were not invited. I invited my maternal grandparents, but they reside out of state and my grandpa is sick. As a result, few family members attended the wedding, but I didn't mind. Charlie was with me, and his family welcomed me as one of their own. That's really appreciated. My parents called me from a burner phone 2 days after the wedding. They said my cousins told them about my wedding. Even though I didn't want them at the wedding, they claimed they were thrilled for me and wished me joy in my new life. I thanked them and said nothing else. Many of you may say I shouldn't have hosted them during their last visit. Some may say I should have called the police. But that would have simply increased anger and hatred, causing more drama. I like this technique better. I don't think I'll ever be close to my parents, but we don't fight. Neutrality seems ideal for everyone. My 5-year husband abruptly and mysteriously filed for divorce. But I heard a startling exchange with his friend that told me everything. 5 years ago, I, a 30-year-old woman, married my 32-year-old husband. After almost 2 years of dating, I was completely smitten with him. I therefore said yes, without hesitation when he proposed to me. I was a surgeon at the time, and my husband was an actor who was having trouble finding a job. I paid for practically everything in the house, but I didn't mind at all. I was more than willing to pay all the bills since I wanted him to pursue his goal. Despite frequently being cast as an extra in most sequences and earning only half of what I did, he never gave up. He recently got a small part in a feature-length movie. I was ecstatic for him. For him, it was a huge event even though he just had 10 to 15 minutes of screen time. Everything appeared to be going well, and in a few weeks they were set to begin filming for his part. But 5 days ago, my husband unexpectedly served me with divorce papers, and my entire world came apart. I was caught completely off guard. I didn't think he would ask me to get a divorce. I felt the same way about him as he had about me. Everything happened so quickly. He said he no longer felt the same way about me when I asked him why. He claimed that now that he was at last receiving serious offers, he wanted to focus more of his time and efforts on his work. He said that this was only the beginning of his career and that he desired a new beginning, one that excluded me. He claimed that the burden of his former life, which reportedly included me, could not hold him down. I was heartbroken. It was unbelievable to me that he was saying this after all the sacrifices I had made and the times I had put his aspirations ahead of my own. That day, I sobbed for hours and pleaded with him to reconsider our marriage, but he refused to listen. He said that he no longer felt anything for me and that there was nothing more to be done. He thought it would be better if we split up now. I was devastated when he packed up his things and departed. I spent the following 4 days completely lost. I was so depressed that I didn't even go to work. I kept hoping that this nightmare would end. After that, my hubby called me yesterday. He had a meeting the following day, so he asked if I could leave some of his formal attire at his friend's house, where he was staying. In the hopes of meeting him face to face and perhaps persuading him to return, I gladly consented. I had no choice but to go to his friend's apartment since I was desperate. When I got there, I heard my husband and his friend conversing inside, and I saw that the door was slightly open. As I was ready to knock, his friend asked him why he had married me in the first place if he had no intention of staying. I was interested in that. I made the decision to remain silent and listen in the hopes of learning more. I had entered at the perfect, if unpleasant time, and it felt like they had already been discussing me. My husband laughed before responding to his friend's inquiry, and he continued by saying that he married me simply to utilize me to advance in his job. He acknowledged that his heart didn't love me. He had cheated on me numerous times over the years with unidentified women he met at parties or on set. I nearly gasped, but I was able to hold myself back. I wanted to hear more from my beloved hubby. He went on to say that a friend of his had introduced us, telling him that I was the daughter of a well-known dentist. My dad is among the state's top dentists, so that much was accurate. My husband was also aware that my dad frequently worked with a well-known actor. Some of his acquaintances in the business had told him about this. Everything started to make sense to me as he talked. He described how he had reached out to me in a desperate attempt to salvage his acting career. It was only a plus that I was rich and, in his opinion, easily influenced. He claimed to love me for 5 years while he waited for a chance to meet my dad's well-known customer. About 5 months ago, at my dad's 50th wedding anniversary celebration, that chance presented itself. Many of my dad's acquaintances, including his most well-liked customer who was also a close friend, were invited. My husband charmed him, spoke with him at the party, and even exchanged phone numbers with him. I didn't know at the time. Due to his hectic schedule, my dad's customer was only at the party for approximately 30 minutes, but within that brief period, my husband was able to get his number. Even though I hate him today, I must admit that when my spouse feels like it, he can be very charming. I wasn't shocked that he was able to pull it off. But I was surprised to learn that my husband had spent 5 years of our life together, causing me unspeakable heartache, all for his own self-serving ends. And to top it all off, I helped him get his current position. On the recommendation of my dad's client, the film's director signed him. I am the one who has been betrayed and is now being discarded through divorce, even though I am the one who made this huge career breakthrough. At that moment, I wanted to go in and give him a face punch, but I controlled myself. I drove home after making my way back to my car on foot. I had plenty of time to analyze my anger and devise a strategy to exact revenge on this self-centered monster because this incident occurred yesterday afternoon. I tried to relax by meditating after I got home. I was enraged and worried that if I didn't manage my emotions, I may physically harm him. I made every effort to divert my attention and devise a scheme to ruin him. Asking my dad for the actor's number, calling him, and insisting that my husband be removed from the movie was one of my first ideas. But since it was a professional issue, I wasn't sure if it would work or if my viewpoint would be taken seriously. I've known my dad's client since my undergraduate days. He knew me much better than he knew my husband, even though we weren't really close. After speaking with my parents, I finally thought it was worth a shot and gave him a call in the evening. I thought there was still a chance to make things better, so I hadn't notified anyone about the divorce yet, not even my family. I was so anxious because this was the first time I was going to admit it. His assistant finally got me through after multiple calls. Following some awkward small conversation, I spoke without pausing and said everything I needed to say. I revealed that my husband had cheated on me and secured a movie role through my dad's and my connections. I requested that he use his power to get my husband fired, stating that this would be the correct thing to do if there was any justice in the world. I'm sure he was as uneasy hearing it as I was speaking it since I said it all at once. There was a pause before he stated he would investigate. After saying thank you, he hung up. The whole experience made me feel ashamed, but it was over. At this point, my only option was to wait for a response from him or my spouse. About 10 o'clock at night, 2 hours later, my spouse began calling me in a panic. I understood then that he must have already been dismissed. I was shocked at how fast it had transpired. I texted the man who made it happen to say thank you. He hadn't had much trouble taking care of it because there hadn't been a legal contract, just a verbal understanding. He responded to my text with good wishes for the future, which I found to be quite considerate and gave me hope again. Without a care in the world, I turned off my phone, disregarded all of my husband's calls and texts, and went to bed. I'm not lying when I say that I had the best sleep of my life. As I was getting ready to go for work this morning, I heard my husband yelling for me from outside my door and pleading with me to open it. I told him to go because I had to leave for work and didn't intend to let him in. He was unwilling to give up though, and insisted that I have one final conversation with him before removing him from my life. I eventually grew tired of his shenanigans and let him in, telling him that I would not waste my time again. He sobbed as he dropped to his knees and admitted that he had erred. He pleaded for another opportunity, saying that I was the only woman he had ever loved. However, I no longer felt sorry for him because I knew how talented an actor he was. After letting him cry for a few minutes, I inquired about the success of his acting role in the movie. I deliberately used a mocking tone because, let's face it, that's precisely what I was doing. He appeared shocked for a second before realizing what had happened. He went crazy when he realized that I was the reason he had lost the chance of a lifetime. He began yelling in my face, saying that I had ruined his life and that I would be held accountable. I also didn't hold back. I shouted back at him, telling him that he deserved this, if not worse, because he had destroyed 5 years of my life. After what seemed like 5 minutes of us yelling at one another, he finally broke down. He was aware that no amount of yelling would restore what he had lost, neither the role nor the happy life he had been having with me. He was solely responsible for his own actions. Even though he was crying, he made sure to tell me that he would take everything from the divorce and leave me on the streets, which made me feel almost terrible for him. Those were fairly audacious remarks, and any pity I might have had for him was instantly gone. I told him to leave my place as respectfully as possible. He complied, leaving while still sobbing and mumbling obscenities. That day, I made the decision to skip work once more. I wasn't feeling well, and the events had been terrible and weighty. First update. At last, I disclosed the divorce to my family and acquaintances. They were just as caught off guard as I had been when my spouse initially expressed his desires to me. But they were all appalled when I told them what I had heard at his friend's place. They even said that what he had done to me was far worse than my vengeance. When my dad learned that my husband had taken advantage of both him and me to further his objectives, he became quite angry. He wanted to go to my husband's house and use his fists to make him understand, but I was able to calm him down. I'm happy that most people concur that my actions were appropriate. My husband's treatment of me was so harsh. It permanently damaged my trust in marriage and men. He deserved to be punished for his efforts, in my opinion. I had spent many years and a significant amount of money on our marriage, just as he had spent years on his work. I don't think it matters that I destroyed his career on my own if he could destroy our marriage on his own. He keeps contacting me online, pleading with me to retract my remarks and assist him in regaining the part, as if he had been cheated out of a chance. Despite my efforts to block his accounts, he continues to create new ones out of desperation. I'm now thinking of completely stepping away from social networking. After everything he's done, I don't see why he feels entitled to get in touch with me. I hope he eventually understands that he's done and that there's no turning back. It appears that his threats to destroy me throughout the divorce were mostly verbal. We both understand that he cannot harm me in any way. Second update. A few days ago, I erased my social media account and blocked my husband. But it appears that I also need to update my phone number. I've had between 70 and 80 spam calls from various numbers since last night. I'm going wild over it. My phone is constantly buzzing every few minutes, and it's always from a different number. I know it's him, but I'm not sure how he's doing it. I even gave him a call to tell him to stop and to be aware that his actions would have an impact on the settlement. I was obviously bluffing. No deal is possible. I was attempting to use it as leverage to get him to quit pestering me, even though I owe him nothing. He was adamant about denying any role in the calls though. His voice made it clear to me that he was lying, which only made me feel more irritated. As I was about to cry at the end of the conversation, he hinted that if he were to miraculously regain his role, the calls may cease. The final straw was that. I yelled as many colorful profanities as I could at him before shutting off my phone. I have been using my laptop to surf the internet and have yet to switch it back on. I only intend to switch my phone back on after I have a new number. Since he will no longer be able to reach me, hopefully it will stop him from making me insane. Everyone is aware that I will not challenge the divorce. In a few days, we are expected to appear in court. I don't understand why he is acting inappropriately when he is well aware that we will soon be in court together. He is also aware that if I so desired, I could make his situation far worse. I'm lucky he doesn't. I want to let this whole thing go without a struggle since I've already done what I have to do. I can't go on if I hold on to this anger and allow him to bother me. I'm eager to close this phase of my life. I don't care what happens to him. I'm no longer concerned about his future success or failure. Third update, my husband and I are scheduled to appear in court the day after tomorrow. Naturally, he couldn't allow that to occur without acting in a crazy or psychotic manner. I was certain that he could no longer contact me because I had canceled my social media accounts and changed my phone number. I believed that he would be forced to give up since I had finally defeated him. But I didn't realize how insane he really is. My hubby unexpectedly showed up and sat down next to me in the passenger seat last night as I was getting ready to drive home. Before I could even react, he closed the doors. I quickly retrieved my pepper spray from my purse after realizing what was going on. He grabbed the purse and threw it into the back car, but I was too late. I was so scared that I was willing to do anything he asked me to get out of this predicament safely. It became even more frightening when he spoke to me in a calm manner. When he stated that he didn't want much, I called my dad's actor client, retracted my statement, and made sure he was given his role back. I pretended to agree, telling him that in order to make the call, I required my phone out of my handbag. Now, my hubby is definitely stupid, but I'm not. When he gave me the handbag, I immediately reached for my pepper spray and sprayed him with half of it at once. His condition was much worse than mine, which was watering and stinging horribly. He was having trouble breathing, spluttering and coughing. I pulled him out of the car, unlocked the doors, and drove off, leaving him coughing on the ground. Before I had to stop, I had only made it out of the parking lot and a few yards from my place of employment. I realized I couldn't drive home in my current state of vision impairment, so I got out of my car. Fortunately, a taxi arrived, and the driver appeared to be a friendly individual. He volunteered to drive me to the closest police station after seeing something was strange. Without hesitation, I agreed. The 2 hours that followed were a haze. After what had transpired in the parking lot, I was still in shock. Although I had always known my spouse was insane, this was much more than I had anticipated. It was difficult to accept that after 5 years of a happy marriage, this man was suddenly causing me to suffer through this nightmare. Fortunately, he was taken into custody. Because of his condition, he had been unable to leave the parking lot. His face was still red and a little puffy when they took him to the station. The fact that he was in pain made me happy. I left the station after pressing charges, but I went to my parents' house instead of home. I haven't left their house since I got there because I no longer felt safe being by myself. The support from my parents has been tremendous. One little comfort during this journey has been that they have been treating me like their little girl once more. This time, I'm not stopping my dad from fulfilling his commitment to make sure my husband receives a suitable punishment. It is imperative that certain guys realize that they cannot bully women and get away with it. Fourth update. Hello to everybody. A few weeks have passed since my last update, and I'm pleased to report some positive developments. For what he did to me, my husband received a 3-month prison sentence and a hefty fine. I believe this result is fair, even though I wish the punishment had been lengthier. Given the circumstances, we were able to expedite the divorce process, and it will be completed much sooner than typical. I'm so relieved that he doesn't have any compensation rights. In order to make sure he can't find me again, I've also sold the house and my car. In addition to being superior, the new hospital where I work is also nearer to my parents' house. For me, commuting is far more convenient. Even though my spouse can no longer reach me, at least not for the foreseeable future, they won't let me return to living alone, so for the time being I'm still living with my parents. To my surprise, I don't mind remaining with them. As I'm still getting over the shock of everything that's transpired, their support has been consoling. In order to better digest my feelings, I've also begun going to therapy. I'm aware that recovery will take time and that things won't return to normal right away. I try my hardest to move on, but sometimes I can't help but think back on the years we had together. Some of the moments felt so real that it's difficult to realize it was all falsehoods. Every time I find myself thinking about him, I make myself recall the events that followed, particularly the parking lot incident. That brings me back to the here and now. I'm taking things one day at a time, even though I know these wounds won't heal right away. I'm hoping that I'll be alright shortly. And to be honest, I can't wait for that day. I was held in a Texas mental hospital for saying I didn't want to be pregnant. What should I do? A couple notes up front. I am a first-time mom, and this was a planned and wanted pregnancy. I am still trying to process the last 72 hours, which has caused me significant trauma and distress. I am writing this out publicly to warn other mothers. This happened in Texas. I am currently 9+1. I have been in the ER a couple times for severe 24/7 nausea, which is triggering significant panic attacks. The nausea is the worst at night and has been keeping me from sleeping, which makes my anxiety worse, plus I'm unable to keep down food and liquids. It's been seriously horrible. My first two ER doctors, women, were at separate ER locations and both gave me hydration. One gave me Zofran plus sugar, but then I had issues with the Zofran backing me up. I had another bad night of puking and panic attacks, and I called my mom in the morning crying because I was so miserable. She said she would go to a different ER with me, one that was a full hospital that had OBs on staff. When I got there, I explained the situation to a male ER doctor who spoke with me for less than 5 minutes. I told him my issues with waking up with nausea, then panic attacks, then sleeping. I told him that the panic attacks and combined with everything scared me and made me not want to be pregnant anymore, but I made it clear to him I just wanted relief and had no plan on hurting myself or anyone else. He refused to give me any medication, not even an IV bag to help with fluids. He sent a social worker to talk to me about the panic attacks and said she could find a facility that would take me who could help with medication plus sleep, etc. I said okay because I was so desperate at that point and had been in the ER for hours with no help whatsoever. He never even called OB. I haven't seen mine yet at all. I haven't even had an ultrasound. I get sent to the new clinic, and by the time I get through processing it's 3 a.m., and I'm crying because I'm having high anxiety and I haven't slept. They never gave me my nighttime medications or anything. I finally went to bed around 4 a.m., and then they woke me back up at 6 a.m. to do my vitals and said I needed to go itemize my belongings. Once I woke up, the nausea hit me immediately and I asked for Zofran, which they refused because I had to see the internal medicine doctor first. I didn't get Zofran until 10:30 a.m., at which point I had missed breakfast and was non-stop puking. But the doctor would only allow one 4 mg pill every 12 hours. I was so sick. Eventually I'm seen by a psychiatrist who I thought would be able to help me with meds, but he said no, I can't take anything because I'm pregnant and I'd have to talk to a different doctor who wasn't going to be in until Monday. This was on Saturday. At that point I freak out because now I'm away from home. They aren't giving me my over-the-counter meds like Unisum plus B6 for nausea or my prenatals. And they're not giving me enough Zofran to keep the nausea at bay. I said I wanted to leave then, as I was there voluntarily, and the doctor was mad and said I'd have to sign an AMA form and he'd place me on a 24-hour hold, where the other doctor would talk to me before the 24 hours and determine if they'd try to get a court order to keep me. I was so shocked. I asked if there was any way I could talk to someone, as I didn't want to say, and they were holding me involuntarily at that point. He said no. I'm a panicky sick mess after this and go through all the paperwork they gave me, which included the patient bill of rights, which stated patients had the right to be discharged within 4 hours of request unless the doctor believed I was a danger to myself or others, or that I was mentally unable to make medical decisions for myself. I requested a written justification from the doctor outlining which of those reasons he was using to justify the 24-hour hold, and he refused. He just kept saying I wasn't allowed to leave until I spoke with the other doctor, who wasn't going to be in till the next day. At around 3:30 my mom and fiancé came for visitation, and I brought my paperwork with me and showed them the patient rights documents, and they were pissed, so they stayed 2.5 hours after visitation and argued with them to release me so I could go home, since they weren't even treating me anyway and withholding medications. The doctor refused to talk to my family even though I specifically included them on my medical release forms. So they had a right to request that information and were requesting a justification for keeping me there past the 4 hours. It got so bad my mom even called the cops and filed a police report. They refused to let me go, so I had to stay another night without Zofran and couldn't sleep, couldn't eat, couldn't keep food or water down. There was no doctor on staff at the time, so when the nurses called to get my Zofran prescription increased, the doctor didn't answer and they couldn't do anything for me. I could tell the nurses were trying their best and were very frustrated for me. The original doctor came back an hour before the 24 hours were up, and clearly did not want to talk to me. I think the other doctor said he wasn't getting involved because it was turning into a legal situation at that point. He was super short with me, and when I requested justification for the 24-hour hold, he said the ER doctor and said I didn't want to be pregnant anymore and used that as justification. I'm absolutely floored at this point. He didn't want to speak further about the issue and discharged me. But apparently no one knew how to discharge me because it's the weekend, so it took another few hours to even leave. The whole situation was so miserable and I legitimately feel traumatized by the experience. I still feel like I need help with the nausea and panic attacks, but I'm scared to go back to the ER now. It's been so horrible and I don't know what to do besides talk to my OB at my upcoming appointment and hope she's more understanding of my problems. I'm going to file complaints with the hospital and the state regarding what happened. I am also going to consult with a few lawyers to see if I have a case against them. This whole experience has left me feeling incredibly hopeless and frustrated with the medical system. I feel like I was punished for saying I didn't want to be pregnant anymore. As for me, I am currently staying with my mom's. I was able to finally get some rest and take enough Zofran and Unisum plus B6 to keep the puking at bay for a bit. I'm trying my best to keep my cool and avoid a panic attack. I appreciate any advice anyone could give on how to navigate this situation. Comments by OOP. I really wanted to move out of Texas before I got pregnant because I was so worried for those exact reasons. Doctors are too afraid to treat pregnant women here, and it's safer for them to do nothing, even if it's more detrimental to the mother and baby, than prescribe something and be held legally liable if something were to happen. It's a horrible, horrible byproduct of the current abortion ban. It's really hard to convey just how traumatizing it was with only words. I was taken away from my supportive fiancé and family to be basically held prisoner and denied medication while I couldn't stop vomiting. I was around strangers, had paper-thin scrubs, and a small blanket. The vomiting caused my throat to burn and I pulled a muscle in my neck, so it was hard to even move my head. I just cannot overstate how much worse this situation has become and the amount of physical and emotional damage it's caused. I genuinely felt so bad for the other patients there who clearly needed help. The doctor was so obviously uninterested and uncaring. It's hard for me to see how anyone there is getting the appropriate care level they need, or how being there would make anyone less suicidal. It seems like the hospital is there to fill beds and extract as much money out of insurance as possible while running a skeleton crew of workers who provide the minimum legal requirement of care. I will say the nurses there were great, but the facility and doctors themselves were an actual nightmare. Thank you. My mom is actually a retired police officer and works in records at a neighboring police department here, and she told them the same thing. They became very clammy and I think realized the situation was turning into a legal one and stopped really communicating with me or my family beyond what was absolutely required. I do agree with you fully. I am going to see what my OB does and says at my appointment tomorrow, then go from there. I am scared and nervous. It's hard at the moment because I also feel too weak to even advocate for myself properly. I'm too exhausted to fight at the moment, so I am hoping my support system will help me get through this and be tough for me. I will eventually come forward with my story. I really want to speak with a lawyer first and make sure all my ducks are in a row. I am also a semi-notable person in a niche field and am not public with my pregnancy and take my privacy very seriously. One of the nurses at the hospital even recognized me, which was also horrible in its own way. I'm sorry you also had to experience that. At one point I was laying on the bathroom floor wondering if I was going to die there. I was worried they were going to take me to court and force me to stay there longer without treatment and without my family. I'm not sure how I will eventually recover from this, but I know I have no other option than forward, and things will eventually get better. If my fiancé and I have to empty our life savings to get me to another state for appropriate care, then we will do everything we can. That's the thing. If they had been providing me with medications and monitoring me, I would actually understand and probably wouldn't have left. But they weren't providing me with any treatment. I was having active panic attacks and I didn't even get a, "Hey, try these breathing exercises." They were just holding me hostage and denying me care. That's not true. There are plenty of medications that treat anxiety that are safe during pregnancy. Having constant panic attacks and not being able to keep down food or water is not safe for pregnancy or the baby either. You have to weigh the risks of each decision you make. I also suffer from ulcerative colitis, which is triggered by stress. I am off my UC medication because it's not safe during pregnancy. I almost lost my colon during my last flare, which lasted a year and a half, and I was on steroids for 7 months to help control the inflammation, which would absolutely not be safe for pregnancy. These conditions can quickly become life-threatening. I didn't request an ultrasound. I simply stated that I hadn't even had one yet. The reason I wanted to work with someone in OB was because it was clear the ER doctors were uncomfortable treating me because I was pregnant, and I thought an OB would be more knowledgeable in which medications are safest for pregnancy. Another reason I mentioned the ultrasound was because the reason for denying any medication was pregnancy. However, I wasn't even sure if the pregnancy was progressing correctly. It's my first pregnancy and my mother has a history or missed miscarriages where the baby stops developing but her body didn't start the physical process of expelling everything. Hopefully that adds more context. I am not familiar with the medical system and this is my first pregnancy. So I don't think it's unreasonable for me to think that maybe someone with more experience treating pregnant patients, in a state with very tight restrictions, would be a better fit for me at that moment. I personally think this is wildly unbelievable, but it happened to me. I have no prior history for psychiatric hospitalization. I take Buspro and Zoloft. I developed a panic disorder after being on prednisone for 7 months due to my ulcerative colitis, which was well managed before pregnancy. The constant vomiting triggers my anxiety, leading the panic attacks. To be clear, I was not involuntarily held. I went voluntarily because the social worker said they'd be able to help me with medication and sleep. The psych facility knew they had no reason to keep me, therefore could not obtain a court order. If they believed I was actually a danger to myself or others, then they would have gone this route, but they didn't. My nurse there said he believed I did not belong there. He even told my family that and fought to get me released. I understand you're making a judgment based on your experience and knowledge, but I hope you could put yourself in my shoes, as someone with very limited knowledge of the medical system, and going through my first pregnancy. Our thought processes and reasoning are probably going to be vastly different. I did what I thought was the best thing to do in my situation, and it turned into a nightmare. I'm sorry if my story isn't believable to you. But I'm still going to do what I can to make sure this type of thing doesn't happen again in the future. And to be clear, the reason I went to different ERs was because the first one was a standalone private ER like a CarePoint or something, and the ER doctor recommended going to one with an OB attached next time. So the next time I went to a Baylor ER hospital, which I mistakenly thought was a full hospital, but it was some type of hybrid situation. I am not originally from Texas, so I'm not familiar with the hospitals around here. The next one I went to was an ER at a full hospital. To add more context, they had asked me if I had a history of panic attacks, and I explained that I did. I had developed a panic disorder after being on prednisone for 7 months, due to my ulcerative colitis. They asked what I would do in those situations to avoid triggers, etc. Before, my panic attacks were focused mainly on social situations or being too far from a bathroom, etc. So to avoid triggers, I'd do things like change my diet, or avoid situations where there was no bathroom. But now my trigger was the pregnancy symptoms, which I can't avoid because I can't not be pregnant anymore. I said the panic attacks and nausea made me not want to be pregnant, which I believe was misconstrued. But I think there's some pretty crazy implications of saying any pregnant woman who says they don't want to be pregnant anymore can be held involuntarily at a psychiatric hospital. Honestly, I would have been more than happy to stay there, but because I wasn't really being given any further treatment, I just wanted to go home to my family and support system. If I was going to be vomiting, I'd prefer to do it in my own toilet. I was also worried about missing my OB appointment if they decided to hold me longer. The original ER doctor did not have enough to send me there involuntarily, and the psych at the facility openly admitted he believed the ER doctor misled me and was the one to tell me to fill out the AMA, but placed me on a 24-hour hold because it was their policy, which I had pointed out contradicted Texas state law for patients who were there voluntarily. This facility has been open for only 10 months or so, and one nurse said it's very rare that someone would come there voluntarily but then request to leave so quickly. But I think a lot of those voluntary patients have been through that system before, so know what to expect, versus I had no clue. When I pointed out the 4-hour release requirement in the documents they gave me, they didn't even know that it was in there. They said all patients get a 24-hour hold and they've never released someone within 4 hours. I meet with my OB tomorrow, so hopefully I'll get some better support there. Thanks for listening. It's so scary. One girl at the facility I spoke to had been there 3 times for suicidal thoughts. She said she believed the facility wasn't supportive for patients who have disabilities or are pregnant. She said one time her roommate had dementia and was clearly not taking care of her hygiene or self at all, and the girl tried to advocate for the woman, but the woman received no help. The facility is new, open for only about 10 months, and I think they're trying accepting anyone to fill beds even if they aren't properly equipped to care for them. I think a lot of these people don't have the wherewithal or the family support to advocate for them either, so nothing ever gets done and no one is held accountable. It's a nightmare situation and had been incredibly eye-opening. The social worker said that they were originally going to try to get me into one of the private rooms that they had at the hospital, but came back later and said the psychiatrist, I assume, denied me. So she said she was going to call some other places and see if she could get me into one of them. Maybe 2 hours later she came back and said she found a place who would accept me. This new place was indeed a locked facility. They have only been open for 10 months and seem to be accepting everyone. There were 2 other individuals who were admitted at the same time from the same hospital. One, I believe, was there for alcohol withdrawal and the other expressed thoughts of suicide. The first ER doctor just seemed really busy and didn't want to deal with me. Then the psych at the facility was just the on-call doctor and clearly didn't want to be there and kept saying he couldn't release me until I spoke with the attending, who wasn't there because it was the weekend. I don't think they've ever had anyone challenge them on the 4-hour rule, as the place has only been open for 10 months. I was in a locked psychiatric hospital. No, you cannot just get up and walk out. Update. First, I'd like to say thank you to the outpouring of support. It really means a lot to me. I'm going to start with a very small update, and then at the end I'm going to answer some questions, clear up some misconceptions about what happened. Update. I did see my new OB/GYN and had my first ultrasound. My little guy is measuring right on time and has a heartbeat of 167. I feel overwhelmed with relief knowing he is safe there and doing well. I explained the whole situation to my OB and she was incredibly understanding. She gave me a new prescription of Zofran and took some labs while I was there to check my electrolytes and probably some other things. I'll have another follow-up with her soon. At this point I feel comfortable enough working with her, so that's my current plan. As for complaints and legal stuff, there isn't much movement on that front due to the holiday, but I still have every intention to pursue those options and will try to update as much as I can. Now the other stuff. I did not expect that post to gain as much attention as it did. It was cross-posted many times and the responses were overwhelmingly sympathetic, but there was a ton of skepticism, especially from doctors who read it. But hey, it's the internet, so that's to be expected, I guess. At the end of the day, I don't need any strangers online to believe what happened to me, because I have recourse in real life and that's ultimately what matters. I was accused of changing my story, but I think that was mainly from people who skim my posts, so below I'm going to clear up some things and provide some additional details. Not because I have to, but because I think if there's going to be discourse about my experience, I want it to start from a place of accuracy of timeline and events. Starting with, at no point was the court involved with the decision-making process. I went to the ER willingly. They made it seem like they were not equipped to help my situation and that the other facility would be able to help me with my sleeping and panic attacks. I was so run down by the time the social worker came to my room that I'd have agreed to go anywhere they said would provide me with relief. I went to the new facility voluntarily of my own free will. There was no 72-hour hold. When I mentioned 72 hours in my last post, I meant that the whole situation from going to the ER to leaving the new facility took place over 72 hours. Once I got to the new facility and met with the doctors, I realized that I was not in the right place to get the care I personally needed. I was away from my support system, not being given the proper medication to control my vomiting, my anxiety was significantly heightened, and I was not being given any additional treatment or resources, so to me there was no point in me being at the facility, and it was indeed making my situation undoubtedly worse. After speaking with the on-call psychiatrist, he told me that he thought the ER doctor misled me, and that I'd need to sign an AMA form which would place me on a 24-hour hold. It was clear he did not want to be the one to discharge me and insisted I needed to speak with the attending. He mentioned the possibility of a court order but said it was unlikely they'd get one for my case. After that conversation I went to review the paperwork they gave me during admission. I found the patient bill of rights which stated that for voluntary patients, they had a right to be released within 4 hours of their request. Unless 1. I changed my mind and wanted to stay. 2. I was under the age of 16 and my guardian didn't want to release me, or 3. If the doctor has reason to believe that I might meet the criteria for court-ordered services or emergency detention because, 1. I'm likely to cause serious harm to myself, 2. I'm likely to cause serious harm to others, or 3. My condition will continue to deteriorate, and I am unable to make informed decisions as to whether or not to stay for treatment. After I read that, I bought the papers to the nurses and requested a justification from the psychiatrist for the 24-hour hold. I wanted to know which reasons he was using. The psychiatrist did not provide reason or justification beyond the attending needed to evaluate me. That's it. To be clear, this is illegal. They had zero reason to keep me past the 4 hours. At no time had I indicated I was a threat to myself or others. Not verbally, or written on any of the questionnaires that I had filled out during admissions. The attending work that day is not a legal justification to hold me. Their schedule does not supersede my rights as a patient. Now after the 24 hours was up, the original on-call doctor came back to discharge me. He was clearly agitated that the attending refused to come in to do the discharge, so I never at any point spoke with the attending who was originally assigned to me. The on-call doctor did not seek a court order to detain me. The conversation lasted about 10 minutes or less. When I asked again for the justification to keep me, he asked me if I said anything to the ER doctor about wanting to end my pregnancy, and I told him I just said I didn't want to be pregnant because I was so miserable. I then tried to ask if he believed that was enough justification for the hold, but he cut me off. It was clear he didn't want to engage in any further conversation. My concern here was the implications of legally being allowed to involuntarily commit any woman who said she didn't want to be pregnant anymore, which seems insane to me. But I digress. To answer questions about the facility, why didn't I just leave? Because this was a locked facility. I couldn't just get up and walk out of the door. How were they able to take me so fast? This facility has been open only for 10 months. They had beds and empty rooms available when I was there. Questions about my ER visits. I had 3 separate visits which took place over 4 weeks. The first ER I went to was a standalone clinic not associated with a larger hospital. The doctor there said next time to go to an ER attached to a hospital with L&D. So the next time I went to an ER, I went to an ER hospital that I mistakenly thought was a full hospital, but it was a hybrid and they did not have L&D. The third ER was attached to a full hospital. I was not doctor shopping, I'm just not familiar with the hospital systems here. Regarding my comments about ultrasounds and OBs. I never requested an ultrasound during any of my visits to the ER. I mentioned the ultrasound in the original post just to state I hadn't had one yet and hadn't been evaluated by an OB yet. My mother has a history of missed miscarriages, so in my head I thought it could be a possibility, and if I was being denied medication for being pregnant, I was just hoping I did have a viable pregnancy. But again, I didn't request an ultrasound. Concerns regarding DIY abortion. I am not and have never considered a DIY abortion. I am lucky enough to have all the resources I would need to fly anywhere in the world to get appropriate medical care if I had decided to go that route. Both my fiancé and I work high-paying remote tech jobs, and in the worst case we could move out of state tomorrow if I absolutely needed to. Obviously this isn't an ideal route, but it is an option that is still on the table, even if it's just to get care in a better medical system outside the state of Texas. Medications I'm currently taking. 10 mg buspirone twice a day, 50 mg Zoloft. Zofran, Unisum plus B6, prenatals, no benzos. So to cut through all the BS, whether you agree or not with the doctor's course of actions, I hope most people can see that the facility was not the right place for me to be. They were not well equipped to handle my pregnancy symptoms, they were clearly understaffed, and they were not providing me with any additional treatment that I wasn't getting at home. There was no reason for me to be there. It made things in my case significantly worse, and I hope maybe if anything people can just learn from my experience. Again, I'd like to thank everyone for their support and for the DMs I received. I'm also so sorry for all the other similar stories I've read. It seems like there's a bigger issue happening here, and I hope others can eventually find peace too. I am going to continue to work diligently with my OB, psychiatrist, and hopefully a therapist so I can really unpack this entire situation. As I said before, I'll try to update as much as I can, but I'm sure the complaint and legal process will be slow moving. I'd also like to ask if you know any attorneys in the DFW area who may be interested in this case. Please feel free to shoot me a private DM with their information so I can follow up. I will also try to answer any additional questions in the comments, in case there's anything else I'm forgetting. Obligatory, sorry for the terrible formatting, I'm on mobile.